who romanticize us uh, and keep pushing the "you lost, quit crying" narrative. Um, the guilt of allies who advocate for us but won't sit with us during Thanksgiving. So
Right.
this fight is outward, external,
Mm.
and it's already holding all of us captive. So all of us are already in it together apart, unifying all of us. For what purpose exactly? When
No,
our
no.
collective relationship is to federal governments that want us dead.
And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying. I'm sorry. And don't get me wrong. What's being said is not unification. That's not what is being said, at least from my end. What what's trying to be brought across is exactly like was just said. Not unification. Um, together but apart.
Yeah,
Where
Hmm.
and
there's still
and
that.
and I I not to interrupt, but I would is that yeah, it's individuals helping other individuals. Basically, it's if a tribe, to me, if a tribe is having a hard time getting their reform across, it is other tribes' duty to help out within that. Not let that tribe just, you know, survival of the fittest colonialism mentality. It's us helping other us's. You see, and we are together yet apart in our different struggles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's when another tribe needs a hand, give a hand. If another tribe needs
Mm, mm.
a foot, a foot.
Mm.
If a tribe needs a food, give them food. If a tribe needs the water, give them water. You know,
Yeah.
if a tribe needs a certain reform, give them that reform. Try to get them that reform. And
Mm.
that needs to be recognized that we are brothers and sisters. We are not or us's are not um uh you know uh, um you know this figment mentality that we are or us's are one body. We are not one body.
Mm-mm.
We have different bodies,
Mm.
different ways of different organs within that body,
Mm.
different different skeletal makeups
We're
within
distinct
our
organisms altogether.
Mm.
yeah. And to me, coming from this, it's as I've been trying to say is that if it's individuals helping other individuals, and it's so simple but yet so complex, and it's what I call the deep that is seeable, and you can
Well,
see the simplicity, but you cannot understand the depth of it. You see, that is why I call it that, because the more um, uh, us can we
mm,
the more of our tribes can understand these things, then it will really help us out. You know.
Mm.
well, there
Yeah.
are historical reasons for Together Apart. Um, Despite the often misinterpreted beloved phrase "Mitakoya Oyashin," we are not all related. Historically, there are long-standing animosities as the Salagi well know, as the Cree
Sorry.
Dene, as the Dine, Nde, Pueblo, Hopi well know. Um, Derived genetically differently, even. So, the scope and scale of this is something myself and my paralegal encountered as well when we did an EPA project together, uh, where there was massive, massive super funding to improve water quality distribution. So it required surveying and communicating with every single registered nation in the country. All of them.
That's a lot.
Well, that's all of them. Um, None of them could be brought together at the same table at the same time. Each of them had to be visited independently. None of them accepted the proposal. And so the Superfund collapsed and went to something else.
So, my understanding, and maybe it's understood up. Excuse me. It almost sounds like how does this how should this be phrased? It almost sounds like when when each of these nations was being spoken, and they all said, "No, I'm not going to
Oh,
with those guys over there." It almost sounds like a collective within a collective within a collective, like
mm-mm, mm-mm,
nested
mm-mm,
dolls,
mm-mm,
right?
mm-mm.
No.
These are. Let's clarify what sovereign nation is. People using the word tribe. Uh, we do not have tribe. We have nation or band. These are sovereign nations, effectively dealing with sovereign nations. You are, in fact, dealing with separate, distinct nations, national identities, languages, very long standing cultural histories. These are countries in their own right that have been shrunken down to the size of reservations
Yeah.
because
Also,
that was their original dimension.
yeah.
Um, So if there are 500 nations, these are 500 separate countries that has to be negotiated with as sovereigns separately, nation by nation.
Also, Rai, hi, sweetie. Yes, Yudi is here. Jump on into the Discord, into the voice chat. Come on in and join us.
I will be right back. I'm gonna go make myself a cup of coffee.
Yep.
Good, good,
I,
good, 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 good. Wash the coffee, wash the.
I
A
I
cup
love
of
your
Okalapi.
concept. I I love your concept of it is not a collective within a collective within a. It's not. The thing is that the white people have their own structure to dealing with their nations. It's called
Right.
the United Nations.
Uh-huh. And we are not a member of it, and so that's how that
No,
stays that way.
and I totally agree with it.
Yeah.
Why sit around with wh- it's like sitting around with around a dumpster. It's sitting
Uh.
around dumpsters. It's not sitting around where you have value. And the thing is that I uh, would say that we or us's. Let me put it as
Us's.
that. Us's. I'm getting it. I'm trying to get it. Sorry.
Eh.
Uh, the us's need to be need to find their their uh,
Hmm.
their own type
Yeah.
of of this collective, not this
Mm.
collectivization, but this representation to each other.
Mm.
That is the
Well,
better word. That is a better
is is to be
representation to each other.
it is to be rediscovered for us because once upon a time, kayas a long time, the bands were able to form hermeneutic loose confederacies.
Yeah.
This is the natural configuration for collectivist individuals. This is the natural configuration for anarcho collectivists for whom there is no state and never will be. We come together in a confederacy that is loosely structured, is not designed to last forever, serves its purpose, and then, like scaffolding, it falls away. Hermeneutic is there for as long as it takes to complete the goal. This was our greatest advantage. The Seminole Confederacy, for instance, is a perfect example. Um, so, should this sort of ability to confederate be rediscovered, and then the nations could work in concert more powerfully, more effectively. We need, we indigenous people in the North America, Turtle Island, needs to be recognized in the international community because the nations need to be able to trade as sovereigns outside of this prison camp.
Yeah. And once again, we have the exact example. The blockage of being able to trade the things that we have and stuff like that with the rest of the world is the same thing that they've done to Cuba and other places. Um,
We've been sanctioned, right?
we've been sanctioned because they know if
That's how it ended up in the reserve. Yeah.
exactly. So they know that if we start to how do I put it, um, be able to look after ourselves, feed ourselves, no longer rely on chump change and trinkets as government
Mm.
handouts. Um, they realize that because they've already lost the Indian War to begin with in the first time around. They don't want to have another one what they'll lose. They know it.
Um, if indigenous, if they succeed in their genocide, you see, here's the thing: all these resources that are so incredibly valuable, right? In restricting indigenous nations, it guarantees that we don't enter the free market. Um,
Yeah.
that extraction and encroachment with land back absolutely has to stop. It absolutely has to stop.
My
This would
point,
require breaching these treaties, which would revoke our status. We are dissolved. Either
my
way it goes, it's set up
mm,
for the us's lose. If
Yeah.
we won't die nicely, then we must lose. We are part of the hallucination.
Hmm.
mm, the 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 thing that I would say is that do us's need to be in the free market? No, we had our own formats of economy, our
Yeah.
own formats
But see,
of
here's the
of
benefit of oh, sorry.
up on that.
and and the thing is that us created our own things. We created our own, uh, or, or all of us, nations created our own materials, our own things that we've, or
Yeah.
you know. So, do all of us need these things? The white man's way of you know creating production,
Well, that's
or
not a
let's
no.
let's
Hey,
That's
let's
not the free market. Native trade routes were run successfully. My people ran them. Choctaw,
yeah,
um, Seloy
Salagi.
Nation. Part of was Talagi was part of Seloy. Uh, these free markets we ourselves created. Eh? We navigated. My band launched the fur trade. The fur trade. We built the goddamn market. We
yep,
own it. They owe us. That's why we sued the Hudson Bay Company and got it back. We built the European market. It was built by us. Yes, we need to enter the free market because look at what we can do. Free market. This white man way you say this money way is not a free market. Their market is nothing but restricted. The free market chip away at that block that they've created collectively with our own resources
not
in the
theirs,
international
ours.
community. Look at what we can do.
Yep,
We deserve be in the world.
mm,
Most of the world is not America.
mm, mm,
America may dominate with great resentment. There are 360 million known indigenous individuals in the world. Everything that was built in this civilization today was built off our backs
yep,
before the poor brothers in Africa and sisters. It was built from us. We owned the means of production. We built it.
Free?
We fed them. We took care of them. We kept their dumbasses alive. We shouldn't have, but we did.
the,
We care for our environment in a way that challenges and combats and global warming down a bit. We care for each other. We do not have punitive justice. We're more human. The
uh,
yeah,
world is sickening because it killed off the few people who could have helped it become
mhm,
better. We need
excuse me.
to be
mhm,
in the international community.
Yep,
Everything
mm,
they have, they
mm,
got it from us.
mm,
They got shit
mhm.
from nothing but us. The rest of what they got, they had to steal from enemies they
Mhm,
made.
Uh,
mhm.
You're,
That's why
you're,
they fighting over it, fighting over it.
you,
And
you,
That's
was
why
it?
they that way.
Well,
you're making me. I'm walking, and I'm stumbling because you're inspiring me, with this.
But
We
brother
own
is the truth. Sister brother, it is the truth. Everything Europe got,
came
they got
from
from
us.
us.
it came from the us being colonized and agreeing to engage in good trade originally with selected Europeans whom we called human beings. The bad Europeans, we called them not human, and so hence Moniyao, which is the word for white man.
or Wasichu. Depends
or
on what tribe or
Biligana.
nation you're from.
But
Oh,
Monia
well,
means not human.
Yeah.
There's not an uglier thing to call somebody. But we were specifically mentioning, unfortunately, the British. So, in fact, the capitalist. The other word for that is Wittigo, cannibal.
Yeah.
So, Monia Wittigo, n- inhuman cannibal.
Yep.
oh,
Now,
okay. Yeah, yeah.
Ooh.
all of their glory was from indigenous labor, teachings,
Mhm.
medicine, bodies, babies, and more babies. All of their glory was stolen from us. And then when we were spent, they turned on the African. His sense of injustice is doubly, doubly an injustice because at the very worst of anarcho-capitalism comes chattel slavery. There's been nothing like it in history. Um,
I would also wager, and to weigh in on it and saying that, then we also have the other different cultures, like Asians, and Irish and Scottish,
or here that
as
was immigration, also their
yeah,
labor.
yeah, and
What
also
they
also
how the colonizer practiced on us was then later what they did to immigrant labor, to migrant labor.
and then on top of
They
that,
had no intention of accepting them and valuing. Especially, I don't know if you have ever seen Chinese people work.
oh, they work hard.
Oh, hard. That shit is humiliating.
Yeah. Literally, Chinese people believe that they cannot go home and face their family or their God that they believe in, without doing a good and hard work. If they didn't get the job done 100% within their ability to get it done,
Which is
they,
limitless.
which is limitless, they went home in shame.
Shame. And to
And
treat people like that with such contempt, uh, based on what? Because of the way they looked? Well, then tell me why these white folks up in here are so goddamn fascinated with anime and all that shit.
yeah.
What kind of bullshit is that?
Now on top of that, now they're extending this same grotesque action to their own kind, which
Yep,
is
Yeah.
because they
where we
ran out
see,
of colors.
exactly. So, which is where we see, the poverty of white people rising, the homelessness of white
Yes.
people rising,
Transgendered violence,
transgender violence. Yes,
domestic violence, sex
domestic.
trafficking, child sex trafficking,
Yeah,
addiction, self harm, mass shootings, on and on and on and on and on.
the list goes
Well,
on.
The cannibals have resorted to eating their own.
Yeah.
Hey, we collectively let them. They may do us all a favor. But what are we gonna do with the survivors?
I
That's how
think
gross this is. That is how
Yeah.
gross this is.
Gross.
it is gross when you look at it and think about it. It's gross. It literally
It's
is
the
gross.
most,
Movie,
as I've been
Cross.
saying, we are around dumpsters. We are around
Yeah,
dumpsters,
yeah.
and we're not only in dumpsters. We're seeing crap everywhere.
Yeah.
We're seeing
It's
shit
leaking.
everywhere. Or us are
And it
seeing
stinks.
shit everywhere.
Yeah.
And
There's
it,
flies.
it, 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 it's not even flies. It's more than
Maggots.
that. The vultures and the seagulls are around seeing this.
to be
Circling.
fair, to
Yeah.
be fair, not even the great vulture from Salagi would touch any of that shit.
Probably not.
Probably not. They'd probably go, ooh, poisoned.
Ugh.
Because it's stinking like carrion and everyone knows it's about to die, and so the vultures are circling.
Sorry
So-
to
They
bring
smell
up
the dead
science.
flesh, the necrosis, the rot. They smell it.
this is
Sorry to
why
bring.
sorry, I wanna explain
Okay.
to our
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna.
non-indigenous relatives who happen to be here in our chats at the moment. I want to explain. This is why you see what we're doing here happening today. This is why both me and Yudi and Silver Spook and other indigenous streamers are out there talking about this and educating and opening up our way of life to you, because we are humans. We do not wish to see our fellow humans suffer. We don't want to see that.
True.
We have never wanted to see that. That is
True.
not within our heart.
Has to die.
True.
After 500.
Otito is the Otito.
Exactly. So
For real. That's for
for
real.
real, yeah, for real. We don't want that for anyone, regardless. We are not the enemies that they have made us out to be,
Made us have to be. Mm.
and they have lied to you to push their narrative that doesn't hold any weight and contradicts itself constantly. We, on the other hand,
They rhyme.
yeah, we, on the other hand, aren't contradicting ourselves because we speak
No.
truth.
We've never changed our story once.
Nope.
Um, and so the scope and scale of this, I see this thing originally said infighting on the left. The left belongs to the flag lie that planted it, right? Infighting, the nations are not infighting. But the scope and scale of confederation, of confederacy, this is possible. This is what it would take. A delegation, traditional delegation, as in the old way, to approach each nation and present the idea and speak with the elders and have them consider. And as they consider nation to nation, the delegation goes and speaks. Request permission to speak and present.
Mm-hmm.
The idea of organizing into confederacies that are legitimate within the terms of the treaties which govern all of us.
Yep.
This is possible.
Very possible.
It's not probable, but it is possible. And if someone were to care to present such an idea, they should not expect to succeed. However, if they feel they act from conviction, then this proposal should be voiced, should be heard.
Yeah. See, this
Ultimately,
is where. Oh, sorry.
the delegation is going to have to leave it into the hands of their elders, for better or worse. But there are generations coming up now who one day will be sitting on these councils.
Yeah. And in the same, this is why, this is why, this is a lot of the things that I keep talking about on my channel. Actually doing things that are achievable.
Well, that's what I say on mine. We have no debate
Yeah.
without a call to action. There's
Yeah.
no point.
There's no point.
The
Opinion is not need to be shared in a society that allows for freedom of expression. Problems do need to be solved.
Yeah.
And that's
The
exactly what.
the scope
Yeah.
of the left.
What, Yana?
Oh, I was gonna say that's exactly also what I talk about on Ancom Psycom, and I was as well. Call to action.
Mm.
We can talk as much as, but at the end of the day, talk doesn't get us. We have to do.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
That's why my debate series launched, and I'm doing the council training, that we can solve problems, solve conflicts, real problems. Each debate panel has a call to action, even when it's just entertainment. It's still a call to action. And you must respect the The agency and autonomy of each individual must be respected. Not everyone's going to go the way you would hope. It's not the point. The point is that they were informed when they made their decision for the first time.
Yeah.
Fair. We seek fairness above even justice. Not justice. Justice is white. We seek fairness.
Yeah.
Just simple fairness. A fair fight. A fair play. A fair rule. A fair game. Fair. Fair is acceptable. It is adequate. It's also necessary. We're not unreasonable people, and we're not unrealistic. Reality for us is all of creation.
Yeah. Which is why I've also stated countless of different times that when, and it will happen, it's just a matter of time. And that time clock is ticking and getting really close to that time when indigenous people are going to be your landlords. And I keep explaining to you that we're not interested in removing you out of the house that you live in.
Now, we want a fair deal, though.
We want a fair deal. And we are more than willing to make sure that everyone is well looked after, everyone's taken care of, and everyone is equal.
What we want for ourselves, we easily and equally extend to all others. But what
Exactly.
we've achieved for ourselves is what all these people are craving. That's why they're suddenly reading Bakunin.
Yeah. They're eating
You
up
know?
and reading all these indigenous books, YouTube videos. They're like craving, because this is what our elders told us, that we would see this time when the Wasichus or white people would come to us for guidance, would come to us to learn how to be human beings again.
Yeah, how to be human beings again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we were told that when that time comes, to open our hearts to them. Not to shun them away, but to open our hearts. In which you see is, yeah, and which is what you see going down today. This
Yeah,
is what
often.
this is what me and Universal Discourse and Silver Spook and other.
Do you know what is proof of that on Twitch?
Hmm.
The most bizarre thing, but then why am I not surprised? So my stream's been up and they said you have an indigenous expert, communications expert, decolonization. The people knew my stream, but we didn't have very good numbers. We have a close, tight-knit community. However, I began to notice that time and time and time and time and time and then some more time and then another time and then again this happened. And I didn't catch on at first. When there was a bad debate that went down, or a bad panel with people of color on it, they would flood into my stream like refugees.
Yeah.
Because although they had their own people, they knew somehow that to come and speak with me would give them the perspective and the safety and the security that they needed.
Yeah.
Eventually, non-colored streamers and moderators were coming in. Can you fix this? Sure. So even on Twitch,
Yeah.
they're finding my channel, at least they're finding me to say, can you talk me through this? You get it? They know there's someone here that can do that,
Yeah.
and they're coming and can you help me sort this out? Sure.
I want to share that people are all, the left right now is very weak, because of people within it. You
Yeah.
know what I mean by people
It's
within
fractured.
it.
It's fractured.
People who want to come in it to just colonize,
Yep.
not to come in it with real mentality of helping people.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
And the there's something that I currently love, and my love is to know that they'll come to us. They'll come to the natives, to certain people of color, certain Hispanics who are not indigenous by with by any means, like they're just white Spaniards. And
Oh,
then you have the black individuals coming in saying that that it's their fight, and
yeah,
they,
leave it alone. Right, 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 right.
Yeah.
yeah. And the thing is that my issue as a neurodivergent and in also Hispanic and indigenous is that it is the biggest minorities
Hey, senpai.
that must be the ones heading it up. And my thing is, if if the neurodivergents and the indigenous of us that are not being looked at as a civil rights with big quotation marks movement,
Yeah.
that it is basically the teachers, the spiritual teachers of our kind to lead this movement, and to be out, and to be shown that we are here and we're not going away,
Yep.
and that they will come to us spiritual teachers, having those of us who understand a new psychology compared uh, to the we have a or us have a new psychology compared to the the typical uh, people,
Hmm.
that it is us that should lead it, and we will, or us will, all of us uh, uh, will see a day where they're gonna come to the spiritual teachers of the native clan, our native nations,
Yep.
not
Sorry.
to the to their own, and
Yeah.
Sure,
it's
sure,
showing that
sure,
huh
sure.
yeah.
While we have this short interlude here for a second, Mark has stated in my chat, who better to teach us how to be better people than the indigenous? In order to have forward facing ethics in a colonial society, decolonization is paramount. He also continues on to say, and Rai
Wait
agrees with
a
him.
moment. Say a moment. Who is Mark?
Mark Cabbage, Cabbage, is one of
Arcade.
the people. Cabbage or Cabbage. He's one of the people that's in my stream in my community. He also states, yeah, this is one of the great sins of modern civilization, the treatment of neurodivergent folks, or lack thereof.
I see decolonization, which is the program that I brought online to Twitch to teach decolonization.
Mark
So
is a streamer on
I am
hiatus.
obviously I will say I am obviously biased in the in the advocacy for decolonization for, but it's tricky, and it's very tricky. This is not Africa's decolonization. This is indigenous unsettling. Indigenous unsettling generalizes to non-indigenous people because of our unique status. I think it's time that the Western world learns something completely different, because anything that it does is derived from its own field of flags and lies, and therefore, no matter what you think you're doing, you're playing into that cannibalist system. It's all a grand illusion.
Yeah.
The only thing that would save the West is non-Western culture and thought.
And Mark
Their
also.
time has come. They tried it their way. It didn't work out so well. It's time for something different.
Mark also says they're a streamer on hiatus. They got to test their new internet tomorrow.
Good luck and have fun.
So hopefully they can get their streams running. That'd be totally awesome. Cool. Right on.
Um, Chicanos, I have chat as well. Chicano includes indigenos. Es la raza.
Yeah.
They have been in this fight since day one.
Yep.
What is this? What is this word mestizaje? What the hell is that? Mestizo? Mestizas, mestizos? That's the same thing as quadroons. Mestizaje. That's Malenche. You can't reject it. That's the cultural heroine. This is Cortez. That guy. Cortez. That guy.
Hey, Lord Ablisha. What's up? And Neural Visions. What is this about? This is about seeing a rare occasion of an indigenous council where everyone on this panel is an indigenous person, and we're talking. We're having a council, and we're talking about different things and expressing and showing and sharing indigenous way of doing things and indigenous way of life of things, to help teach and understand for those non-indigenous people who will be faced with the factor very soon that they're going to have new landlords, and we indigenous people are those new landlords. But we're actually the original landlords.
This panel is we were never landlords, though. You can't lease the land.
I'm from Canada.
Thank you.
But there's two that are in America and one that's where are you from again?
There's two from Canada, one Mexico, one Puerto Rico,
Yeah.
one U.S. Appalachians, two U.S. Appalachian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm currently living on Seneca land, so I know a few Seneca individuals.
Yeah, this is the rare occasion
So
where we
basically you
get
have
together, so it's leading up to the Grand Cree Council,
yeah.
which
Nice.
I'm
What
hosting.
province?
So
I'm
Yeah, it's open to
technically at the
training.
moment. I'm technically at the moment living in Alberta, but I'm originally from Manitoba. I'm native also from Canada. Oh, oi, another fellow native Canadian, an indigenous person from Canada. Another one. Nice. Welcome to my stream. Feel free to follow.
Right is in my chat saying mestizaje is when you reject indigeneity and accept Spanish culture.
Yeah.
So Rai is trying to open their fellow Chicanas to reject mestizaje.
Okay.
So that's
And
how Chicano people can be involved in this fight. Well, Rai is already in this fight. All Chicano people have been at the root of that fight ever since, ever long, from day one.
Exactly. I
And
can attest to that.
Danche, Natural Visions, Danche.
I'm Dakota. Universal Discourse is Cree. Lord Appalachia says they're from South America. So he's probably around from where you're from, Neurodivisions or Divisions.
Yeah, he's probably from the Mexican side of the aisle.
I'm
It says
actually
alpaca. That's like in
yeah.
Yeah,
Peru,
alpaca.
Andes.
Lord
Yeah,
alpaca. Yeah.
that's
But then he's got
Peru.
like the demon number. Why he got a demon number in his name?
Yeah, it's kind
Kind
of
of creepy.
it's kind of confusing me. It's kind of confusing me.
And Rye Andes is her family is from South Texas slash northern Mexico.
Ah, yeah.
It's only demon
I
number if you believe in the white man's religion.
true.
Wasn't the
All
white
different
man's
genes.
religion that came up with that number? It's the problem. If you know anything about your own number,
And they're
it's from the
from
Kabbalah. You're from
they're
James
from
Bay. You're from James
yeah,
Bay.
yeah.
Nehio.
And
Nehio.
Rye is a Chicana.
Kitty, what you? Hey, kitty, yirkazon.
Yeah, we have
You have to remember
He doesn't.
this,
He doesn't speak his own language.
they may not speak their own language. That is
I
quite
guess
possible.
not. Oh, sorry.
And it's
Sorry.
actually from the Middle East, so it's not even a European religion.
Nope, it's not an European religion. It's, I think, it's very, very ancient.
Yeah.
Kabbalic numerology.
yeah.
Anyway,
See, we have tons of indigenous people sitting right here with us all. Um, so, if you aren't sure or haven't learned or
on
wasn't
in.
taught your culture, this is a good place to start learning, and a good time to start learning. So,
What is one example of a? Okay, honey, senpai, we have no politics, so I'm afraid there is no such theory or politic. We don't have it. We don't have a state, so we don't have theories of politics.
What's actually
So-
kind of funny is I'm Salagi, and because Udi is Cree, but I mean historically Salagi and Cree didn't really get along all that well.
Cree and Salagi?
Yeah.
No, it was the Katoban and the Salagi.
Not
and
most
Neurovision says they do speak their language, but they know there are different kinds of Cree dialects out there, which would be like plains,
Oh,
woodlands.
no, we
swampy.
speak the same dialect. James Bay is the same dialect.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Lord Appalachia says
Unless you're Moose Factory, in which case Washai.
and then Lord Appalachia says I am 42% Native American according to 23andMe.
Well, then you're. What?
Well, you may
You're
not be
native.
you may not be native in accordance to the white government, but to indigenous people, yes, you are. They said their natural visions.
Ashkenazi. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I forget my
Nat-
mic's on. Damn it.
Not natural vision says they're known as swampy Crees.
Yeah, I see it
The
in
west
the
side of
chat. There's
James.
Swampy Creek.
Yeah.
You should be able to understand us. He's still Nehio. He's on the other side. That's why. Natural.
I'm not too
Nitsiyaka
sure if
Sayor,
they're a male or a female
Kitsiyaka
or a them, but that's up to them to let us know. We don't want to misgender anyone here.
Right.
And
It,
for the political sides, we have different views. Some of us are apolitical, some of us are from different other political backgrounds, but really what we're after is decolonization and about getting rid of colonized mentality and crap out of our out of every sector of society
And our
and
lands, our country,
our
our island,
lands.
our Turtle Island.
And not only Turtle Island but in my case, my island of Puerto Rico,
Uh,
which is small, and it could, if you compare it to the size of Pensa, compare it sizes, it's close to the size of Pennsylvania. If 2 hours uh, uh, across 4 hours, uh, like 2 hours across from Philadelphia to Scranton would be the same amount of hours to go from Ponce to San Juan, and 4 hours across is kind of, it is like Pennsylvania. It takes if you want to be Speedy Gonzalez, it will take you 4 hours the from Philly
we don't have
to
that either.
Pittsburgh.
We don't have that either.
so,
We,
Hmm?
Natural Vision says, let's talk about some story legends. Lord Abolitius says, my cause is the preservation of native languages and culture. Natural Visions also says, I want to hear what you guys know or even experienced. Um, we will be eventually getting into all of that. Um, but at the present moment in time, we're showcasing um, our traditional form as much as possible in the way in which we conduct ourselves in our traditional councils. Um, Universal Discourse also is a streamer. So is
I'm the resident indigenous expert that teaches decolonization, council method, conflicts resolution, and debate coaching, plus quantum theory, language and culture.
and I am just your poorly humble. Um, how would I put it? Pipe holder healer or pipe carrier healer.
Yeah,
Um,
we're medicine people, but we have two different traditions.
yeah.
The Dakota very much, my people call them little brother. So we have a very long standing, good historical relationship because they can speak Cree.
Or at least some of it.
Yeah.
Enough to get by and get along.
I'm also a streamer. Anarchist Lab is the channel. Being Talagi, I mostly focus more so on presenting traditional Talagi societal structure and the way that they conduct themselves within a council or just in their daily lives. Um, as in, like, for example, traditionally, Udi would actually, I believe you said you are that, right? You were in the military at one point.
Yeah, 10 years, yeah.
Yeah. So Udi would actually be what was called a war woman because she actually has experience in military, and lost to this being his channel that we're streaming on, be filling the role, if this were Salaki Council, would be filling the role was called the Beloved Man, Chief of
Mm,
a Clan.
mm, mm. This is an intertribal council. We have the protocols for that. We're
Yep.
doing it right now
Right.
by accommodating each other's traditional form of address
Yeah,
and
that was
and accepting each other's traditional perspectives. That's an
right.
intertribal council.
Right. I
This
was just
is
using
this
that.
is what a Confederate meeting might look like, beginning at this level, something like this,
Right.
where you know that everybody's going to bring difference, and that's what you want. You do not want similitude.
Right.
Agreement is not necessary. Adding on
Right.
together, collecting, that's what happens here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just using that as like an example, like oh, this is, some solid history that would be interesting.
But Salagi's councils are famous for the way that they can become intense, volatile, and yet what was good for the people was what was the outcome, but they definitely they went through the process, and it's so complex because you have the women's society and the men's society, and the women's society has to approve it first and then agree. So you have to go through every single individual in the Tsalagi clans. Every one of them had an input. Every single one.
Yep.
But there was a voted democracy as
Yep.
opposed to our consensus democracy. But every single individual and input was taken in these councils. Tsalagi councils lasted months.
Yep. Literally every single person had a say. I mean,
Mhm.
they had their clan leaders, of course, but their skill lied through
Yeah.
not through.
Yeah, of all nations, I would say Tsalagi are the most political and
Right.
one of the most complex.
Lord Appalachia says the value of an org is the value of the output it produces, i.e., the decisions being made.
Yeah, it's like shit in, shit out.
Yeah. It's easy to lose the forest from the trees.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'm chuckling because that reminds me of some of the things my uncles, late uncles, used to say to me. In their ever so outrageously beautiful wisdom that they had.
I know, I know. The kind of crap you'd be like 20 years later, you'd go, oh, that's what he meant.
Exactly, right?
How did he know 20 years later? And because they did.
Yeah.
And then you just get all humble and embarrassed. You apologize for being so stupid.
For being so stupid and stubborn. And they just look at you and laugh.
So slow.
Yeah. Like the seven generation philosophy, you make decisions thinking of how it will affect the seven generations. Yes. As well
Yeah,
as
the
including,
seven generation philosophy.
Yeah, the seven generation
Ours is-
philosophy. Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say like the seventh generation and on, going on, still continuing on. We just make it in the thought of seven generations forward, and we make our decisions that, to the best of our ability, that will affect seven generations forward, and we also look at seven generations back to gain
Yes.
wisdom and understanding.
That's what we do. See, Dakota, exactly like you're the only other people. You're exactly like us. It's 15 generations, which includes the one you're in right now. So it's 15.
And hang on a second. Neurovision says, are natives and Hispanic and Mexican similar to each other, or are we totally different from them? I
Uh,
asked a few
can
Hispanic streams, and some
can
say we just look the same, and
can
others think we are the same. Your thoughts?
can I answer that, since I
Sure.
am from Taino tribe, or Taino nation. I still have that inner colonial nonsense within me. Um, the We are very different. An Inca is different than a Mayan because of the different worships that they do to their deities. They're different food wise because one drinks purple corn juice, the other drinks uh, cacao beans. The difference is from our food, from our different venerations to deities, and the different councils in which we operate are very different than any of us. For instance, me versus the Aztecs, we had a falling out, and we had to go and find new land to practice our faith in the only sun god, and any other minor thing was considered an angel. I use angel with quotation marks because that's what the white man called it to us, when really, like, for those who rescued, who did the archaeology on it, had called it. But really, what I would call them are mini deities. And from the practices in which we operate, uh, with, for instance, the the nation in Cuba, which is way different than the Taino nation, which people like to say that they're Tainos when no, they're not. Um, Totally different nation, totally different practices. They were cannibals, not us. You know what I mean? Us as the Taino nation, um, and the the because of all these different practices, we get to understand that we are quite different as a nation. You know,
I
different.
I would also add from north to south of Turtle Island. That also includes the little islands that are adjacent to it. Um, we all have many differences because we're own unique nations, um, but we all have some similarities as well. Sure, Lord Appalachia, you're welcome to join in too. Um, and in the same time, we come together as indigenous people all across Turtle Island as a joint nations, as like a big intertribal, respecting each other's differences in cultures, beliefs, way of life, but we also find and respect each other and find the similarities with each other, um, because we are all related. If hopefully that makes any sense. I think it makes sense to me. That's how I was explained it. But, you know. Hey, welcome
Hello.
in, Lord Apalach, Apika,
Alpaca.
Alpaca,
Alpaca.
Alpaca. Welcome in. Welcome to the
Thank
channel.
you.
Welcome to the council meeting.
Yes, so I think some of the similarities among Hispanics, because there are similarities, is that they share the connection through, their like Spanish side. Now, the Spanish side is not as Spanish as people think, right? So prior to the invasion of the
Exactly.
Americas from the Spanish themselves were invaded
Exactamente.
by Islamic tribes
Mhm,
from
mhm,
North
mhm,
Africa
Hmm.
mhm.
and
The
from the
Moors.
Middle East, right?
Yeah.
And um, they don't like to recognize that influence in their ethnicity and culture too much, but
Mhm,
actually, like that influence is of tremendous historical importance. Because, for
mhm,
example,
mhm.
let's say, and sorry for taking away the attention from the Americas to kind of this thing, but I consider
This
this
is
to
the
be very
Americas.
You.
interesting.
Hey, hey,
Uh,
excuse me 1 second, my dear
yeah,
friend, my relative. This is Turtle Island.
Yeah,
It's not
yeah.
taking
right,
away from Americans. This is Turtle Island, Cola.
right. So the
That
thing
means we're
is,
related.
like, um, Europe did not have paper before the invasion Islamic uh, by the Islamic civilization, right? They
True,
did not have paper. Therefore,
true.
the only way to have printed material was uh, by manufacturing what is called a parchment, which is animal skin, like a goat or sheep or cows, right?
Yeah.
Uh, so basically, you cannot really have a library, a vast library of uh, knowledge using parchment because it doesn't scale. You have to kill a lot of animals to get one book, right? Uh, so it doesn't scale. So basically, uh, not only they did not have paper, they also did not have any printed material. All of the books that were introduced to Europe uh, actually came from the Islamic civilization. There was that thing too, right? And in addition to that, uh, uh, in Europe, uh, they were very against science, right? They were very against how to say, uh,
Mhm.
yeah, they were not very open minded, right?
Not at all.
Um, uh, so the Islamic philosophy, they were a little bit more open uh, with respect to science, right? There was this philosopher Averroes who uh, influenced much of the later European philosophy and made the Europeans more open to science because before it was considered to be blasphemy, right? Um, so basically, much of what Europeans go around the world and say and claim, look, this is our culture. In reality, it's the legacy of a prior civilization, which is the Islamic civilization in Europe that had a presence in Islamic Spain.
Well,
Now, they were defeated.
we discussed that the origins and the power and glory of a European culture as having been acquired because they
Right,
didn't have one, and so they acquired it virtually on every contact and then rebranded it as if they had invented it for them. And we all know this is a lie. In fact, the effect of the Moorish is
right,
how Spain, Iberia develops its identity. They had a galvanizing effect.
right. So there was a
Yeah.
period of time where they took all of the original texts that were in Arabic and many other languages
Mm-hmm.
and they translated them into Latin, which is the language used by the Roman Empire, and then they started burning the original texts, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that there was no evidence that the
Mhm.
translations took place, but they
Uh-huh.
haven't found original texts that were
Mhm.
rescued by people independently in the houses of like random people. They find these all these texts. But so okay, so sorry for kind of diverging from the main topic, but the thing is,
Hi, Sean.
uh, a lot of what is considered Hispanic culture has a large influence from Arabic culture, and many words from the Spanish language come from Arabic, right? Uh,
Uh,
that's also a thing, right?
yeah, me. Natural visions. Yeah. Um, we're both traditional, so yeah, I was head lady on a powwow, so we can both talk to you about that kind of thing. But we have to
Um,
have chat. We have to talk to
yeah.
chat in the middle of listening. So, okay, yeah. And so what happens? And then we have the question of conquistadores.
Right. Well, conquistadors. Uh, so the thing is, if you were doing very well in Spain, if you had wealth, if you had a good quality of life, you did not really have a reason to leave to Americas, right? Because you were already doing well. Why would you get in a boat and go
Right.
to like a place that doesn't offer anything to you, right? The only reason you will want to come to Americas is if you have nothing to lose, right? And for example, all these famous conquistadors, for example, Hernan Cortés, uh,
Mhm.
Francisco Pizarro, and
Pizarro.
others, uh, they were uh, basically nobodies in Spain. They were uh, people from very humble origins that did not really have any kind of net worth or whatever. They did not have a real education, and they were really I don't know brutish people. They were kind of
Yeah.
not really well educated people.
Yeah.
Therefore, when they established contact with other cultures, uh, they were very how to say aggressive, right?
Yeah.
They were very aggressive.
Yeah.
Uh, uh,
Brutal. They were brutal.
they were very brutal. Yes, yes,
They got rid of the Taino quote. They got rid of the Taino people. They just had a bunch of mixed people right now, which I'm
yes.
part of that mixed people.
So unfortunately, from the native side, there was no written history that can kind of narrate what happened. But at least from the written history that we have is, for example, from people like uh, Bartolomé de las Casas, who was
Mhm. Mhm.
a priest
Mm-hmm.
from the church, and he documented the treatment of people in the Caribbean, right? Uh, for example, the Taino, right? How they were being treated uh, in the islands as they were encountered by the Spanish, right? Uh, so, for example, what they would do is they will start raiding the islands one by one. Uh, they will like disembark in one island and then grab all the people they could, load them into some boat, and then get them into some other location. And they were given a quota, right? Where they were told, look, like you have to by this date, right? You have to provide us with certain amount of units of some precious metal, otherwise we're gonna like cut your hands off, right? And it was for slavery, right? Uh, that was pretty much that in combination with the diseases, right? Was in great part what got rid of like a significant portion of the Taino. The Taino, I think, over 90% were lost in the first years of contact. Actually, it was very brutal. Yeah,
Yeah, that's our history, and
Um,
yeah,
Or
I would also like
share.
to share in a moment, for a moment here, to bring into the understanding that indigenous people on Turtle Island, all the way from the North Continent all the way down to the Southern Continent, we
yeah,
had a language form of our own. How else
yes,
did we keep stock? How else did we count things? How else were we able to do many different things? We all kept our treaties amongst each other. We had a written dialect and language that does not, how do I put this? That does not fit the narrative that the colonizers wished to portray, which was that we were um, uneducated savages.
Illiterate.
Yeah,
Yeah,
illiterate. I would
illiterate.
also, yes, I would also
I
add
have
into the
to
fact that,
excuse me, I'll be right back.
yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, no problem.
yeah. I mean,
I would also like to state that I'm pretty sure if we were to raid some of the museums in England, that we would find many different things from our culture that are hidden away in there, that they basically used and hidden to continue perpetrating their narrative that we were uneducated.
well, the construct that they used during the age of discovery, that they call it, or I think that was the term they used, was terra nullius. It's a Latin concept which basically means nobody's land, right? And I don't really want to be inaccurate here, so I'm going to pull a definition of terra nullius for you.
No, we understand that because that's a shared
Right.
conception and belief um, within
Yeah.
all indigenous cultures, being that we actually don't, how do I per se? Um, we believe we are not the rulers of the land. We believe that we are a part of the land and a part of the natural order of Earth. And
Right.
we live with Earth, not against it or over it.
Right. Yes. And I think what you mentioned earlier, which is the family of languages spoken in the Caribbean, for example, the Taino and others, I think the family of language is called Arawak.
Yeah.
Arawak, yeah.
See,
And
this
it's a
is
very extensive thing.
yeah. See, this is what they do. Um, it's very much the language in which they use because they use the English language like a forked tongue. Um,
Yeah.
it's like when we say that when our ancestors said we didn't own the land, we are a part of the land. We live with the earth, not against it or
Yes.
over it. Um,
Yes.
so what they did was they used that to twist that language or that understanding into, oh well, you don't own it, so therefore we do. Do you know what I mean?
Well,
And
the
that was what they
contrast,
did.
the
That.
contrast to me, if you take all of Europe,
Hmm.
they have a very significant Judeo-Christian influence, right? The
Yeah.
Christianity.
Yeah.
Uh, so if you take the Bible and you go to the very first part, the Genesis, what you see is that uh, basically man is punished and sent to the earth, right,
Yeah.
from the Garden of Eden as a punishment, and is told, look, take from the earth whatever you want, uh, do whatever you want here, take as many animals as you want, take from the earth whatever you want. uh, the earth is for you for the taking. That is the how to say the foundational principle of uh, of the Western vision, right? The Western perspective, which is basically God tells humanity uh, like everything in the land is for you to for you to take, right? And that is very much in contrast with the beliefs in the Americas, right? I cannot
Yeah.
really speak for North America because I am not affiliated with
Well,
any
in a
country
way,
over
we are
there,
all affiliated in some way, shape, or form. It's just
right?
that a lot of our ways of doing things do have a lot of differences as well.
Right,
Um,
right,
but when it comes to this understanding, is basically, even though this is our island, this is our lands, we don't look at it as we have dominion over it and we control or we own or we are above it, and it's here for us to basically destroy it and eat everything up that we possibly can. We live in harmony with it.
right. So,
Um,
for
so
example, in South
therefore,
America, yes,
yeah, so the colonialist white Europeans, when coming over here, couldn't understand that concept because they were brainwashed with this idea that they have dominion and control over everything, that they're somehow higher up than everything else rather than a part of. Um, and is one of the deceitful things that they have used to try and use our way of life um, to bolster their proclamation that they are the dominant ones, that white
yes,
ethno-European um, people are the dominant of society or dominant of anywhere they
Columbus
go.
has to
Um,
die.
Welcome in, Red Flag. Thank you for the
After
follow.
500 years,
yes.
Um,
Well, it
this
is
is
a
what we
common
look at,
thing
right?
that most of the settler colonial nations around the world, one of the recurring themes in their kind of behavior is they say, look, like, uh, we colonized this land because nobody actually was using it, right? Uh, or was being misused or
Yeah.
poorly used or
Yeah.
mismanaged, right? There was
Hmm.
no output coming out of this land, basically, in terms of, I don't know, like production, like agricultural production. Like, look, like before you had no agricultural production, and now you have so many kind of bushels of whatever, corn or wheat, being produced out of the same land, or I don't know, like pounds of meat or whatever, right? But that mindset is actually not uh, uh, it's not sustainable, right? Today we
Yeah.
know that, for example, uh, like biodiversity is a resource, right? uh, it's a finite resource. Like uh, once you extinguish some species, they're gone forever, right? And
Yeah,
those
which
species
which
were,
which us
yeah,
indigenous people throughout Turtle Island understood that. And we
yeah,
worked to make sure that extinction wasn't the operative thing. It wasn't the move towards. It was we were very much what's the word I'm looking for? Not necessarily conservative, more like making sure that we made sure that there was wildlife, game, fisheries, all that stuff was around for generations to come.
Hey, back.
Hey,
right.
welcome back.
Oh,
So,
So,
for example, today we know that topsoil, right?
yeah,
uh, which basically the concept of topsoil, and mostly for the audience, is the organic stuff that lives at the very surface of Earth, right? Which is where you can actually grow food, right?
Yeah.
You cannot grow food anywhere. You need this layer of topsoil in it, which actually is not only earth, right? It's
Yeah.
a lot of organisms that live in this layer of topsoil, and worms, and like all these different little things that live in
Yep.
this layer of topsoil.
Yes.
And the problem is that when you start, you know, uh, using up the land for agricultural purposes, what happens is that this topsoil gets exposed to the elements, uh, because you're basically eroding the earth artificially, opening it, and then now the wind makes it through, and water, and like basically all this organic stuff starts dying out,
Yeah.
and eventually you end up with a sterile land
Yeah.
that cannot
Yeah.
be used for.
Life
Yeah,
life gets basically the life, or the wind within the soil, the life is just destroyed.
yes,
um uh for instance, um uh one of the issues that I have in Puerto Rico is the younger generation doesn't want to pick coffee beans. Um, and the soil in that area is so fertile, but yet if no one picks coffee beans, it's going to turn sterile very quickly.
Yeah.
um,
right,
and and the thing is that the young people look at the United States as this king on a hill, this glorious thing, an Ave Maria type aspect of things, if you know what I'm meaning.
Yeah.
And it's really not, it's not this Mary that you pray to. It's not this great grandiose thing, because really it's colonized, and it's this colonizer mentality, again, and I hate to repeat it myself, but it's this colonizer mentality that is drying up our lands as well.
Yep.
The areas in which we live, and which we're picking coffee beans. Coffee beans is a part of our heritage, our indigenous heritage as well.
yeah,
Um, and we also have a small chocolate, trees and stuff. And we have a ton of rice. Yeah, we have a ton of beans. Ajo de habichuela. But the thing is that the younger generation does not want this jibarro hillbilly type style, what they call hillbilly over here in the United States. But this native way of doing things, this real native, not and the hillbilly over here in this side of Turtle Island, they talk about it as the white individuals with Ford trucks with a Confederate flag. That's not a hillbilly. The word hillbilly comes from the root of indigenous peoples. That it was real indigenous peoples that created and farmed and woodworked and did things on the land.
Yeah. If you guys give me a second here, I got
Yeah.
a few things I got to look after here in my chat. Lawrence Wesley, um, are you by chance Yiska, aka Stony, aka Nakoda? And Francis is talking about capitalist accumulation. More and more and more, these common spaces were closed off and privatized. Red Flag says, really fascinating conversation. Really been looking for an indigenous perspective. Thank you. Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
come over and
conservationist.
visit us.
Yeah,
Please.
Come
conservationist is the other one. And
Yeah.
then Red Flag is also saying that really breaks my heart as an American who knows we are far from a shining city on the hill. Um,
Well, one thing that I wanted to mention is this, right? So if you look at the US, right,
yeah,
and you look at the sources of water, right, and where all the water is coming from the purposes of agriculture, you will see that many states in the Midwest, they actually uh, they source all of their water from an aquifer which is known as the Ogallala aquifer.
mm-hmm,
Now, this
over.
Ogallala aquifer is
Mm-hmm.
very large.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, it was very large, and it was initially thought to be, for the purposes of extracting water, just infinite, right? It's just too much water for people to extract it all, right? However, because it is a non-renewable source of water, it's fossil water, it's a fossil aquifer, it's not a renewable source of water, right? Over the course of the last 100 years of so, they pumped it all. They pumped the entire aquifer, and now they're saying that there are about, I don't know, 30 to 40 years. If it continues to be pumped at the same rate, that's unlikely. Probably the rate of pumping will accelerate. The water will run out, right? And if you see how many states depend on this aquifer, you will see that there are, I don't know, like Nebraska and like many other states in the Midwest are depending exclusively on that as their main source of kind of
yeah,
water. So not only the destruction of the environment has affected native nations, it will soon the effects of the destruction will be seen in uh, like you know uh, like uh, uh, you know people from these states, right? Because they will see that they will run out of water. Their agriculture will not be feasible anymore, right? And not only in the Midwest, but also California, the Central Valley of California, which is one of the areas where most of the agriculture takes place. That thing is also being pumped dry, and they're running out of water. And it has also happened over the course of the last, I don't know, 100 years or so. So basically, that is the that is the situation with water, right? Only with water, right?
yeah,
So if you see one resource, water, it's getting exhausted, right? Because you have fresh water and regular water like salt water. It's not the same. You cannot use salt water for agriculture, although in some countries are doing it, but you cannot. It's not scalable right now. Uh, the thing I'm trying to say is uh, the water is getting exhausted for agricultural purposes. People will see the effects of that in the medium short term, and topsoil also ran out of topsoil. Fish, if you see the fish, there's overfishing, right? Uh, Many species of fish are being overfished, and they were running out of fish, right? So basically, like, and this administration was trying to remove the protections, environmental protections for many species that were protected because supposedly it's bad for business. So basically, they want to expand economic activities that are detrimental for the environment, right? So basically, like what I'm trying to say is, if you go to any aspect of the environment, things are looking pretty dire, pretty bad. And if you go to the very source of it, where is this thing coming from? Well, it starts with colonization because
Mhm.
if you go back to the moment in which the contact was made, right? Things were pretty good here for thousands of years, right? Native people like lived here for 10,000 years, and they were able to be stewards of the land for 10,000 years. There was no problem with soil erosion. There was no problem with biodiversity, no problem with fish, no problem with sustainability whatsoever, right? It was pretty sustainable, right? Well, arguably, some cultures died because of environmental reasons. That is true, but they did not kill off the environment in the process, right? They died out, but not the environment, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So, in only the last 200 years, the environment has been completely trashed, right? And at least in South America, where I come from, uh, in the religion, you have elements like Mother Earth or Pachamama. Pachamama is the goddess of Earth, and it is venerated, is respected, right? You don't go around trashing everything you see in the environment. Like, you respect the environment, and you try to have a, how to say, uh, because the animals are seen as your silent brothers, right? Your animals are the silent brothers. They are they're related to you. They don't speak, of course, but they are seen with respect, right? Uh, that's kind of what it's missing, right? And now through science, science is starting to tell the West, the Western culture, right, the European culture, look, like, actually perhaps these native cultures were not in the wrong. They were probably right all along because, like, what we're doing is simply not sustainable, right?
Yeah.
All this carbon footprint thing,
Yeah.
right? There is this event called the Anthropocene extinction, which basically means
Mhm.
that if you take all of the species on Earth and you weight them, right, and you find what are the species past certain weight, you will see that all the species past certain weight, they are dying and they're going extinct forever, right? And yeah, and and in the sea as well, right? Uh, so basically, science is pretty much validating the perspectives that natives had all along. This live
Mhm. Mhm.
with the
Mhm.
earth, live
Mhm.
in harmony with the earth. Don't try to disrupt the environment, right?
Yeah.
It's not just environment. Um,
Right.
I work in quantum computing, so I have to deal with quantum theory, and I've said for a very long time that what uh, this thing that these European philosophers, whatever, 17th, 18th century, kept calling animism in Le Monde Primitif, the primitive mind, that we were animistic. And so then psychology says this is the mind of a child, magical thinking. Okay. And I'm a researcher, and my research is called reciprocal consciousness theory, which shows that the natural mind processes in a quantum fashion, not a binary fashion. It doesn't operate computationally by algorithm at all, but by the principle of relevancy.
Yeah.
All animistic people exhibit this exact type of processing. So it's not childlike at all.
Yeah.
That kind of perception and perspective is the mind functioning at its potential. And so the whole Western paradigm
Wow.
has reduced our potential to pure idiocy, where we can't even think because we're given two options as if it were 0101. And that's not how intelligent people think at all. So it's not just the environment that science is finally recognizing.
Sister, I hate to interrupt
Yeah.
you, but I just got a double rate at the same time.
Oh, that's good.
Trash Can with a party of 26, and Kamazotz with a party of 28. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you for coming in and your support. Hello, my friend. Hello, Zen. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. Welcome in. Trash Can, hello. Thank you. Stark Ravings, hey. Welcome in, everybody. This is a rare occasion that you get to see an indigenous council. There are 4 different nations that are represented here. Of course, any other nation or even the same nations that wish to get in and come in and join and partake in this council are more than welcome. As well as non-indigenous people are also more than welcome to partake and learn. I'll hang on a second. If you haven't joined the Discord, my Discord yet,
Columbus
feel free.
has to die. After 500 years,
And
Yeah.
thank you for the follow, bro. Awesome. And oh no, come back in, Max. Feel free to come back in. You don't have to dip out. Hey, I've been here for a while.
The
Yeah.
the thing is that we
Yeah, well,
natives,
come on back in, Matt.
That's his.
Does it
the
go
the
straight to
thing
voice chat?
the thing is
Yeah,
that we natives have figured out that what what is psychology before the the white men's study of psychology came about, and what benefits our psychology.
Yeah.
And
Crack
uh,
Jackson said.
the the thing is that we need to understand, or us is, let me use that word. I hate using we. I'm sorry. Us
Natural visions.
us
Um,
is.
I'm almost 50, and so I'm not that much of a younger man. Although I may sound younger. Yudi is. I don't even want to gander at trying to guess a Cree woman's age. Um, that's up to the sister if she wishes to express. And
Columbus
ask
has to
if we're
die.
boomers or something. Is that what's going on?
500 years.
well, they want. They're saying that. I see that you guys are on the
Are you
younger
right?
side, maybe inviting
Hey.
older men or even elders into the chat.
I have
Um,
something rather interesting that I think the audience will probably appreciate. While we enjoy of these unusual spike of users that came from these 2 raids, so the thing is, a lot of people sometimes have these perspective, which is, what have native peoples contributed to the world today, right? To the modern lifestyle of people, of the everyday person. Actually, a lot of things, more things that people are comfortable recognizing, right? One thing is, for example, uh, everything that you eat, right, every day, a significant portion of that are crops that were developed initially by native peoples, right? So, for example, the most nutritious crop that existed in Europe before, the, you know, the contact, the Columbian contact, was wheat, right? Wheat is not very effective in terms of land use, right? But the potato, right, which was initially developed in the Andes by the Andean peoples, uh, is much more effective as a crop than wheat, right? And
Yeah.
when wheat was introduced to Europe, wheat, sorry, the potato, right, produced a 25% increase in population in Europe right after the introduction of the potato. And before the potato, there were very frequent famines that happened in a regular basis because wheat actually requires a lot of work, right?
Yeah.
Uh, right? Potatoes are much more efficient in terms of land use. They have more calories, right? Therefore, many people today in the Western world would not exist if it wasn't because of the introduction of the potato. That is one thing. Now, uh, another cool fact to learn is that refrigerated food, right? Most people today, when they're hungry, they go to their kitchen and they open a fridge. Where do they get their food from, right? Uh, where is food refrigeration coming from? Actually, uh, there was a, a, how to say, I think it was, his name was Clarence. Uh, Sorry, it was Clarence Birdseye. Okay, Clarence Birdseye. He learned to freeze food in Canada from Inuit people, right? The Inuit taught this guy that if you take fish and you put it in frozen sheets of ice, right? Sorry, inside, sheets of ice, eventually that fish will be preserved for long periods of time. You know refrigeration, right? You know this.
Yeah.
And he implemented that solution at scale using refrigeration equipment, and that is why today you have uh, everyone in their house has a fridge because the Inuit taught the Western people how to refrigerate food,
Oh,
right? Yeah,
Um, Natural Visions says, okay, I'm a little lost right now. What are they talking about right now? Um,
yeah.
yeah, Stark Raven says contributions of Native peoples that are still present today. Also, I want to reiterate Natural Visions. Uh, I am a pipe keeper. Therefore, I take care of and look after the pipe of my people. This pipe, because I follow its seven sacred laws and seven sacred rites of this pipe, keeps me free from all forms of death. And in doing so, also helps to ensure that I still have a young voice, um, that I still keep a lot of my youthfulness, uh, with this belief and understanding and living that way of life. I hope that helps to understand why I sound like I have a young voice, yet I'm like almost 50. Yes, Stark Ravings, I made you a mod along with With Rai, you both are now modded. Welcome to the power. Don't abuse it. Apparently, my mods that I have at the moment are apparently sleeping or not available. So we need to have some form of, you know, some form of things. Yeah. Wikipedia, Clarence Bird's Eye. That sounds like a fun entry
Hmm.
point to a Wikipedia drive.
Yeah.
Anarchist support pops up with a link.
The the thing is that us natives have figured out that the how to refrigerate, how to preserve our foods for long periods of times. For instance, there's a food that I eat that is Puerto Rican that leads back to natives. Is called bacalao.
Hello.
You
Hmm.
bacalao, which you don't have to store it in a fridge. It's fish that is salted, and you can stick it on a shelf and eat it whenever. It's natural that way, and currently it's stinking up my. I have bacalao right now, and it's currently stinking up the pantry. But it, it's lovely to have our food. It's lovely to have a an understanding of that we understood how to preserve food naturally, not with the white man's chemicals, but with the actual understanding of how to use the chemicals of the ground that is already made. It's already there naturally in the laboratory of uh, creation. Um, and my issue, is that yeah, we don't have we've artificialized water, and currently water is going on the stock market, literally.
Yes,
They
that is
are
true.
putting it as a commodity to be bought and sold by commodity. And to me, this is unhealthy to our own kind, not only to our own kind, but to humankind,
Yeah.
for us to commodify natural resources more and more because we
Yes,
artificialize ourselves from Mother Earth.
and in fact, the great military, how to say, think tanks around the world, they have already identified that the great wars of the future will be over water. And for example, the second largest aquifer in the Americas, after the Ogallala Aquifer, is located in, I think, South America, and it's called the Guarani Aquifer, which is near the triple frontier between Brazil, Argentina, and Paraguay. And the United States armed forces, they created a base right next to that aquifer, identifying the need to secure that thing in the future, right?
Yeah.
They also have created recently other bases. For example, a large deposit of shale oil was found in Argentina that has like a very large amount of uh, natural gas and, how to say, it was natural gas and shale oil, I think. And they also created a base over there and one over like Ushuaia as well in the very southern extreme, like near the Magellan Strait, which is where the continent ends. But basically, what I was trying to say is, yeah, you're right. I mean, like, water is expected to become scarce as everything is being pumped dry. The water tables near major cities are getting depleted. Uh, it is going to be a very dire scenario. I recommend highly a documentary called "Pumped Dry," which talks about water around the world, the different uh, what is happening with the major sources of water around around the world, not only in the U.S. but also in India. I think in northern India they are also pumping all the water dry, and they're also expected to have like large problems in the near future because basically a large amounts of population are have built a dependency on a water source that is finite and will run out in the near term, right? Yeah, that you have completely nailed that that thing. Yeah. Yes. Sorry. That was.
Yeah. So what we already know and we understand that in a lot of different places they've already come up with like fresh air canisters, and we already know about supposedly fresh water bottles. Um, we already know that if capitalization can make money off of it and continue to find a way to get rich off of it, they're going to do it. It doesn't matter what it is. Unfortunately, the rest of us who probably can't really afford such things, for the most part, um, are going to be stuck having to deal with that factor. I mean, look at like we go to your local grocery store and there's like water, supposedly fresh spring water bottles all over the place. We will probably end up eventually seeing fresh air cans all over the supermarkets as well. Um, and yeah, like Stark Ravings was saying, yeah, there's fresh air bars for the rich in India. Um, I mean, we
Yeah, and
already.
actually, like bottled water, what people are not fully aware of is that uh, plastic containers produce some amounts of microplastics that get into the water that you consume, and those microplastics are assimilated by your body, and eventually they basically start floating in your own organism. You end up with a lot of microplastics in your body from all these little from all these kind of plastic packaging and containers and such, right? And recently, because the effects of microplastics or the extent to which microplastics are found in the body have not been studied too much, but a recent study found that there have been uh, remains of microplastics found in human placentas, which is what Star Craving 666 mentioned. Yeah, in human placentas, right, of unborn people, they have found microplastics. So it is currently a crisis that has not been acknowledged as such, but it is a very significant crisis. Yeah.
And at this moment, being that we're into 14 hours of streaming so far, yay! I would like to take this moment to say if you haven't followed yet, please feel free. It's free to follow. This is an indigenous stream where we talk about indigenous issues. and we also extend to not just indigenous issues, but many other different topics and issues, as well as we also do indigenous culture, heritage, um, traditions, and artists and so forth. We do all these kind of teachings and showcasings,
Yeah.
as well as if you enjoy the content so far and wish to help out further along improving this stream, feel free to not necessary. You know, it's not necessary, but feel free to subscribe. There's also a donation link that leads to a GoFundMe page that is set up to for me to start saving up and help me to save up to get a computer. You should try following. It's great. And Lasu has a GoFundMe for his computer. Yes, I am trying to because I have an extremely poor man's free computer. It's on the actual page. If you scroll down on it, not just the chat, but the actual page, there's a little link that says that. That says donation. Um,
Yeah.
Anarchist support. As well, just so we're aware that, yeah, this is why I'm stuck with Twitch Studio streaming rather than OBS or Streamlabs and stuff like that. So, um, these streams are so important. I wasn't aware of the GoFundMe. Aw. Yeah. As well as I also posted in the chat my Discord link to join in the Discord conversations or to join in the Discord as well. Kamazots, feel free to jump into the voice chat, buddy. I know Kola, you're already in my Discord, so feel free to jump in. Lasu, have you heard about people using sweat lodges and any kind of other ceremonies to make money? I see a lot of that up in.
Yeah, that's a plastic shaman.
Yeah, that's a fake shaman. Um,
Mhm.
yeah, it happens. Yeah. Sadly, natural visions. It
Why
happens.
would you? Why would you monetize
Cool boy.
Yeah.
Something
That's
like
so
70% of
sacred.
all water pipes in the U.S. need to be
Why
replaced.
would you
and-
monetize
Yeah.
that thing? That's so sacred. It's so
Well,
sacred.
you see,
Why the
here,
hell would you do that?
here's half the problem. Half the problem is that a big chunk of these people aren't even native that are doing it, and then there are
man.
some that are
Yeah.
completely brainwashed, or shall we say colonized, that they don't understand
Uh,
the actual meaning and importance of our culture and ceremonies. So they just take it and do it and make money
Chat.
off of it.
Someone in my chat says that's exactly what the Catholic Church did.
Yeah, exactly, right?
They
I
monetized
beg my-
spirituality.
They
Holy shit!
monetize spirituality.
Oh
Yeah.
my god! Talk about a plastic shaman. Oh my god!
Sounds about right. This is what we look at. Like, um, when you see someone, okay, this is the first thing you need to know. When you go to see someone and they're trying to charge you money, first things first, the spirits that are involved in the ceremony
Yeah.
do not need
Yeah.
money, nor do they want money. Um, so, the effect of trying to charge someone money and take away the gift of giving is horrific, and that's a white man's thinking, or that's a colonized thinking.
Traditionally, for our Cree, we had different practitioners that were all kinds of different practices. So we even had sorcery.
Yeah.
It's traditional to offer a gift. It's also traditional to go and bring the materials that are going to be needed, you know?
Yeah.
And that's fine. Sometimes people will roll money up in a red cloth and give it to you so you can buy your materials. Offer that.
Yeah.
You don't tell them my fee is $225 and I can pencil you in next Thursday.
Oh,
People
get
have
people
been
to sign
convinced that
papers.
the
Yeah.
only way
Clark,
a society can function is by having money, but actually that is not accurate.
So the
A lot
signing
of
of
people today. Sorry. I mean, sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt.
all good.
Before I lost these thoughts, which I think it's pretty interesting. People will find it pretty cool. So um, today, people look at the Scandinavian countries and say, like, look, we should be more like Scandinavia because people, have the highest standard of living according to the world, all these different kind of uh, world leaderboards in different areas, right? Like standards of living and such. Uh, quality, yeah, the Gini index and such, whatever. But actually, in the Andes, in South America, the Inca Empire had a peak population of 10 million people, and they never actually used money. Uh, they did not use money, and they functioned very well. Actually, they functioned
red
so well.
flag. Hey, red flag.
Yeah, red flag was over
We
here
all have
too.
those of us streaming have chats. We have to stop every now and then and talk to the chat. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
That's
Yeah,
why
And
you're
natural vision.
hearing yeah.
Yeah. And natural visions.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what we call the rotten belly, or the coyote, the tricksters. They trick people into believing that they can actually get God into their sweat lodge, and they will do everything to fake, so it puts on a good show. Um, and they make them sign papers, so that if any harm befalls you when you enter into their sweat lodge, which is more than likely, because they don't know what the hell they're doing in the first place, you don't come chasing after them with like criminal charges, or take
Oh,
them to court
listen,
to get your money back.
listen. Yeah, a lot of my work was I'm a medicine person in my own right, and where you live, Sue, as you have societies of medicine
Yeah,
people, right?
yeah,
A lot of them are just consultants that come from an indigenous perspective. In other words, we have whole professional societies. All right. Anywhere we go, we kind of find each other and check in. People don't realize that about us. There's networks. Yeah. And we're very well aware of the plastic shaman situation. But
sadly.
I was living in an area where there was a real bad one, you know.
Mm.
And I was always the performer, so I'm over there at the Ren Fair and all that, doing that thing. And there was a little performance troupe heard about me through my cousin, who was Lakota. And he listened to this story, and he brings them here to me to talk to this family. Okay, with this girl that this guy got his hands on. Oh yeah, she's like 16.
Oh.
Yeah, she was 14 when she met him.
Oh my
But here she
god.
comes up pregnant at 16.
Oh lord.
And it's too long of a story to get into, but the family was absolutely humiliated in this, that they literally, sort of fed their daughter to this guy. Oh, he had them wrapped too.
Oh geez.
Oh, he had them wrapped. And he got right into their white guilt and literally talked them out of their 14-year-old daughter.
Oh.
Oh, he worked it too. He worked it. Money, a car,
Her
anything he wanted,
14-year-old
because she
daughter.
had some kind of anger syndrome, something. And then he said, "Oh, traditional medicine for women." I'll work with her, and he put them through these fake ass sweat lodges, and he would blither off, and language was just made up gobbledygook, and had them all wrapped, And here she comes up pregnant, right? Yep, guess whose baby?
Is.
All right, now, so the family comes to. Okay, so the situation was handled. You know, the daughter is, more or less. Anyway, they break off this connection to this guy. Um, uh, it was a rift in the family. The father's role was, I mean, you can imagine how humiliated he was. Um, it broke their family apart. They bring the whole family to me. And I'm hearing this from the father. And I sat quietly on the bench with him for 2 hours, and he had to cry and go through it all. And I just sat there to say, to even sit with one of us again after what has happened. I said, let me ask you, how bad is it? Because if I were you, I would never make a connection to another Native American for the rest of my life. And he said, I fear that my daughter, that he did something with her that she'll lose her mind because she can't get him out of her head. He's done something. I went, oh, like a cult. And he went, something. I said, yeah, I'll do the ceremony for you. I'm going to work with your family. Let me tell you what needs to be done. I can also tell you we know exactly what's happened to him. And don't worry, we got him. And we will handle him. He cannot harm anyone else. And if your daughter needs to confront him, we will bring her to him. And that was what it took. And he went, okay. And I said, you need to take back your role because she's still a minor and she needs her dad. She needs to know that not all men are like that.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to get over your sort of your prudery, okay? It's the time for that's gone. And I worked with them. Okay. I gave them the rituals that we would use, the ceremonies we would use. She recovered. And angry. Whoa. Because she lost the baby.
Oh, jeez.
So then she has this sort of postpartum depression that you get when you miscarry.
Yeah.
Right. So we got her back, and I said it's probably time for you to take legal action. We're holding him, and we're waiting to find out what you want to do. I said, but he's terminally ill now, and all of us know that he brought that disease on himself because he got a disease that usually only women get. That was killing him. And they did go with her. They did. She was able to confront him. And he was able to make his admission, his confession. There was closure, but that took 2 years. And that was a miracle. And that was just one of the victims that I had to work with, because I have both academic and traditional background. And so they kept sending me I don't want to touch this with a 10-foot pole people,
Yeah.
And we had a whole sort of legal team set up just for this. It was that bad. The worst one was this non-native guy who set himself up to be some kind of guru. And he had all these rich white women. and he was holding them hostage in his
Ooh.
compound. You know,
Yeah.
um,
Yeah.
and the problem with him is he evidently didn't realize, because he kept claiming free kind of, he kept referencing Cree culture. So this idiot came over here from Norway. Like, what his dumbass didn't realize is the culture he was referencing, you see, he thought we had all died. And he did not know that there were more than 30,000 of us still alive who knew these traditions. And so he thought he could get away with it because he thought there weren't any living members of that particular band. He was that stupid. And so Mala Spotted Eagle brought me up to see about that situation, because he snatched Mala's consultant and sucked her up into it, and we had to go get her, right? And they started to ask, and I was like, luckily that happened to be my fucking band. And I went, oh, no, it doesn't. Thing is, that's not right. And boy, women started to ask questions, started to question him, and his little jig fell apart on him, and he took their money, locked the compound, abandoned all of them, and left the country.
Yeah. Recently in the news, I saw this guy who claimed to be part of the Seminole tribe.
Seminole is not a tribe.
Sorry, I'm pretty ignorant regarding North
It's okay.
America.
It's a confederacy. My people helped found it, so it's fine.
Okay, so sorry about that mistake.
Okay.
And he claimed to be part of this organization called Seminoles for Trump. And someone
Probably.
yeah, and
Probably.
and some did some research into this person who has like really mentally deranged, had like a vehicle full of stickers of this supposedly like Seminoles for Trump organization, and I think he turned out to be an Italian person. Like he wasn't even native at all. Kind of funny.
Well, Seminoles are not originally. It's not a race or an ethnicity or a culture. Seminoles, my people helped found, were a confederacy of various free peoples, mainly indigenous, but not so all, black, European. And we fought on the side of the South because we did not want the Americans to become the power that they did, and we did not want natives to register to the federal government. Eventually, over time, the people called the Seminole, eventually were given the option to have federal recognition, but they fought tooth and nail against it until 2006. So they're not a race or an ethnicity, and they can be from any nation, any color.
Oh, I see. Okay.
They are the one definitively political confederacy, but they were always multicultural and multilingual. They're what was come from Acadian, my people, after the British evicted us out of Quebec.
And
okay, so I stand corrected there. Then it was very nice. To
I'm not saying that he's not fake.
Right, but it seems, yeah. I mean, this person apparently had no connection to any actual, Seminoles.
Seminole people at all. There's a Seminole County. He was probably just, the people of the Seminole County in Florida. That's very, very likely. Very likely. Yeah. But the chances are, if you're Seminole, that you could be entirely non-native at all, but you would still be Seminole
Right.
because you're a descendant.
See, and then where I grew up in Manitoba, in one of the cities that I would lived in for a while, Winnipeg, there was this one guy who would bring women into the sweat lodge and put sage in his mouth and then put it in the woman's vagina, saying that grandfathers tell them that this is how he's supposed to doctor them. The last time I seen that guy, he was going blind, and his body wouldn't work properly.
Yep.
It shows that that's not how you do things.
Yeah,
Yep. Bad medicine is like crooked words.
yeah,
It shoots you in the face.
Yes, and I think uh, at least in North America, well, the tribes that are recognized either by the federal government or tribes that are known to have existed for a long time, their craft, they have some denomination of origin under the law, uh, and people that sell products of supposedly Indian origin, right? That they have some degree of legal protection, right? But unfortunately, many of the products that are found in stores sometimes turn out to be just counterfeit or just fake products that have no connection to any tribe whatsoever. You know, I've heard of
Well,
those fake.
and we're we have either bands or nations.
yeah.
The tribe, the Sioux people, are the only actual tribe in North America.
Right.
The rest of us have bands or nations.
Yeah.
So when you say tribe, we will get confused because we don't know which of us you're talking about.
Oh, I see. Okay, okay. Well, sorry for the using
That's
the.
okay. Nobody knows that. It's because
Terminology.
they kept the white peoples kept writing something something tribe. Okay, that's not correct. So
Right.
we know nobody knows that because you have only what you've been given.
Yes, but I'm happy to be part of this conversation and learn more about how things are in North America.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah, this is good.
yes.
See,
At
this
least
is
in South America there are these traditional medicine men called the Yatiri.
Banderos.
Uh, yeah, sometimes they are referred like that as well. They're well, depending on which culture
Right.
uh, you have different, you know, denominations for them. But at least the Yatiri are famous because of their, how to say, knowledge of uh, plants that have, how to say, favorable effects on people for different illnesses and conditions, you know.
Well,
Uh, and some people naturally have tried to, uh, how to say, piggyback on that kind of pedigree.
huh.
And there are fake yatiris that perform fake uh, rituals of healing, and they use
Yeah.
basically,
yeah.
yeah,
You do know 90% of all pharmaceuticals in the world come from indigenous herbs and substances in South America. So all modern medicine is also indigenous. And I had said before you got here, uh, the glory of Europe came from the labor of indigenous people.
Yeah.
That it was the Dark Ages. Everything they knew, they had to borrow.
And
And
who's your
all of that
name?
wealth, the fur trade, the rubber, the the red from Jola, on and on and on, and all of that came from our labor, including the gem and minerals from indigenous peoples of Africa labor. Uh,
You're breaking up
Yes,
a
at
bit,
least
Yudi.
ours.
the economic system in North America, the ones that I mean, the economic system of the English and French settlers was very different to the one that the Spanish applied in their campaigns.
Sure,
Uh,
sure.
so the Spanish, what what they
Oh,
what the economic system that they had was what they call the encomienda, and then
yeah,
they
the
had
farming. Yeah,
another one called hacienda,
yep,
and
hacienda, right? Plantations, basically.
Hey,
plantation.
Taurus says, yeah, we've been doing this for 14 hours, and I'm going to be keep doing this. So this is going to be an extremely long stream, Tor. Welcome
You're
in.
doing what I do.
Much love. See you later, Tor. Wonderful travel. Yo, what's up?
Well,
Uh,
so anarchist tech support, he said that in Europe they had gone through centuries-long effort to label all of the indigenous knowledge as witchcraft and suffered for it. Well, so for example, at least in the Andes, the largest temples of the Inca, uh, they basically destructed the temples and they put their own temples on top of the existing temples, right? Uh, uh, they they killed the language. They forced every nation to speak Spanish, and they punished everyone who did not speak uh, like the sorry. So they basically punish everyone who did not speak Spanish, and they try to eradicate every language, every native language, and they eradicated. They for the most part eradicated the native cultures, the native medicine, all the different aspects of, of every culture. Yeah, that yeah.
Speaking about medicine, I have to get mine. I have ulcerative colitis. So,
Ouch. Hey,
yeah, bro. Feel
huh?
free to grab yourself your medicine you need, man. Like seriously.
Okay.
You can just come right back, and you don't even have to leave the thing. Just go grab your medicine and do what you got to do, and then come back.
Yeah, and very recently, uh, for example, uh, native peoples across all of the Americas, not only South America but also North America, they have used hallucinogenic substances, hallucinogenic substances uh, for different purposes, and now science is saying, like the recent scientific research is saying that uh, therapies for chronic depression, right? Uh, uh, with these substances, are very promising, right? And basically, the study of these substances have opened a a path to fix many conditions, many chronic conditions that affect like many people, right? Like chronic
Yeah.
depression. So basically, it is very possible that Native peoples like knew about the things and now they're being rediscovered by Western science.
We did know. They've been fully
Yeah,
cataloged, including here. And we did know. We knew
right.
exactly what these things were for and what they treated. That's how extensive our naturalist science was. They try to make like we were stupid, superstitious children running around, you know, shoving spears at holes in trees, hoping we hit something. And we're natural scientists. We experimented empirically. Um, we had our own scientific method that was superior.
Yeah, and when you
Um,
mention
we were
two,
able to catalog without, we were able to catalog and experiment effectively on all of this without the benefit of a writing system.
Yeah.
right?
Still superior to their
Oh no,
methodology. I can
we
verify that it's superior.
yeah.
Yes, yes,
Europe was never superior. Like for instance, we can find out through history that, going all the way back to the era where they didn't bother us, they bothered the Africans, but going way back, the Africans enslaved the white people. You know what I mean? And but it
What?
wasn't. There was a king who was richer than any king ever, and he was a black man, not a white person.
Joseph.
Um, huh?
Joseph?
Yes. But it
Mallory.
wasn't like, yeah, it wasn't like the enslavement was like, it doesn't show. You know what I mean? It doesn't show right now. The tables have turned significantly. That they are the rulers, not us, and the white people. And the thing is that they they know, the white man knows um, that their time, they've fallen twice. They just need to give up. You know.
yeah. The the
That's what
the
I
more
said. Y'all, we tried it your way for a while. That didn't work out too well. Maybe we should go back to what works. Just saying.
Maybe, like,
God. Oh my God.
I mean, it's a difference between
the
whether you want to live or die, but that's up to
Yeah.
you.
You know.
the
You know what?
massive. Oh, sorry, to interrupt. Yeah.
Life. No one's ever made it out alive.
The thing is, the model of colonization that Europeans apply, which is usually settled around rivers, when they try to apply that colonization model in Africa, because they try to actively colonize and settle in Africa in some moments in time, that model failed. They could not succeed, right? Number
Not for
one,
very long. Yeah.
uh, like they were killed by insects because most of the rivers around them have insects, and the insects killed them. Not only they killed them, but they also killed the animals that they brought with them to colonize, right? All the different cattle. Uh, so they failed to settle in Africa, right? Uh, and their legacy, which is telling the Africans that they should settle around rivers, that is in part one of the main reasons of why malaria is so prominent in Africa, is because uh, they were told to apply a model which is not their domestic uh, lifestyle. They imported a way of living, or some, yeah, they imported a model that doesn't work, and now they're suffering for it. Uh, yeah,
Well,
which is very sad.
they imported what they needed on the island where they lived. Africa is not a fucking island. So the
It's a
way those
continent.
people had learned to live their lives, yeah, it was a completely incompatible infrastructure. And then when they decolonize, they trash the infrastructure and say, "Good luck using it."
Right.
And even in the cities of South Africa and in Ghana, where the infrastructure could be utilized, yeah,
Yeah.
the 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 political regime uh, stayed. They retained possession of the valuable resources. It's just ridiculous. And so even Ghana, with its accelerated growth, um, there are constant sanctions and on and on and on. So all decolonization did was these colonial governors handed them the flag because they were moving up into globalism. So the gap was actually preserved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
I
know.
mean,
So if they were fourth world and colonials were second world, colonials become first world and Africa becomes third world. You see what I mean? That gap is still there. And they intend to keep them like that. They still trying to do this to them. The bastards. Get out.
I,
God.
in
I mean, oh.
in Africa, once the physical colonization with actual, uh, colonial forces,
Governors, yeah.
yeah, after that ceased, it was replaced by neocolonization, which is basically
Globalism.
colonization through death traps, right? Like they are being tricked into getting into loans and paying those
Globalization.
loans,
Exactly.
right?
Exactly. Globalization.
And being
Sure. You want to
constantly
yeah,
in
we're
that,
going up. If you want to here, it was not a unilateral exchange of power.
right,
Yeah. It wasn't egalitarian at all. Um if you want to here's your flag. Now if you want to play on our field, well, you better what? You better look like us. You better speak our language. They completed colonization
right,
in decolonization. Now the countries are voting to all speak English. Now they all want the same internet service. They all want to look and speak and behave exactly as Europeans. What happened to Africa?
Yeah.
yeah,
Right? They're going to do that same. They try to do the same with indigenous people here. We have a massive of an issue. Our young people are starting to spew this propaganda and rhetoric. It comes from the white societies. Okay, we don't talk that way and we don't act that way and we don't think that way. If they keep going, the future they're going to lead all of us into is a red skin and apple future where we look red but we're white on the inside because we think like that.
Yeah.
well, in
And we're like,
fact,
no, 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 no.
I would argue that there will not be any future because currently the experiment of this global civilization is, uh, objectively speaking, is not sustainable at an environmental level. And people are hoping that somehow technology will fill in the gap. It will not, right? It will not to
Oh,
the
yes,
extent
but
that we
7
think.
billion people are not going to expire with the collapse of globalism. So the people will survive these rises and falls by and large. And there will be a future. Who gets through? No telling.
Natural Visions says, "Do you guys believe in witches, little people, Sasquatch, Skinwalker, Wendigo, and the unknown?"
What do you believe, Natural Visions? Because those are strange questions.
I can say
Red flag.
I may not.
Red flag is visited. I assume, is fascinating. He's saying it's fascinating. He's can't stay awake anymore, so they're gonna go peace out. Yeah,
All
come
right.
back anytime.
See you later, Red Flag. Yeah, you're welcome
Come
back
on
over here on
to
my channel too.
do the council training for the actual training for the real council, the grand council. You haven't seen
Um,
anything like that before.
yeah. Natural visions. Um, I don't personally believe in witches, although I do know they exist. Little people, yes, I do believe in little people. Yes, I believe in Sasquatch. Yes, I believe in Skinwalker. Yes, I believe in Wendigo. And yes, I believe in the unknown. But that's from a traditional
Yeah,
indigenous spiritual perspective and understanding because I've actually seen a lot of these things myself with my own
red
eyes.
flag. Red flag is a he. Okay. He
Okay,
says
red flag
thanks
is a
again
he.
and bless you all. So good night, red flag.
Sleep well, red flag.
Oh, Merry Christmas, by the way,
Yes, Merry Christmas. So,
or Happy
for
Holidays.
Yeah, happy
everyone
holidays,
that's
right? I
in
guess.
yes,
Yeah.
for everyone that's in both jets, mine and Universal's, um, happy holidays, Merry Christmas, um, much love and respects to all of you. Um, we hope that you have the best witches um, in the new year, and that your Christmas time or holiday time um, is a beautiful, glorious, loving, bountiful moment in time in your life, filled with beautiful memories. Um, and natural visions. I really wish you can share some stories with me, Lasu. In time, yes, we will have that conversation. Um,
Those stories aren't just stories, yeah.
yeah, they're not just stories;
Those
they're
stories are
actual.
medicine, man. Right?
Yeah, yeah.
Right. Right.
Um, uh, I myself also find myself getting tired, uh, but I'm not ending this stream. So we're not going anywhere.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
supposed to be Nazareth glass. Nazareth glass. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you too.
Merry Christmas.
I
Um,
guess I'm second chair, so
yeah, Yudi, if you wouldn't mind pinch hitting for a little while I go take a nap. Yes, anarchist support. Marathon stream. Yes. I stated a while back that I was going to do this for Christmas Eve and Christmas Day because there are a lot of us out there who just don't have people around us to celebrate Christmas with or this holiday season. And it's all about health. I'm talking about hearing his real life experiences. Yeah, natural business, that is possible. Are you in for the long haul? I'm alone today and tomorrow. I'm in for the long haul, dear. I'm in for the long haul. But I do need to take a little nap, and Universal Discourse is going to be the second chair, and she's going
yeah,
to
I'm
take
up.
over this portion. She's up to bat now. The stream is not ending. Both streams are not ending. I
Yeah,
will
they're
be
on.
back up. Yep, we're on. So,
We both hate it when people are alone during these holidays because it sucks.
yeah.
So,
Um, in our culture and traditional way of life, we don't allow people to be alone or to feel that way. That is not our culture. That's colonization, capitalism um, way of life. To figure and toss people out the door or to deem someone unworthy to be around or spend time with. Um, we in the indigenous culture um, and traditional values of life and way of life believe that everyone deserves to be have someone around them at any given time. That's just being human. Um,
And I also understand that in the North American cultures, food is not sold, but it's rather prepared for the community to enjoy.
Yes.
Uh,
Always. It's always an opening gift as well. It's always, always.
So technically, we cannot open gifts for each other because we're all not sitting face to face in person. But so this is the gift: a place to come, a place that you're not alone, a place that you can hang out with, learn some good things, learn some good medicine, receive some good blessings, some good teachings, some good understandings. It's a gift. A better one than a present underneath the tree, I guess you could say. So with that, I am going to turn the chair over to my sister Yudi. And I will be back in a little while after I've taken my nap. And you all continue on, please. And you all keep hanging out. Once again, if you're not following, why aren't you? Like, you've been here for this long. Why haven't you followed yet? Um,
They're all following.
so the Twitch stream is not ending, right?
no, the Twitch
No,
stream is not
we're
No.
ending.
both
Fantastic.
we're doing what's called co-streaming.
Nice.
Right? So this is actually on my channel and I'm sitting in his Discord.
Yeah.
Mm.
And then he has his chat as well. So it's co-streaming.
Right. So your stream, can you post a link to your stream so I can join that
Yeah, they
one?
could do Lost if he's there can do a shout out.
Or you can raid his stream, so then all the viewers go to your stream.
No, you co-stream, you split your chats.
Oh, I see.
He's
Sorry.
hosting, so yeah, that's how you do that. You wouldn't close both streams are open at the same time.
And this is a council, which I love, which can go on for hours upon hours on end. You know,
Or well, this is a panel, yeah. These
or
panels
days.
will go on. Discussions will go on and on and on.
Yeah, it can go on for days.
When you when you come to the council,
Yeah.
we'll
Could
have
we-
a council to show you what a council and Sue is on it, then show
Yeah.
you what this looks like. It's
Could
very different.
could we do this? Could we do a council on Twitch? Like,
Yeah, that's what I host. That's what my stream hosts.
And this is what we've been.
I
Me and
host
Yudi
the
have been.
council debate and the council and debate and the decolonization theory.
Does it
And-
go on for days and days and days?
You can't. Well, you can't do that with people in real life. Normally, yes, it does. So I stream every day, and every day we have the panel. We have practice. It takes
So
a
you
while to
can't-
get used to it. So yeah,
So you, yeah.
It is
But-
possible to do it on Twitch.
yeah, it is.
For
You would-
the actual time frame that it would do. It's just at the present moment, both Universal Discourse and myself are both working at training, council training, and educating everyone on what it actually looks like and what it's
Well,
about.
We're trying to get people. Well, anyway, when I came on, I brought a university program for training field researchers, and that's what I brought on to Twitch.
That's a good thing.
So yeah, because I came in here with DJ Indian.
Oh God.
He followed me the other day. He
Like,
followed
I
me the other day.
Like, I respect his their effort, but we need some true scholarship in this joint. You
Well,
know,
you have it already.
It's here,
Thank God.
sitting right in front
So
of you.
Here.
what I'm doing is trying to make sure people know that.
And in the same token, also trying to help people to come to an understanding of what it is and what it's about. So you're
Yeah,
not
what
just
we're like.
jumping in. Yeah. So you're not
Yeah,
just
listen,
jumping in.
we're incredibly versatile, diverse people.
Yes.
Incredibly. My CV resume doesn't look like any that you've ever seen. And that's like nothing compared to the people that I came up with.
Yeah.
So, um but people simply think we're dead. They don't think that there's really native culture, that it didn't really survive, and it did, that we don't actually have our own languages, and we do. And they don't realize it. They don't know that we're real, and don't know what we're like, and they prefer their fantasy of us. So many of us had elders who sent us, those of us with scholarship, as you put it, or influence, to present this, what we know, in public for the first time, right? Because the rule before that was to not share it. Yeah, just us.
Mhm.
And now they're like, look, teach everything you know. Just do it. Don't worry about that cultural just go ahead and do it. It's time to share this now. So I'm here because my elders sent me here. Sue is here because his elders sent him here.
Not just my elders, but my grandfathers.
That is your elders.
Yeah.
So our ancestors. But we were asked to do this, or we would not be doing this.
Nope.
So it's them we're answering to.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, come on
That's
now.
that's what we're doing. That's what each of us independently is. That's what we're doing. But we're
Yes.
both also medicine people in our own right, and that's the societies we belong to, and that's how we work. This is how we behave. This is what we. So you
You
have it
kind of
from
cut
the
out me.
highest PhD in academia that you could get, all the way to the res dog. There's many of us. Not a lot, I would say, but there's about two hands full of us. So I brought the council model up so we could consolidate our presence. But to facilitate and accommodate, see, this has never been done before because you can't. So it's not easy.
Yeah.
We
What
can't just get on stream and blah blah to chat and it's all good. It just doesn't work that way.
what do you think, for example, what was done in the city of Talegua? I'm not sure if I'm
Land
pronouncing
back,
it
land
correctly.
back, Telequa.
And
Talegua.
yeah.
Yeah.
Land back. I was on that case all the way up till 2 years ago, and we knew it would go through. We knew it was going to go through. So
Yes.
for me, that was my
Columbus.
brothers there, and that was I can't even. That was
After 500 years,
we consider it a kind of victory. Kind of. It's a battle.
What do you think, for example, that there is the Cherokee alphabet that is
Alagi
used,
alphabet.
yeah, that is used in many of the different signs, like across the city. They are in the Cherokee alphabet.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, they need to keep it that way. They need to incorporate it, and they need to make sure that they keep that alphabet and language alive.
Yes, and that, for example, you're driving and the stop sign doesn't say, for example, just stop. It also has the Cherokee language.
That's all over Europe. It's the same thing all over Europe. It's the same all in Canada. It's the same. Same in Alaska. Same in Scandinavia. It's the same everywhere.
Yes.
Same everywhere except among American citizens. They don't do that because they only have one language. But you go to
Yeah.
Tokyo, you're gonna see 17 languages.
It will
D.
be.
Oh my goodness, people! I seen you twice in 1 week. Oh, I love you so much. You have walked into. All right, pay attention, folks. Into the rarest thing in Twitch history, which is an all indigenous panel preparing for an actual council. So you have
Uh,
walked into the rarest thing in the world.
excuse
You
me for a
can't get
second, Judy.
four indigenous people to sit down anywhere, and here we're sitting. So come on in, and hey, you're gonna liberate the elf. Oh, that's my chat. You're gonna liberate the elves. Wait, the elves are all sitting with me, cozy by the fire. They're cozy by the fire. Hold on, folks. Hold on, folks. Hold on, Amy. You're the most beautiful, sweetest creature I've ever laid eyes on. You're absolutely lovely inside and out. Just a second. Ta-da! What do you think of that? There you are, right there in the fish cap.
Homelander, um, me being a Hunk Papa Dakota Sioux, uh, I still practice my original traditional spiritual way of life and my praying to the original uh, creator, Wanka Tonka, and grandfathers and grandmothers of my people. So, yes, we are aware that there are a lot of different tribes that did lose a lot of our culture and spiritual way of life due to genocide. But there are still a lot of us who are actual still to this day traditional. And with that, I am going to take a nap and I will be back in a little while. Enjoy y'all. Beauty, my sister, the floor is all yours.
I'll have 190 viewers.
Oh man, that's a lot. Um,
Can be a lot. I hope they stay. Right now, though, they are saying that the elves need to unionize. I happen to agree. All that work, they owe us back pay. Absolutely owe us back pay. Yeah, yeah. That's the long time. I want mine in a lump sum, right? Through that stimulus, man. I want my lump sum. Hello, Astral Storm. Andrea Kedik. Rastadamas. Vision Man 2020. Amy C3 is the most loveliest creature in the universe. Ryan Water Tiger 2075. Shake and Bake 38S. Rastadamas Biped Snake. Irked. Easy Modes. R2B2CT. I See Danger. Mr. Frankum. Mirror Matrix. And Kiki Manjaro. Desolate Mirror. Kill the Rock. Welcome in. Now hallucinating, and you are now part of the hallucination. And you are safe with. You have found the Indian camp, and you are safe with us. We're discussing all things indigenous at this moment and preparing for what we call a grand council. So those of you who like debates, Cat 4884, thank you. We're discussing indigenous issues. This is an all indigenous panel that was streaming. I'm co-hosting it at the moment because our chief host has to take a rest. We're doing marathon streaming to make sure no one's alone during the holiday. Believe it or not.
Oh,
Let me refresh.
we not to interrupt, but we have
Go ahead.
a Taino. We have a Taino in the house. I am a
Hey,
homelander who is who says Puerto Rican Taino roots, but my abuelo was a full on Spaniard, which is disgusting. But it's glad to hear some Tainos in the house, which is even more rare.
of course it's but this is the time.
Hmm?
This is the time. Our
The
elders have
time.
said there's convergence,
Columbus.
and we're
Has
finding
Mm.
each other again, and that's what we're here to
After
do is to find
500
each
years,
other.
There is newness. There's new life coming into this.
So Desolate Mirror wanted to know what is Christmas time like for indigenous people? Well, generally we keep each other company and talk story. We drink hot
Columbus
drinks. We eat
has
a
to
lot,
die.
and we stay warm.
After 500 years,
And we stay up all night and take turns, just like we're doing now. This is traditional way to receive guests. Is to um, stay up with them and take turns talking with them.
In the Andes, there are festivals that happen throughout the year, and in the month of December, there is a Capac Raimi, which is an indigenous festival that takes place on the month of December. And today there are many. Uh, well, it's not really celebrated in its original form, and I don't really think it's actually being celebrated other than for like probably historic reenactments.
Mm.
Uh, yeah, but I think the largest festival takes place, I think, in June. Inti Raimi, that one is more popular. Yes.
My people have what's called a tea dance. And a tea dance is where the adults have a dance, but they more or less chaperone the young people. And the young people cannot touch each other. They can't hold hands or anything, but they court. They get to know one another under a watchful eye. And then the next year, if they've met each other and they've gotten along, then they will dance together. So we do that. We have muskeg tea. Muskeg tea. Ah, muskeg is kind of tea. It's proven to be is effective for stopping bronchitis and pneumonia. So we drink that all winter. So we call it the tea
Also,
dance. That's where we make these giant vats of this tea, and we go around with the foods, and we have a big last about at least 3 or 4 days, usually about a week long. So we dance together basically. So this is our visiting time.
are
This is the time where we bring people together. All right.
are you doing the tea dance during this time, or because of COVID
Yeah, that's
19?
the tea dance. Tea
Yeah, you're.
boiling on my stove. I am absolutely where I'm absolutely isolated at the moment. So I have my tea boiling
Oh, so
on the
you're
stove. Yeah.
you're doing it even in the pandemic. That's a lovely thing.
Why wouldn't we? Listen, 7 generations back and forward, we have, as Shinto and as the Vikings did, living ancestry. Just because people die doesn't mean they're gone. And so they dance with us.
Hmm.
And so the plate, the first piece of food is out for them. The first drink is spilt for them. And when we say we carry our traditions, we literally mean carry them long after the time where uh, people, the elders have passed. We carry them with us. We keep them every day, keep them. We have many intimate personal rituals like that because our entire philosophy is relational. My band has no religion, no government, no politics, just a philosophy. And the philosophy is 7 generations back and forward, all things. The constant of the universe is change. Has its own path. And this is it. I mean, this is it. So you can take anything from us, but you can't take that philosophy from us. And so we stay Cree no matter what happens to us, no matter where we are in the world. Always. And we have done very, very well. Well,
it's
I think this is a
lovely.
good philosophy. It's strong. It's a strong philosophy. It's a reasonable philosophy. It's a practical philosophy. It's a very human one.
Yeah. What? Why use the European metaphysics for? Why use
Oh,
them
I
when
have no idea yeah, I don't know.
like
We don't
what
need them.
the thing the thing is that in it's immaterial, like, you know.
Well, I mean, it's their way. It's their way. It's their way. Here, I would teach you some Cree. If those of you who would like to learn this with me, I will teach you a bit of how we think. Hey, tea, Homelander. Well, hey, tea. You've never had muskogee tea. Muskogee tea tastes like champagne and honey.
I love
Yeah,
your
I need some of
symbolism.
that right now. Yeah.
You need some of that right now.
Yes.
I would shoot. So I'll teach you some Cree. Here we go. This is the EU Ischi. Here, those of you on the call, you want to try to learn this?
Columbus.
If
They're
it
like,
tastes like
no,
that,
but you're gonna
happily
do it
oblige
anyway.
After
that
500
philosophy.
years,
Yeah.
You can learn a little bit of Cree here, and I'll walk you through a tiny something. And so my people are called, if you'll say it with me, EU
EU.
EU.
Ischi.
Ichi.
Isti.
EU Ischi.
EU.
Yeah, EU Ischi. It just means the people of the land, right? So EU,
EU.
our language is Nehiyaw.
Nehia.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that's what they call Cree. Cree is a French misinterpretation of the name of a band, Knistenok. Anyway, so we start the fur trade. So we have two things in our culture. One is called Uchito. You say that?
Uchito.
Uchito.
Yeah, perfect. It means nature. Personal nature means path. We have the other word. These are irreducible particles. They have no grammar to them. Okay, there's no inflection to them. The other one is otito.
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 Mhm. It's very close to uchito, right? Because that means reality.
Oh, I'm seeing, I'm tracking it. It's going through the words that the philosophy pervades out of,
It comes from the language.
comes
Nature
from
is very
language.
close. Yes, nature is
So,
very close to reality. Right.
the philosophy is that you're seeing is that language and philosophy are one and the same.
In Cree,
That's based.
yes, this is true.
That is amazing because that
Sure.
is what I have agreed with most of my life is that language and philosophy are the same thing. It's, a word is just an idea of
No, no, no,
identification.
no, no. It's arbitrary. That's for sure. That's for sure.
Oh,
But is no representation for an abstract concept.
it is the thing itself.
It
That's what
is
you're
the
saying.
thing itself. And so words
Mm.
for us that have to do with personal nature, reality, and the word for truth are only distinguished by a single sound. In fact, in our perspective, they're all the same thing. That they are self-evident. So there's no need
Oh,
to
so
come up
they
with
took,
different words because clearly
so
they're related to us. They're related.
yeah, so the white people took that we are self-evident from the natives as well.
Yeah, the idea that it's we hold these truths to be self-evident, it was
Yeah.
from the Iroquois. It was Jefferson's idea of the Iroquois. It's self-evident. Is what it, so,
Holy shit.
but
I didn't
that's
know.
in the Constitution. I mean, the idea of it being self-evident clearly exists in the language, or there wouldn't be a word for it. So, yeah, but that's. I
That,
mean,
that
yeah. So you have Ochita, one's personal nature, which cannot be changed, cannot be. Yeah, Jefferson plagiarized. Yeah, it cannot be changed. You can do this. A person, everybody has a Uchito, so you can help a person find their path. You can go along with them. You can obstruct their path, or you can collude their path by misleading them or by concealing the path. Those are the things you can do because people do bad and good things to each other. They hurt and they heal, they cure and they curse. So we see all things as this overlapping manifold of possibilities. We see things dimensional, not linear.
exactly. That's the thing that I hate about mm, Western philosophies. They think too linearly on things and not multimodal, and dimensionally.
Multimodal, well, we just see things dimensionally, you know. In other words, they're exist forward and backward in time. They can be in two places at the same time. Um,
Yeah.
they they move in their own ways, with and without us. And we also say that not everything has to be understood.
yeah, strictly speaking, there are limits to which what we can actually understand. We can,
Mm, yes.
yes, there we can understand phenomenons around things that can probably be measured, or but there will always be a limit to what we can understand. Uh, we're always approximating the truth rather than actually knowing the truth for certain. Yeah, but what you mentioned about language to me is very interesting.
Mm,
Uh, I have heard of this concept called the hypothesis of linguistic relativity,
yeah.
which basically it's basically it sounds very fancy, but what it means
Yeah.
is um, that the structure of the language you speak affects your worldview, right? Affects how you learn things and how you understand. Because language, basically, you have to
Mhm.
adapt to the language in order to organize your thoughts around sentences in this language, right? So therefore,
Mm,
uh, by learning language and employing a language, you're basically kind of adapting yourself to a way of thinking. Uh, yes. For example, in
well,
in my
yeah, that's my degree is I'm a researcher in evolutionary linguistics. So,
right,
yeah, uh, this is one of those debate theories. Now my specialty is the relationship between thought and language, is what you're talking about.
right.
So,
I
um,
have a
it's
baby,
not
and
that not as simple as that, but because it's happening, two things are happening at the same time. It's reciprocal. So your thought and your language evolve along two different non-parallel circuits. The
right,
thought and the language at the same time are being entangled developmentally.
right. So, for example, there is this example of like, how would you say clean a tube in English? In English, of course, you will say clean a tube with some, I don't know, rod, right? And in the
Yeah.
Shawnee language, you would say something like, uh, yeah, the way you would structure the same sentence is completely different, right?
Completely different. Yeah.
Yeah, is completely different. Basically,
We
you're no
have a
longer, yeah,
we have someone in Lost Sue's comments saying self-evidence was not so much a concept before Jefferson used it, and that that's not necessarily true, as you're
Sure.
telling
Yeah. It
it to
was.
be.
Yeah. It was a concept, self-evident.
Yeah, it
Um,
was a
in
concept.
fact, even the construct of that word is definitively English.
Yeah, it was a concept.
It
They,
common law.
they
It came
yeah,
from
they're
common
saying
law.
yeah, yeah. And the thing is that it says the comment is Reen. I don't know how you say the name.
Hey, Blinky.
I meant in Western thought, but it it kind of was a concept that Western thought saw. They saw it before them. They just documented it, and they
Well,
documented it, and then they put their name that it was their idea. You know.
well, I'm sure they did a lot of things, but the Cree word for self-evident is right. I mean, we obviously had the concept that these were self-evident, obvious, and it's in the grammar. They're self-evident. They're not inflected. You can't break them down.
One of the things that I like about the Quechua language, uh, which is a language spoken by the Andean peoples, or one of the languages spoken by the native peoples, is that the way you would describe something that you have seen yourselves, uh, compared to something that
Right.
was told to you by another person,
Right.
the way you
Right.
construct that phrase is completely different, right? So,
That's the same in Cree. It's the same in many indigenous languages because it's called deixis, and it's also
Columbus
called
has to die.
um,
After 500
evidentiary.
years,
right. So therefore,
And yeah,
like, lying becomes
Columbus
immediately more difficult
has to die.
mhm.
uh,
After
in this
500
manner,
years,
because okay, you
Exactly.
were
Exactly.
there,
Yes, you're
were
right.
you,
That's it.
or for example, like someone told you, what is the difference? Imagine a political discourse today, a political debate where you have candidates speaking about things. It will be immediately evident. Oh, someone told me this, versus I was there and I saw it with my own eyes, uh, and have that encoded directly into the language, right?
Yeah, it's
That
encoded directly into it.
that will be very interesting to see, right? Uh, how that will transform society, because today a lot of the things, like uh, marketing, like
Oh, excuse them. Hey there's Salamander's Suite. You're over there in Lost Sue's Suite, GXG platform, and Lin Wu. I am co-hosting where both indigenous streamers are up streaming for the holidays. We're also live on Universal Discourse. And you walked into indigenous panel. Never happens. And this is we'll have the Grand Creek Council later. But yeah, Lost is having a rest because he went his 14 hours. And then I'm on the night shift. Here to make sure no one is alone on the holiday. And we're over there live on UD as well. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Language and thought right now. Hey, Salamander recognizes my voice. How cool. How are you? Okay, go ahead.
oh, sorry, what
Yeah,
you said?
biddies, Lord Alpaca, thank you.
Yes,
Love
I,
biddies.
I would like to donate like 1491 bits, but I don't have enough. Yeah,
50 is fine. I love the biddies. Got a little tip jar that dances when you drop those. It's like really cool. 1492 biddies.
yeah.
So, um, so we're talking about language and thought, and oh, I'm sorry. The streaming is difficult sometimes. You can see how you have to sort of. I am actually handling two chats at the moment. So, yeah, encoded into the language, and so which obviously I teach linguistics. So, if you wanted to distinguish in English, I saw it. In other words, hearsay from from eyewitness. The words for that are there.
Columbus
Hearsay,
has to die.
eyewitness.
After
Eyewitness,
500
same in
years,
Polish. Seeing is believing. Eyewitness. So you can say that because you have the words that refer to that.
Right.
But if you were just going to say a sentence and you said, I saw that, The I implies eyewitness, so nobody's going to question. You've just told them that you saw it with your own eyes. Uh, could you be lying? Yes.
Right, of
Would
course.
anybody be able to tell? They'd have to ask you questions. So the
But
thing is not that these structures exist, it's the questions that, and I have to train linguists to work with indigenous communities, and it's called learning how to ask. The question that matters here is why is it important in indigenous languages to make that distinction super clear? Why is that important? When it's clearly not important in Western language.
yeah, and I think it becomes especially important in the presence of oral tradition when you
Mm-hmm.
have an oral tradition where you
Mm-hmm.
pass knowledge from generation to generation, from person to person, to make it very accurate so that the knowledge is served accurately in each transition.
In an oral tradition, the thing is, in for instance, Cree, we would say Kayas, which is the same as once upon a time. Now, nobody alive today was there, so they know I'm going to tell a traditional story.
Right.
Okay. No, I did not see it. But it's prefaced. Kayas. And then there's a subjunctive marker. Because maybe this is true. But I don't know because I wasn't there. But I heard it. And then you would say, who did you hear this story from? And that's how you begin. A story that you weren't there personally, or you didn't hear from someone personally, or that you didn't actually create yourself. And so this whole set of qualifiers that goes in the front before
So
you,
you
it's a preface, so before you say anything. So that you know to just to shut up, enjoy the damn story. Don't be asking a bunch of ridiculous questions. It's irrelevant. You
Yeah,
see that?
so
Yeah.
the thing is that what you're doing is you're going from I love that concept because you're trying to find the truth through five through more channels rather than one single person that you weren't there. You're hearing it from tons of people,
Mm-hmm.
and the more people and more people and the more people you get, the general concept of the truth of the story is alive. So you see.
And in
And
Polish, it's the same. A a preface Dawno Temu, a long time ago, speaking of myth and ancient things. So that's a Western language. So why does it, and in English, once upon a time, or a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, you know, and it displaces the story and impugns it. So it's removed from critical analysis because that's not really the point of that story. The point of that story is to enjoy that story. It's to absorb that story.
mm, that's lovely. I
Mm-hmm.
love I love to hear that it absorbs the story. It sounds like it goes into the ocean instead of running out screaming. It does what it does and it goes a certain direction.
The traditional stories are meant and desired it to be for everyone to carry forever. This is how we carry our traditions.
Exactly.
If you liked the movie, you will remember the movie.
Yeah, not only stories but also different crafts. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
yes,
Mm-hmm.
different traditions as well.
Oh yeah. So
Something.
yeah, so that's it exactly. Why is lying or dice, etc., built into these languages? Why are these important? Because in an oral tradition, you don't have, well, it's in paper, it's in black and white, and there's a seal on it. I have to assume that what's on this piece of paper is true because it's a legal document, for instance.
Columbus,
You can hold someone accountable if they
after 500 years,
wrote something that wasn't true. Trouble is, when you write something that isn't true, you make it true. When you, as we say, when they lie on paper, they lie through the paper. When we first encountered missionaries, black robes, thought to impress us, which was a horrific mistake, where we don't speak the name of the dead for a year after they die. And this Jesuit came and said, it's a very famous story and was it's featured in the movie Black Robe. And so the Jesuit says to this interpreter, so have this, he thought this man was a chief and he wasn't. He was the head. He said, have him thing that nobody else knows. And then whisper it to me. So the head man says this to this interpreter. Once the interpreter explains what the guy's asking. And the interpreter goes and whispers it to the Jesuit, and he's saying, I don't really think you want to do this. I don't think this is a good idea. And he's like, no, it's fine. Go ahead, tell me. And he writes it down in his book, the secret this man has. And then he proudly opens the book, and in front of everybody, you know, and here he has, in this case, written down the name of the man's mother, which was whispered to this interpreter who was from that band, right? Which is, you're not supposed to speak it out loud. All right, so here he goes, and he opens, and he exposes this secret. And so the band's initial reaction was that he was a demon, that this was black magic. Okay, so it did not go well for the priest. So routinely, they would have their fingers cut off and their ears burned off and their tongues cut out to stop them from practicing their magic with his book and the communion. And they didn't want this God they kept talking to, they didn't want these priests to listen, to hear it. That then they couldn't have any power. But they were too afraid of them to kill them. So they left them like that. Unable to speak and deaf and missing the fingers on the right hand. The two fingers that they give the baptism with, the first two fingers. So be able to scribble down someone's thoughts and speak them out loud. Yeah. Demonic.
One of the mistakes that I've heard that the colonizers made very frequently is that they assumed the wrong people. I mean, they misidentified chiefs all the time, and they attributed, you know, they mistakenly assumed that some random person was the chief of some
Constantly.
and and that's
Constantly.
how many of the misunderstandings.
Yeah, straight up. With us, which we did not care for the British, they would do this. It happened that since my band evidently had at some point traded with Norsemen, that there were individuals who were quite tall and had this blue eyes. And if for some reason many of them had some sort of cognitive deficiency, who knows, must have been genetic, we don't know. But because the British, were so phobic, So a party would come, a delegation would come to meet them, and of course they would pick out this most European-looking one and put a red sash around his shoulder and do their parlay with him. And here he was, absolutely comprehend, you know, and nobody could figure out exactly what they were doing. It didn't make any sense. Why do you want to talk to him? Like, the headman's 5 feet away. Why are you talking to him? But, that's who they wanted to talk to, so everybody sat around and watched these two people, blah, 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 laughing, And so we had to make up a word for chief, because we don't have chiefs. We had to make up a word, and hukamau was the word, and hukamau literally translates pretend chief, treaty chief.
Oh, I see. Like a, how to say, a representative, like an interim representative.
No, pretend.
Oh, I see. Pretend chief.
Pretend.
And
Because we don't have a chief, for one. This is a pretend chief.
yeah.
And to pretend is you dress up like something.
And something I've heard as well is that many nations in North America are matriarchal rather than patriarchal, and that when
Apache are.
the settlers encountered these matriarchal societies, they assumed that they were patriarchal, and they would talk to like some random person, assuming that person had some authority within the band, and usually
Yeah,
that was the case,
Yeah.
and that usually also turn out. I mean, that produced many misunderstandings and ugly situations. Yeah.
They would only talk to the men. They didn't understand the role of the women at all, especially the Iroquois women. Cree women, on the other hand, originally in my band, they were, what do you call it? Where you have more than one spouse?
Right.
Polygamy.
Polygamy. So we were polygamous. So the men and the women had more than one household to maintain each, whatever. So but the French and the British trading agents came up and met us, and it was a ridiculous meeting. It's the funniest thing ever recorded. The misunderstanding was so I mean, it's truly hilarious. The impression of the headman of the Knistinok, and he wasn't the headman. He was just a guy out there with a hunting party. He was just a guy. Him and his buddies were out there doing some checking their traps. There's probably 5 or 6 of them, and so they really were just out there checking the trap. Which meant they were friends in the same band. They lived in the same camp. But there was just 5 guys, right? 5 guys, and so here they think they're going to be dealing with this. They keep thinking this idea of chief. Well, we found them. One of them must be a chief, because the big guy in the middle, like, ridiculous. Okay, so the rule of discourse for Cree is, if you stand and speak, we're obliged to sit and listen to you. Especially if we don't know you. Well, here, these guys, it's freezing. It's November. It's already -5, at least. And they're trying to check the traps, and they're trying to get on with it. Yeah? And up in a canoe comes this little Ojibwe woman and these 2 Europeans with the hairy faces, They're like, goodness, what is this? Oh, look at tumble dryer, Maya. You're raiding into the Sue panel, where we have an all indigenous panel getting ready for the council, and Universal Discourse is open as well. We're both open. We're open. Hello, Friezo. Man, watching you from my stream. We're co-streaming. Oh shoot, what was I saying? Okay, so the Ojibwe woman knows this, and Argus is lost. Ojibwe woman knows this, so she has to get the canoe, pull it up onto the bank. These men are freezing. Okay, they're almost, I mean, like, the British guy's almost dead, alright? The French guy's hanging in there for dear life, right? It's November, alright? She gets up, she stands, alright? And so, of course, the leader of this group, which is just like the neighbors. It's so like the guy in the front, right? Like, oh shit. And so he has to sit down. So he sits down, and everybody's sitting down with him, going, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I don't know, but she's talking, so let's just listen to her." So this is being written down, transcribed, recorded, whatever you call it, note, whatever. And this woman's speaking to them. She's trying to convince them that these are the what you've got money, that these are the people from across the water. These are the white men, she says. And they're looking at them. All right. Now here's the funniest thing. The British man is desperately trying to scribble, but his hands are frozen. So the French man's out and he's writing everything down, right? Because she's translating it. And she simply can't get these men to understand what they want. Right? What they wanted was beaver pelt. And so this man who's sitting down is like, "You stopped me to the beaver pelts they're lying right there. My God, just take one. Whatever, we gotta go. Come on, take one. We've got thousands. Is that what you want? I mean, there you go. Have a beaver. We don't care." She's like, no. And here this conversation started. No, they wanted the pelts, and they wanted it a certain way, and they were gonna make hats and gloves out of it. It's not making any sense. And so this man is sitting politely, and he's politely waiting. And finally he says, "Let me talk to them." And the Frenchman gets out because the Englishman is too ill. He's really suffering. They both ended up with pneumonia. It's quite serious. This Ojibwe translator dies 6 weeks after bringing them back. So the Frenchman gets out with a drop of brandy on a kerchief and offers it, and they go nuts for that. "Oh, we'll talk to you, fine." And here, this man sitting on the ground, here's this Frenchman, and he says, "Oh!" And he speaks to him in perfectly understandable French. And the Frenchman's like, "Who are these people that they know French? How did they even learn French?" "Oh, yeah, we've been around." "What do you want?" They finally get to explaining that they want this beaver pelt because they'd seen a sample at the trading post. And that these pelts, these napped pelts, okay, the women used them for leggings, and that's how they got napped. They turned them inside out, the fur on the inside, and they would just wear them smooth and then discard them and use them as trading goods or whatever have you. And so literally the Frenchman is asking this man, would you mind giving us women's underwear?" Like, that's how he translated. Yeah, that's how he interpreted it. So they're busting out laughing. And it's like, "Oh yeah, you guys must be lonely because you don't have any women with you. You want their underwear?" I mean, it's actually written down that way. It's too funny. It's too funny. And it's like, yeah, we'll see you in April. See ya. We'll think about it. We'll see you. Go away, and that's it. They just leave them there. That condition. Yeah, bye. Thanks. They take off. It's made clear Panty raiders, yeah, yeah, panty raiders. They came all the way over here for women's underwear. It's made very clear. And here,
I'm
this
dead.
same man,
I'm
the same
crying.
man shows up in April. This is what he brought the Frenchman. Now, if somebody had said, "Do you mind? I'll trade you this for beaver pelts. Would you mind?" Yeah, we'll agree to that. So this is what they thought was a fair trade, the Cree hunters, right? They brought the Frenchmen 1 million napped beaver pelts, and that was what was left over. 1 million.
1 million beaver pelts.
Million. The manifest counted and shipped 1 million beaver pelts.
Oh my god.
Well,
That required a lot of hunting.
But that's how many of us there were, and that's how good we were, and that was one band. One band did that. A band is a very small unit. A band is a collection of families. So they got together and said, we'll make a good deal, a good fair trade deal. They brought, in our tradition, gave 1 million beaver pellets. What they got back were rifles. As many rifles as the French had. They literally grabbed them and heaped them. Showed them how to use it, and they said, good trade, and took off. That was it. And that was the fur trade. That's it. That's how it started.
The Métis in Canada, they were known for producing pemmican.
Yeah.
Yes, and there was like some significant like activity in that regard. Pemmican was used by the early settlers. Basically, it was like the only way to survive in rough weather because pemmican is a very nutritious form of food. Basically,
the granola bar, basically. Yeah.
Right. It's like ground meat and berries.
Oh, do I hear Charlie Post stealing another thing from indigenous and Kellogg stealing from the indigenous?
What's going on?
You know, Charlie, you know Post cereal and Charlie and Dr. Kellogg's, you know, from Kellogg's cereal. The first cereal was that was given, it was given to patients in the sanatorium.
Yes.
You know, Kellogg's sanatorium granola cereal, which was taking like granola bars and turning it in and putting milk in it. And
good too.
Then Charlie Post stole the recipe, which basically is the indigenous recipe, from Kellogg, and then made a $1 billion business now that is now known as General Foods.
Okay.
So,
well, pemmican is Cree. The Métis were by and large Cree Ojibwe, and mainly French. They were ousted in the same way Acadians were. Acadians were indigenous citizens of French settlements. 2 cities in particular. Nova Scotia brought over people, gosh, I think they were Welsh. And they settled Lacadi in the east. And so they were indigenous and European, some mixed, some not, you know. Uh, and then
One of
the
us
Métis
has to
happened
die. After 500
when
years,
Britain, the women of Britain, got up in arms about these men bringing home. They wouldn't accept them in society at all. So they made them change the law, and so Britain said, "Oh no, no, we no longer recognize these marriages, even if you're married in the church or the woman and the child may not. We're going to deport them, and you may not bring them with you, and you need to return home now." Because actually they had wives at home, so they ended that. French were like prudes. Well, it didn't take too long. The French government did the same.
Yes.
French women figured out the British women got away with it. And so all these women and their children in several generations were stranded, literally stranded on the docks waiting. They were going to be brought home, and here came this sold. No, no, no. They have to leave, and you can't. So they would enforce this. They would take the men and just like hijack them, Shanghai them, and put them on these ships, and then force the women and children and the whole families, grandparents and all, just standing there. Right, and that's how the Métis Nation got started. That's where they came from. And they were
In
driven out by everybody until they finally settled and demanded to be recognized and finally won recognition. And they fought like they were ferocious resistors. They were no small group of people. Acadian as well fought like that, but they were evicted more or less into the U.S. Metal Confederacy was one of those resistance communities, a community of resistance, which was largely indigenous. So, um, yeah, they're they had to be innovative and resilient. Their language is called Michif, and is very, very close to Old Cree. I can understand Michif better than I can understand modern Cree dialects. Because their Cree is the Old Cree that my family would have like, so that's my Cree, you know? It's interesting. So, yeah. Yeah, but
Yeah.
pemmican is something that the old women with no teeth would chew to soften it into a mulch kind of thing, and we used it for baby food, and then you could in fact dry it or bake it and take it out into the bush with you, and it was absolutely nutritious.
So that's granola, really?
Granola, basically,
Yes,
yeah,
granola, but with meat. Uh,
with meat mixed in, and it's softer.
yes, it will be like venison or bison, depending on
Hmm.
where the source is from. Yeah, but what you mentioned about these kind of race mixing uh, in Latin America, it was handled a little bit differently.
Oh
The
yeah,
Spanish implemented a caste system where basically the Spanish were the top caste. Then came the ethnically Spanish people born in the Americas, which were known as the criollos. Uh, After that came the mestizos, which were the basically the mixture between uh, Amerindians, basically native
and
people,
Spanish, right? Yeah,
and Spanish. And then came
middle, yeah,
Indians, and then came basically Africans, Africans. Uh, yeah, yeah.
Hmm. You
That was
also had Spain had, just like you would do with animal breeds, there was a whole list of colors and points. They classified their subjected people the way you classified cattle or dogs. So uh so we have the color words that are left over to this day. You have mulatto, you know,
yeah.
what's the other
Mulatto,
one?
Sambo,
Maroon, marron, yeah, all these words. Negro, so
and one of the things that
etc.,
was
etc., etc. Yeah.
old uh, was that many, like you mentioned or someone else, that uh, some some Europeans considered Amerindians to be how to say children, and in the case of the Spanish, they actually codified that into the law, so that, for example, under the eyes of the law, an adult Indian was considered to be uh, was considered to be a children, right?
Yeah.
Therefore, let's say in practice, if you were an Indian man and some Spanish man takes your wife and abuses your wife or does something horrible like that, uh, if you wanted to press charges, uh, if you wanted to press charges uh, in the justice system, basically you were um, you were forced to have some sponsor, which will have to be like a Spanish man, right? To serve you,
Hmm.
serve as your sponsor in order to press charges against a Spanish man. So technically, what happened was that there was like just massive like abuse everywhere of natives because
Of course, but
they
that's
never,
it. That's that totalitarian, imperial, horrific mindset. Look what the Portuguese did in Africa. I mean, why would Spain be any different?
right,
To be honest, why would they? Especially because their national identity came from having been occupied themselves. It was almost like they had a grudge. I mean,
right.
you know, yeah.
So
So
there were
it just
many
horrific, the
children.
abuses. Yeah, yeah.
There were many illegitimate children that they never had to recognize. They had no obligation
Mm.
to recognize them, and the modern Latino people actually
Yeah, the
are
injustice of it.
descendants of illegitimate children for the most part. Yeah,
Really?
yeah, yeah. I mean, because most people
How did
today
they? I hate to say
are,
this. How did
yeah,
they know that?
because
They were.
all of the, I mean, the renal mestizos were for the most part illegitimate children, right?
Yeah, sure,
Yeah.
because they weren't recognized. Right.
And and
Métis,
then
same thing. Yeah.
yeah, and most of them would find an occupation within, let's say, an hacienda,
Uh-huh.
right?
So then they were listed on the household staff rolls because they must have been paid. So their names, etc., would have been recorded somewhere
Right.
because they had to know how much to pay, blah blah, etc., etc.
Well, they will not inherit the surnames because they were not recognized. They were not
Right.
legitimate children. So, uh, let's say the registry of names at that time was mostly kept by the church. Uh,
Yep.
in the baptism chart of each person. So
Mm-hmm.
the baptism records for these people would just like have no father in them, and they
Right.
were legitimate children. Yeah.
Right. Same as Acadia. Yeah, same thing. Also, many Irish, many Irish children the same way. Same way.
Yes.
Scots. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, and they had yeah. Well, yeah. But at least they were documented. I mean, at least we know what happened, how they got here. Oh, thanks for following. What happened, how they got there. But that become they call Latino. Huh.
Right. In fact, for example, even like high-profile historical figures among the conquistadors, for example, Hernan Cortés, he had illegitimate children, and
Yeah.
also Francisco Pizarro had illegitimate children with natives, and yeah, and at least
Right.
Hernan Cortés, the the children of Hernan Cortés were posthumously made legitimate by the church or something like that. But yeah, it was a significant drama there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. Okay, so we have a lots of folks in chat, and those of you in Sue's chat, I can see you. Uh, you've been very patient to hear us, but it's time for you to perhaps uh, see if you can put up some questions. You have them or comments, and you can ask. If any of us can answer it, we'll try to answer it. If it's a legitimate question, in a good faith. So, if you all lovely little elves want to put some questions in the Christmas stockings, and we don't want to leave everybody out because there's a total of almost, yeah, there is a total of 153 people.
Yeah.
So out of 153 people, I'm sure we can have at least 5 questions. This is for your panelists. We'll do our best to answer.
Well, since you're, you know, an expert in the matter, and I'm
So
by no
so
means an
called so
expert in
called expert.
anything, uh,
No. You have plenty of knowledge that none of us have. Yeah.
I probably can kickstart this with a question for you. Uh, oh, actually, yeah, there is a question over there.
Okay.
Probably we can start like that.
Astral has a question. Do you see one in your chat? And
Ooh, I will need to check.
Neuro.
Yeah, what was the question?
Yeah, we're looking for. Do you had a question? I think I am Homelander had a question earlier.
Yeah,
Homelander was
I
speaking
don't
up quite a lot. Yeah.
I don't recall their question because I was in and out,
It's okay. I'll go back up and
but
find it.
I want to know that question because I as I said, I went to get my pill and then I also went to the bathroom. So there was a couple of things that I did. So what was the question?
Uh, he asked one question: are the white people not forever connected to us now? Do we sever that connection? He asked the question. That was one question. Do we sever the connection to white people in terms of this sort of unification? The other
Well,
question is, did your people travel mostly by foot long range or did they use animals? So there are what, 3 or 4 different nations sitting here, so you're going to hear a different answer for that. Should we
Yeah.
sever the connection to white people now that they're permanently connected in a way to us?
We we can sever that, and to getting to that question, we can sever that connection just by being in the POW areas and the reservations that we're living in, or going, or you could live in those areas. There's plenty of colonizers who go to live in reservations, which shouldn't be living there at all. But we can sever the connection with them all that we want. But the only connection that I think we should not sever is the connection via economically. The economic connection between the white people, um, having that trade is pertinent for us to even get get our own means of production going, and owning that. But the second question, the Tainos, us Tainos, we were by foot. We were all by foot. The island was small enough that we were basically runners. And we would run up the mountains. We would uh, travel within different areas within the terrain, and the the only way that we would travel would be through that, because horses did not come over here. Um, Cattle really did not come over here by itself, and it wasn't, natural in Puerto Rico. The only things that were natural was the animals in which they had, and it wasn't these big beasts that we see. It wasn't, big bears, or not even monkeys. Monkeys came over here through this stupid CIA trying to test out a virus within monkeys, and they put the test site of with monkeys in there, and then they let the monkeys loose, basically to colonize us further, and to show that we were,
Mhm.
quote, an area, a tropical area where monkeys were. And that's not even true even in South America. They we never really had monkeys. We had our own species, our own different types of mammals. Wild boar is one that is central within South America. I don't know about
Mhm.
Puerto Rico, but in South America, it was pertinent that there was wild boar. But anyway,
Mhm. Mhm.
that's my take.
Well, should we sever our connection to the white folks? Because our status, us who live on reservation, not gonna sever your connection because you can't. If you're not
No,
on a
you
reservation,
no no.
uh, you can, yeah, you could do what you want, but to sever your connection, every single thing you live around, is from those people. So,
Uh,
but you can. Um, one thing is for sure, it's certainly very difficult for us to find each other. So, forming good communities outside of the reservations, you know, that would
mhm.
be a good idea.
I could see us making our own reservations rather than having white people giving us an area. You know what I mean? That's my whole
Well,
take. That's
we,
why.
you,
That's why.
you
That's why I
can't
was.
make your own reservation.
Yeah, and
You
that
can't.
is you can't under the laws that the white man has. We can't. But the you know forming collective groups or what I could what I could call it is like communes. We can make our own communes, but not
Yeah,
our own reservations.
yeah, intentional communities. Yeah. Hi, Blinky.
You know,
Um,
yeah,
which is something that I was doing was a project I had already I was working on when I came up here where I'm at. COVID kind of halted that, but that's exactly what it was. Kind of like the field researchers and
yeah.
et cetera, and letting people come in and recover. But yeah, to dissever your connection to the white people, um, you can try. You know,
It's a try, but the thing is,
it's well, you
I'm
can try, but there are
yeah,
360 million of them, and 40 million of us maximum,
yeah,
max, and we
yeah.
can't find each other. So if you sever your connection with the white people, where do you connect to? But
Uh,
I believe that uh, yeah, we need full autonomy. All right, full autonomy,
Yeah.
that
full
yes,
sovereignty, which
that's a
is, I
yes.
mean, I want the dependence on the government severed completely.
That's a definite yes. The only way
Okay,
that we
but
get that
but
is
well, we're speaking to I'm Homelander here. So,
mm,
but the effect that would have on
mm,
many nations is they just
mm,
can't. They just can't.
mm,
And no, the nations don't step in and support each other that way.
mm, mm,
Um, so
mm,
there could be that kind of network of mutual aid. The special relationship of the Indian to the federal government, Secretary of the Interior, and the states. Right, the states agreed to host these reservations.
mhm,
Right, when the states get up in arms, they sabotage and destroy and harass and on and on. Land back decision changed that. It told the states that they have no right to interfere with what we do just because they agreed to host the reservation. Doesn't give them jurisprudence or jurisdiction. That we our relationship is treaty sovereign. It is exclusively with the federal government. So not only did it acknowledge our sovereignty, and it gave half of Oklahoma back. But the guy
mm.
dog whistled it and said, well, since Congress didn't meet to dissolve reservations, we're going to give them this reservation. It was as much as saying, if you don't want this to happen again, dissolve the reservations. Congress can do it with a swipe of the pen. That's the deal. That they can be created and dissolved exclusively, whim, without justification, Congress alone. That's how fragile our status is. Due to the Reservation Act finally signed, we can no longer form reservations of our own. So they took that right away too. And we don't have full unrestricted voting rights either. The American Indian Voting Right Act of 2019 was tabled due to COVID. So that's how fragile our status actually is. It's away with a pen. We
That-
don't have to be included in that conversation. We all know it. So we had better do something now before they decide to pick that pen up.
that pen, why don't we just destroy the pen?
We can't. We
And
can't. It's not your pen, man. Hate to tell you this. That's not your pen.
Yeah,
This
I
is
mean,
their way, and that is the truth. And so we need full autonomy and agency, because if they take that pen, as I said with my people, you could take away all of that, but as long as we still think a certain way, then we keep our identities. And so if they swipe it all away, they think that'll wipe us out for good. But if we have maintained strong identities as indigenous people, that's swiping us away isn't going to stop us from being here, and it's not going to stop us from being indigenous.
hmm,
Always going to be this way. So, but yeah, they're, you know, and that could happen at any time. I mean, look at the history of treaties and acts that have been passed through since early 1800s. You know,
yes.
you look at that
It's,
history. I've had to go over every single one of those documents. You know, half of them. I mean, I have to sit in the Supreme Court with litigators, translating, taking notes, interpreting, whatever has to be done, logging it in, whatever. Okay, and boom, and you're gonna lose, and you know it, and give me the coffee. God, here we go. Land back was one of the exceptions. I knew it was gonna pass. All did, and it was just a matter of time. We knew it. We knew it when the judge recused himself. We said when he comes back, that's it. It's gonna pass, and it did. Boom, bam, there it was. But that thing took decades. That had been disputed for decades and decades and decades and forever. Forever. And it took, and I knew it would take the Choctaw. The Choctaw stepped up. Because they don't lose.
how do we?
Can't we get together and cooperate? The Choctaw, the Chickasaw, the Osage, Tahlequah, and there's one other nation involved. For the first time in history, came together, formed what looks like a confederacy, because now they're the 5 nations. Is that not a confederacy? What did I say? If we remembered how to form confederacies, we would win. Ding. Land back.
Could we find a way to create a lawsuit, basically, on the law that basically created the anti reservation creation act, whatever that was?
And
Is there
you,
a way that we can go into a courtroom and say that that wasn't fair to us?
oh,
Like
we have.
basically,
We don't go to a courtroom. We go to the Supreme Court. We are strictly federal. We just skip it and go straight to the Supreme Court.
okay.
But to get to the Supreme Court, you have to have a dispute at the district and circuit level.
Alright. So
So you have to go through the gauntlet of the state, which the state will always vacate it, and then you appeal, and you go to the appellate court, and then you work your way up to the Supreme Court, and you stand there, and they say, it doesn't matter. We can't revise this. We're in the wrong place. So to revise things like a Reservation Act takes Congress to do that, and you have to go through your Congress people. But we don't have Congress people.
No, we have trash.
Reservation is not represented by us, by anyone. We represent ourselves. Like Congressman Grijalva cannot speak for the Tohono O'odham in Arizona. We have no representative. We're not counted as a district. And yet, we're distinct settlements. And as a sovereign, you can't have representation in Congress because you are a sovereign. You have to show up personally. So we cannot do anything to Congress. We can't impose or appeal to Congress. Individual citizens, yeah, but not tribal representatives. So that's how it actually works. Convenient, right? It's like he was saying about the women that were considered a child. So in order to go to court and press charges, you had to have a sponsor. Well, that's what they've done to us. They call us dependent nations. And we argued immediately and said we are occupied sovereign nations. So they ended the dependency with self-determination. And that made it better, and in some ways, of course, worse because like I said, the system is not designed for us to succeed. Okay. And no rationale to why we should not be profitable. But anytime we ever were, they yanked it out, just like they did to black people. So it's just straight racism, and clearly this is being maintained at the upper levels, upper levels. So they worry about the Proud Boys, and I said, well, what about the guy who gave the Proud Boys the signal, who let them off the leash?
Yeah. But
And so every day we face this. True, yeah.
for example, the water protectors that were fighting against the APL, I think at the end of the Obama administration, Obama decided to hear the water protectors and eventually help them out, pass an executive act, I think, right? And then right after that administration came the Trump administration, and he authorized the APL again. So basically, as you mentioned, these kind of agreements can be very fragile. You're really depending on the soup of the day. What is the sentiment or mood? And can be changed at any moment. And this precedent from very recent times, that's a very good example of like recent history. And as you start going back to the 1800s, that was basically treaties were just were not respected at all, basically.
No.
The treaties were made and broken. There was absolutely no oversight whatsoever.
No, there was none, which is shocking, because, and another thing is that they always would dispatch some general to go write a treaty with him. And they didn't know how to make a treaty. Really, and they were, and they had, look at the language. Look at the Laramie, Fort Laramie Treaty. Has to be, hands down, one of the worst drafted documents in history. Anyway, that's the I will fight no more forever treaty because that was a legitimate, I'm not going to say legitimate, authentic peace treaty. Peace treaty.
Right.
It's unlike any other treaty in the country. Yeah,
Uh,
peace treaty.
yeah.
The Iroquois, on the other hand, wrote their own treaty saying that they would abandon all traditional forms of governance and adopt the superior European American form and pledge allegiance basically to America. So they wrote their own treaty. The way the Iroquois are now, they did that to themselves. Well, and America was very happy to receive that treaty. They didn't touch that treaty, right? Because it totally benefited them. It's the only one that hadn't been violated. That was the Seneca that when the land lease actually expired, 99 years, yes, they evicted everybody. Get out, we're building a casino. What do you mean? My grandparents are buried here. Really? All of my ancestors are buried here. Get off my land. These residents went to New York Supreme Court. New York said, sorry, you should have read that in the fine print when you bought it. You should have looked at the title. It's leased land. You did not buy the land when you purchased or built your house. It was leased. And the lease is up and they're not going to renew it. You need to get out. So that treaty, that was a work of art. And yes, when the lease was up, land back, get out. And this is why everybody was afraid Oklahoma would do the same. I said that was not Oklahoma's intention. That was purely Seneca. They have every right. It's their land. You know? And these residents were stunned when the Supreme Court said, we need to sit down and have a conversation about what treaty law is. And then they found out that all of New York is on a lease. It's renewed every so often. So no, they didn't buy New York for a handful of beads. It's leased. Do you know that it's an indigenous company, corporation, actually that owns more than real estate in Manhattan, including the land? It's owned by a man who formed a company called Red Man Takes It Back. So these treaties, when they work, they work. It would behoove us if we had ever written treaties like the Iroquois did. But most of us, it was asking too much to come up with a constitution, and these constitutions had to be applied. And then it all had to do with citizenship. So you're making little ethno-states out of all of us, and they all have different citizenship stipulations, and that happened when you had the Dawes rule, etc., where paid blood quantum, which is the thing I want to abolish. So this is what constitutes our existence, is this relationship with the federal government and these treaties and acts, and policies.
If we learn how to write bills ourselves, we could.
No, we can't.
Huh?
We can't. The act that allowed treaties to be written stipulated that they could only be written up to a certain point in time. And no more treaties can be written or
No
amended.
more. No
No more
more.
treaties can be written. Nothing can be amended. No more treaties. That's it.
Unbelievable.
Now, we're not Congress people, so we obviously can't introduce bills in legislature. Obviously.
You
So, what we
could.
can do is, um,
There's ways.
land back had grounds. Because, because it had to do with a sexual case.
Mm,
Land back had grounds. It had to do with jurisdiction and jurisprudence, which is a valid suit to present the Supreme Court with. It's in their jurisprudence to examine this.
mm.
And in this case, land back gave us the right to prosecute crimes on our own territory. That means officially, if you officially have a criminal justice and penal system, right?
Mm.
You are the law on your own land. You are a sovereign.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
Landback gave them sovereignty. Do they know what to do with it if they listen to the Choctaw? Yeah, Choctaw knows exactly what to do. Exactly what to do. So I hope that they absolutely sit and take the lead on that council. You know.
yeah. Well,
So
the Treaty of,
yeah.
of Fort Laramie wasn't the, complete trash. Uh, for example, in the Black Hills, which was an area that was it was basically designated to be a guaranteed territory for the Lakota Nation in this treaty
That's
for
true,
Laramie.
but that's not what
Uh,
happened. Of course,
that is not what happened. So what happened was that gold was discovered in these Black Hills
that's right.
by some miners and some entrepreneurs, including George Hurst, and I'm going to expand more on this guy later. Basically, bought that mine in 1877, and the reason this mine is prominent in history, the Homestake mine, that's the name of the mine. It's a is because all the money that was extracted, that was all the revenue from that mine, uh, part of it was was used to create a newspaper known as the San Francisco Examiner, that was
Yep.
inherited by this guy William Randolph Hearst, right?
Hearst.
Hearst. Sorry, I'm my pronunciation is trash. Sorry. Uh, this guy, if you have seen the movie Citizen Kane,
Oh
which is
yeah,
an old movie, basically that movie was based on this guy.
this guy. Yeah,
Uh,
he
yeah,
was a mogul. They called him a mogul.
yes.
Yeah.
So basically, he created fake news.
Yeah, exactly what it did.
Right? So
Exactly.
basically, fake news, or the actual name of it, which is yellow journalism,
Yellow journalism. Yeah.
technically, uh, before yellow journalism, there will be a journalist with journalistic integrity go to
Yeah,
some
I'm a
place
journalist. Yep.
and uh, talk to witnesses about something that happened or witness it themselves, gather evidence, photographic evidence, whatever is needed, and then elaborate a journalistic report that then gets published, by a newspaper, of course, edited and such, and you will have a good faith journalistic publication, right? a real newspaper. But with the emergence of this guy, he says, you know what? Actually, like newspapers that abide to ethics are not very profitable, right? He inherited this failing newspaper, the San Francisco Examiner, and he said, you know what? This thing doesn't make enough money. I'm going to spice things
Yeah.
a little bit up, and add some spice to this news.
Well, he
And
would just make
I,
things up. Yeah.
yeah,
Uh-huh.
and make things up and add,
Okay. Um.
stories and write things in a very emotional way.
Well,
And
Fox News.
Fox News, basically, right?
All
I
right.
mean, Fox News is
And
the
so
more,
what? And we.
yeah.
And what is the connection of that to the Fort Laramie Treaty?
So the Fort Laramie Treaty. Uh, so the mine from which the Homestake mine was in territory in Lakota territory, according to that treaty. But because that treaty wasn't really enforced properly, uh, these guys were uh, it, it was possible for these guys to massively profit from the Homestake mine, uh, and this money will
Yeah, 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 yeah,
become
yeah.
the 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 Hearst communication empire of today, right? Uh, Hearst Communications uh, has its origins on money stolen from the Lakota people, right?
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
and and if you see all of the list of publications uh, today that are published by Hearst Communications, there are a lot of magazines and newspapers and such. Uh, all of that somehow was enabled by straight out theft.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, sure. Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
The problem with the Fort Laramie Treaty is that destroyed the Lakota way of life overnight, completely. So the fact that many of them hold their traditions and language, as many of them today hold their traditions and language, therefore Lakota, like those people, they didn't not fight. They put the knife down and picked up education as a weapon. Several decades ago, they collectively decided how they were going to handle white folks. They were besieged continuously, especially when when the FBI and CIA were formed. They were crawling with feds all over the reservations. And I was a member of the American Indian movement, and you couldn't go out and go ice cream somewhere. There was one of them standing there. You know, um, so um, that treaty is so disputed. DAPL was one of that was one of the issues there. Same thing, the pipeline.
yeah.
Um,
There were many obscure things happening to the people, to the water protectors. With all that
yeah,
happened, I remember they set up like this is this is actually very impressive. They set up fake cell towers, for like
yeah,
cell phones, and basically your phone automatically connects to these cell towers, right? And when you connect to these cell towers, they will basically hack your phone, right?
hmm
Uh, yeah, it's very very weird things happened around that time.
yeah. It was part of DAPL. So Oh man. But yeah, so what do you do with the treaty you can't amend? You can't. You can only defend it. The option with a treaty is just like land back. The treaty says this is your land. Okay, so until you dissolve reservation, this treaty can't be amended. It can't be rescinded. It has to be obeyed. So
Right.
that's where we're at. We can defend treaties, but we can't write any new ones.
It's the best available situation. The least of
Yeah,
evil.
that's a yeah. So the best thing that you have is to force them to comply to the terms of the original treaty because it can't be altered.
Right. I think there was a question like some good time ago.
Yeah,
Sure.
Mira.
He mentioned, uh, did your people travel by foot long
Ooh.
range, or did they use animals? And I
That
think
one I answered. Actually, our people did neither. We traveled by canoe. Merry
nice.
Christmas, twin. Merry, Merry Christmas. Merry, Merry Yuletide. Astral, hello. My changeling twin is here.
My understanding is that pack animals existed in the pre-Columbian world. Pack dogs existed. It did
My people traveled by canoe. That's how we did things.
right,
There were some that use a dog with a sled. Uh, some today will use a dog,
right.
but depend on where they're at. My people traveled exclusively by canoe, and then hunted, of course, on foot, but it's canoe. We almost lived in canoes.
And what I understand is that after the Pueblo revolt, a lot of horses were released into the wild, and those were the horses that were later tamed by the different nations. Uh,
The plains people.
yeah,
They say they dispute that too. They say the thing was always here.
that they were always here.
Yeah. So they dispute it. We have horse. We we never saw a horse or a cat. There's certain animals we don't even have a name for. All right. So we didn't know even when we saw a horse the first time. We just called it a big dog because it was hauling something. So we that him. Oh, it's a big dog. Cat. We had to name something like a kissing sound because we couldn't get over the fact that a cat would go to its owner if its name was called because we didn't
How
name
did
dogs. We couldn't get
how
over
did
it.
how did I know that a horse is just big dog? Because for some dumb reason, I think horses are just big dogs.
That's what it looks like.
Me personally, I think that they
Meow.
are big dogs. Like they look like it in a certain way, in a sense of their personality. You know, their personality is that of a dog, not of a not of a donkey. That of a dog. It's just to me a playful thing. A horse is just a playful animal,
Well,
and I didn't
our
know that, but I've
yeah.
always had that enveloped in me. You know,
Sorry. Well,
you're
the
okay.
dog we call him a Tim. Um, called a Tim. This is very hard to explain, translate. At has usually something to do with um Well, atik and atak and atim. Star, deer, dog. Um, attack is that's animate. So that's a person. So a deer is a person. Right? A star is inanimate. It's an ik. Doesn't change. But this beginning at things like that um, are not. There's the dog star. Haha. I don't think it translates. But at im is not mean a person. It means is something you've caught. It means it's a something. It's a part of you. It's a shadow. At im. It's a shadow. Because a dog is a companion that will heal, right? You know how they do. And your dog. So your dog is your dog because that dog comes to you. He recognizes you, so he's atim. My dog. My. That's just so hard to translate. My reflection, more or less. So the horse. The dogs being put onto sleds. No, not all of us did that. Some of us did that. The Dene did that, so I think we got it from them. In fact, with dogs themselves, we didn't have them. They were brought over by the African, so we got the dogs from them. So they're not native to our understanding, and we don't name them. Can't be in the house. And so atim like that means like I don't know how you say that, like a use. You know, like your hand is useful to you. You get it? Okay, so the dog is a useful appendage.
Has to die.
He hunts with you, so he's an appendage of you. Okay, so horse. The first time we saw one was hauling a sled, the giant sleds, you know. And it came in with the French, and here they come in with these dray horses hauling these gigantic sleds. And so then we said the mistatim, big. Mississippi, big water. It was originally Mississippi. And then Michigan, same thing. Michigan, more than big water. It does it. The water's not running. It's in one place. Michigan. Just like Papoishigan is the kind of bread you used to dip into a cup. Standing water. So Mistatim, big dog. But it's not our horse. Mistatim belongs to someone else. Right. An extension of you, a tool, but more you, a tool, an extension of you, like your hand extends your intent. Yeah, exactly. So the horse extends our power. The dog shadows us, ends our ability to hunt. These things, deer and star, same. Don't have that extension meaning. Extensions. One's inanimate. It's its own thing. and the other one is basically a human being with branches on its head. So linguistically, and then menus is like a baby word, and we use that for the kitty because you menus. It's like a kissing sound. Menus. There's no ending on that thing because we didn't know what that thing was. Didn't know exactly what it was. We knew it was kind of magical. Okay. So menus, little creature. We have no idea what it was, so we named it. We didn't know what to call it. And as compared to mustus, is as the word you know is moose.
Mm-hmm.
In Quechua, the word
Mustus.
cat is misi,
Misi?
right?
I wonder why. But they have cats there in South America in Quechua. Seen a cat. We didn't even have. We had no cat either, so we'd never seen anything like. We've
Yes,
never seen a feline or an equine creature, so we were like, "What the hell are those things?" Yeah, amazing, huh? Yeah.
mountain lions and all sorts of like smaller cats. There is the Andean cat. Uh, there are few. There are few cats.
Jaguar.
Yes, jaguar as well.
Mm-hmm. There's horses. I mean, they're so mystical, those creatures. Yeah. We have something called a quiquaketch, which is the same creature that the character Wolverine is based on. So Wolverine is ours. He's ours.
Now there is the lynx that perhaps uh, inhabited, many parts of
Horses.
uh, North America. Uh, yeah, the Canadian lynx, no?
Yeah, long tufted ears like that. Um,
Yeah,
uh, spotted lynx. Arctic lynx? Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
somebody in the chat asking a question on where do horses come from?
Yeah. Is that my chat or yours? That's Rye. Yeah.
That's your
Horses,
chat.
if I'm not mistaken, are there was a Przewalski's horse, which was on the Russian steppes, and they evolved from that area. And the
It's
modern horse, as you know it, was it's a Salian, which was Greek.
mm-hmm.
Um, and I think the Arabian horse, the famous Arabian horse, that was domesticated. God, I don't even. I mean, longer ago than I think than. They're the ones born with one vertebrae. Yeah, no, not African steppes. The Russian steppes. They evolved in the Russian steppes. How about look
The
at the zebra? Yeah, that's a equine. I mean, that thing's, I would have had to have said the zebra actually resembles a. The Przewalski's got thick fur like a Belgian, thick hide. He's a short little guy with a black head, and he looks exactly like you've seen the Neanderthal paintings, right?
mm-hmm. I see. The thing is that horses are more an Middle Eastern, Northern Middle Eastern thing, and not only
No,
Middle.
no. Oh, no. They evolved much further north than that.
Yeah, but I'm meaning like
Actually,
the.
to be honest, the caves where they're painted is Iberia, which is Spain now.
Mhm. Yeah, but the thing is, what I'm trying to say is that they the Europeans got it from that area of Kazakhstan, that area, and
Kazakhstan?
yeah, Kazakhstan, and
Mm,
pulled it into Greece and Rome, and then it went to Iberia as a and then the Arab horses came from more of Africa, and
yeah,
they
long neck.
inbreeded it
Um,
that way. You see,
but what I'm
so I
saying is
think
those caves
there,
painted
yeah.
horses.
Hmm.
Those caves were near the Straits of Gibraltar, and they were already horses as we recognize them.
Hmm.
They didn't
Hmm.
come from at all.
Yeah.
They were
So
in
we
Northern
did not.
Europe. They evolved in Northern Europe. They would have been all the way stretched across into Asia
Yeah,
before
and
modern man showed up.
yeah,
So there were
So
horses
they were there. Yeah.
in North America initially, but then 12,000 years ago they became extinct.
Who
Uh,
did?
all of the horses in North America became extinct 12,000 years ago, and then they became like reintroduced, uh, by Europeans. But
Never heard that before.
there are fossils of horses in North America. Yeah.
Oh, where I never heard that before. I started with archaeology. I would have heard that.
Oh, I see. It says well.
But if you have the thing, let me see that. That's interesting.
Okay.
Now, 12,000 years, uh, especially on the West Coast, it went extinct, huh? Hmm.
Yes.
Hmm. But if you have that link, let me look at that.
Let me see.
A couple things going on 12,000 years ago.
Let me see. It's here is the link. I can probably,
Okay.
yeah, from Canadian Geographic. It says
Oh, neat.
in Western Canada, uh, settlement appeared later, so horse populations once numbered in the median.
Okay.
And it said also there is clear evidence of horses until 12,000 years ago, with isolated finds indicating that there might have been horses closer to 3,000 to 1,000 years ago. Well, I'm not sure what is supporting of this publication, so perhaps for now I would take it with a grain of salt. But yeah, yeah,
Yeah, if you post that, I can tell you straight up whether that's, you know,
yeah.
a good source or not.
Perhaps I can share it on. Well, I shared it in your Twitch chat.
Oh yeah, you can put it in mine, or you can put it in this Sue. I think I don't know if he has links
Yeah.
or not. Oh, you did that already. It's because I wasn't even looking at your name. Like what? Oh, I got you. I forgot what your Twitch name was, and I was like, oh, okay. So let me tell you, well, to the best of my ability,
Yeah, it has this kind of genealogical tree of like this phylogeny of the different uh, kind of
so
horses. Yeah.
the modern horse, Equus, Balas, Caballero comes from that. Belong to the Perissodactyls, an order that includes tapirs and rhinos. They are odd-toed hooved animals that walk on modified third toes. So the family Equidae, equids, includes modern horses, zebras, asses, and many extinct cousins. Eohippus, 55 million years ago, small fox-like animal with four toes. The Eohippus had a ruff on his neck. It looked like a little tiny miniature zebra. Uh, so Anchitheridae went extinct 7 million years ago in Asia. Equinae, which developed a densely packed foot good for running in open grassland. So there's two kinds of horses. Oligocene epoch. And then you had the Calobatypus, Archaeohippus, Parahippus. And so Protohippini, Hipparianini, Equini. Equini is a modern horse that we know with one toe. Horse variants occurred as far north in the Yukon as the Yukon in Canada 1.2 million years ago.
Mm.
North American horses disappeared around 8 to 10,000 years ago. Hunting by early natives? Nobody hunted horses. Climate change and disease. But yeah, several things. As I said, they disappeared around the same time.
Yeah, like what the hell are they talking about? They're talking
Nobody hunted
crap.
horses.
Yeah, they're talking crap that we hunted horses. Like no,
Well,
no.
where did they live? If this was true, where the claim is like what?
The thing is that if they horses would have had to come through Alaska, they would have had to. You know, the big glacier that was in between the two land masses. They had
We've
to.
already debunked the Bering Strait theory is officially coming off the books. It's been completely debunked,
What
and so it should be disappearing within the next 5 years.
what
Yep,
theory?
Bering Strait. They all came over on the Bering Strait. That's all gone. So, by the
Uh,
way, yeah, yay. Um,
It was mostly like navigation, no?
yeah. No, it was a boat. You didn't need to walk across anything. And you, what the hell? Oh my god, I can't even go into how that theory is not working. But domestication of horses occurred around 3,000. I think that's where you're thinking. Yeah. They came in, domesticated them. 8,000 years ago, it was said Lakota moved into Sioux people moved into their area. Yeah, they worshipped horses. They did not hunt horses. Nobody around them hunted horses.
like why?
So where are they getting
Like
this
what?
from?
Yeah, I mean, perhaps they infer that from like fossil record or uh, bone record. They
They might have been hurt on a
yeah,
hunt, but they were not hunted.
yeah. Well, archaeologists, they can just see, the bones, and analyze the bones, and then try to kind of recreate the story based on their findings. But
Yeah, but
we can
show
see it.
me, show me the bin holding the horse bones, and show me the publication of the discovery of the.
Show
Right.
me.
I mean,
That's interesting because to say they went extinct when clearly the Sioux, you know what I'm saying, had the horse. Like that's ridiculous. They didn't go extinct. What are you talking about?
Like, show me. My thing is like, show me
Mm-mm.
the autopsy of the dead horses that were murdered, and show me tooling
Yep.
marks. Show me tool marks, and really, they won't. They would try to manufacture evidence, but really, if you look at the pottery and the stuff that we
Um.
have, it
They
would show that they venerated.
astral. Yeah, these were actual horses, modern horses.
Yeah, I mean, it is my understanding that the horse that was utilized by the kind of the crazy, like, sorry, by the different bands and nations, you know,
Mm-hmm.
in North America,
Mm-hmm.
uh, basically those herds descended
Mm-hmm.
from the Arabian horse introduced by the Spanish.
Huh. Yeah, that's a beautiful. I grew up with horses, and that's I've had to work with those creatures. It's like, but my God, they're beautiful. Mm, they're really just breathtaking, you know. But my favorite is the Lipizan. But yeah, what they're doing is speculating because it says it is known that you would hunt and eat horses. So this is they're simply speculating because Eurasians hunted and ate horses, but the people of the plains that have horses, you know, the horse cultures, okay, they did not hunt and eat horses. You know, period. So yeah, that's just where they overgeneralize. They keep saying we're all the same. Eurasians are not indigenous people, so why would we do what they did? Why would we do that? You know. But the Sioux had said all that time, no, this horse was always here. They insisted that the horse was always here. So I think it would be cool if that proved to be the case. But this article is not convincing me. And I really hate it when people just, especially so-called researchers, just slide in some expecting you to believe them on what? You know, when I go to try to do something, God, I have to turn in a license. I have to get a permit to do something. I have to report to a board. I have to go through an editor. No, I really hate that. I mean, I really, really do. And I'm journal for studies of consciousness, and I have to peer review, and I see the crappiest research coming through, and I really, really hate that. And it's impossible to determine the case here. They gave no link whatsoever to the clinic laboratory that analyzed the data that found the bones, and There's no way to look this up. Uh, but it
There is
would be
a lot of like,
great if the Sioux were the truth the whole time. That in fact the horse had been there the whole time. Would be fantastic.
and
You
there
know.
is a lot of like non-reproducible research, and there are a lot of like trickery that takes place with statistics, so they can kind of manufacture a narrative to support a conclusion.
Sure.
Yeah, there are lots of like little tricks that they do in
Yeah, I
academic
know that.
times. There is, of course,
I'm supposed to
great
train.
research, but
I I train field researchers who want to work with indigenous communities and don't know anything about it. And that's some intensive training. And the first thing is say nothing about us without us. You know, which is ethical. You can't research us without our permission. Can't take things away from us, even language samples or art or songs, without our permission. And you
yeah,
can't write things about us and make ridiculous, outrageous claims without letting us see it, and we have to approve it. That's how we are. And we learn to do that the hard way.
one thing that pisses me off is when in the Andes they find a mummy that was uh, usually mummies, are in their resting place, usually next to a mountain, because mountains are
Yeah.
considered sacred in the Andean cultures, right?
Yep. Yep.
Or apus,
Apus, yeah. Right.
and
Ugh.
they extract the mummy from its resting place and then put it in a museum. That will be equivalent to like desecrating a tomb
Desecrating a grave. Yeah.
grave, right? And then
Yeah.
taking blood and then putting it on display in some, I know, whatever, right?
Yeah.
That's yeah, and sometimes, likewise, uh, when some remains are found by archaeologists,
Yeah.
they also act in the same manner.
Oh, I know.
So
My first uh degree when I came in was paleoarchaeology. And they really wanted me bad because they wanted indigenous art. But I wanted to be an Egyptologist. And then when I found out, and I'd gone 4 years years into it, I had like interdisciplinary degrees, so I had like 3 separate academic tracks. So I find out that, oh, you mean you destroy the artifact? Oh yeah, we replicate it with plaster. I'm like, what? Oh yeah, it stays in the laboratory and they work on it until it essentially falls apart. And then we just, we destroy the site and we rebuild it, we replicate plaster. And I went, well, wait a minute, you're in there, you're in there. All right, so you want me to go on a reservation, dig up dead Indians? Are you serious? Actually, what my advisor was, that's what he wanted me for. And I was like, no. No. Period.
yeah, and
There's a lot
there
I
is
can do in
also
archaeology where I don't have to touch dead people, okay? So he got so angry at me. And I said, I'm going to go ahead into cryptolinguistics. It is,
cryptolinguistics.
get buried in graves. They're not someone's ancestor. Boy, he got so damn mad. But anyway, that's what ultimately I ended up linguistic because of that. But I'd gone 3 years already into the whole program, so I wasn't gonna do it. I just wasn't gonna do it.
And
I was
those
yeah.
are like
You find
the
some other Indian that will grave rob for you. Ass, I couldn't believe it.
I mean, and they're the archaeologists from academia, and then you have illegal archaeologists, especially in Egypt.
Yeah,
And I know that they also exist in Peru, uh, where there is basically a race between the legal archaeology, uh, the, the legal archaeology activity versus like illegal archaeologists, which are basically just people that start digging around trying to find stuff, and then they find something that they think is cool, and then they sell it in some local market. But by the time they sell it in this local,
yeah,
it's completely contaminated, and it loses a lot of
yeah.
its archaeological value,
Well,
right?
yeah, right.
And
I
one of
see.
the coolest places in Peru is there is this place called Huaca Rajada in the region of Sipan, uh,
Mhm,
where there was an archaeological site by the Mochi culture. The Mochi culture, they had mummies, and they had the tradition of uh, basically, you know, the the grave will have all of the belongings of right. So there is like there was this monarch, uh, and this grave had all of these different like artifacts, some of them made of gold and such, uh, headdresses and masks and stuff like that. It's a very interesting site. Uh, I'm going to post the link here. It's called the Lord of Sipan, and there is a museum for it where they put all of this stuff. But
mhm,
they retrieve this stuff from
mhm.
like an illegal operation
Oh,
that
yeah, yeah, yeah.
exists.
Mhm.
A bunch
Yeah,
of
they
people that
recovered the antiquities. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
they were just digging around, and they started finding the things, and then they just got raided by the police just before they were able to kind of extract all this stuff. But otherwise, it will be like lost forever. Yeah,
Mhm.
it's kind of
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, it
But
is interesting.
regarding this crypto linguistic thing,
Yeah,
so
cryptolinguistics.
in
Uh,
the Inca world, the Inca had two kind of main languages. They had the Runasimi, or the language of the people, and there was the Capaximi, which was the language of the nobility, the Inca nobility. And
oh,
the
yeah.
Capaximi language, which was only spoken, as I said, by the nobility, by the people close to the Inca, Sapa Inca, that language was lost forever. Uh, there is no uh, record of what it was
Mhm,
like, how it sounded. Uh, yeah,
mhm.
I
Yeah, and
wonder
then
if
you had
there
the
has
Olmec
any
and
findings.
Toltec before them, before the Inca.
Yeah, the
So
Inca are relatively recent, and before them came, Tiwanaku, Moche. Many
Tiwanaku,
cultures
yeah.
came before them. Many of them were cultures that collapsed due to environment, because in the Andes, uh, the, the weather or the climate is pretty hostile, and it is not unheard like that sometimes you can have like a drought that can last for like 20 years or something like that, and then that can ruin any
It's very dry. Good.
Yes,
Which is
but at
good.
least the Inca, and this is something that I wanted to mention before. Well, even though they had no money, currency, they had a population at their peak of around 10 million people, and they never used money for anything. However, when the Spanish found the warehouses of the Inca, uh, they opened the thing and they made an inventory of everything they had in these warehouses, and they estimated that these guys had enough food to support the entire population for 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so not only they did not have any like hunger, right? They eradicated hunger completely, and on top of that, they had reserves for 10 years, right? And all of
Mm-hmm.
that without ever using money whatsoever. What they did
What would
use,
they need money for? Why would they need to invent money? I mean,
right? They did not need it.
yeah.
What what they used, they had an economic system based on families, right? An
Mm-hmm.
extended families, clans that they would call IUs, and these IUs were the basis of the economy, right? Um, and by operating like that, they never actually needed money. So, uh, yeah, uh, when people say like,
They
"Hey,
were.
look, like,
They were a collective. Yeah.
yeah, like,
Mm-hmm.
hey, like in Scandinavia, they have some of government, and there is a high standard of living and almost no poverty." Well, here in the Americas, we also have that, like a system probably as efficient as that, right? Uh, yeah, we don't really have to look that far to find for systems of government that work. You know, yeah.
Mm. Incas are conquered.
I mean, so
Did
They're
they?
still living though.
Yeah. Did they? With their civilization, though, who like invaded them?
The
okay,
Spaniards.
so this is kind of what happened. Uh, what happened was you had the four regions known as the Inca Empire. Uh, and these four regions had the central government, which was basically the Zapa Inca, right? Who
Mm-hmm.
was like the monarch, right? The thing is, uh, there was this monarch called Huayna Capac, who died, right? And he had two sons. One of them was Atahualpa, and the other one was Huáscar. There were two brothers. And after the death of Huayna Capac, that I think he died of smallpox or something like that. He died of a disease, right? Uh, then came a war of succession between these two brothers that were disputing the throne. And after this war of succession, where Atahualpa won the, the access to the Inca throne, uh, then came a purge where Atahualpa started getting rid of all the people that were not loyal to him. And in this purge, he basically decapitated the entire empire because the people that he killed were the people that also knew how to run the empire. And in that very vulnerable, uh, after he was done with the purge, after he was done with this succession war, then he decided to go into a spiritual retreat, right? Uh, so while he was at this spiritual retreat, then in that moment came the Spanish uh, to Cajamarca. That's the name of the place. And the
Mhm.
Spanish like to call this thing the Battle of Cajamarca, which is probably a very misleading term, right? What really happened was that the Spanish showed up at Cajamarca mounting horses, and they demanded to see this Atahualpa guy, and they presented him with what they call the requerimiento, which is it's basically they present this guy with the Christian Bible, and if he accepts the Bible, which he cannot really do because he doesn't understand what a Bible is, uh, so there is no way for him to do that, right? If he somehow accepts the Bible, then his life will be spared. If not, his he will be like executed, right? Along with all the rest of the people below him, right? Thing is, he grabbed the Bible that was presented to him, looked at it, and then just threw it away aside because it didn't really make a lot of sense. It was just this block of paper, whatever. Like, this doesn't really have a lot of meaning to it. He just threw it away. And that upset these guys, the conquistadors, who then proceeded to kill the guy, right? Uh, and, well, okay, no, sorry, that was inaccurate. They did not kill the guy, they kidnapped Atahualpa, right? They kidnapped Atahualpa, and then they asked for a ransom, right?
Yeah, that's typical. That's like Portuguese. That's what that was
Yes,
Don Divers's things. Yeah.
yes. And then the ransom was, give me all the gold you can. So then they took a lot of gold, you know, uh, from various sources, and they gave it to the Spanish. The Spanish then uh, uh, melted this thing into coins, and they were able to fill an entire room uh, known as the ransom room. Uh, Meanwhile, as they were collecting this gold, Atahualpa was somehow Christian and indoctrinated into Christianity, and he learned how to speak Spanish. But after they were done collecting all the gold and doing all the thing, then they took him and they executed the guy. And not only they executed the guy was had different wives of different ages. Some of them were very young, like below 18, probably below 13 years old, and uh, Francisco Pizarro, who was the conquistador behind all this operation,
Mhm.
he took those wives, and he actually had children from those wives, and he even went to Europe,
Mhm.
and they became part of his own family, right?
Mhm.
Uh, and the thing is,
Or
the
yes.
the uh,
Thanks for
the,
following.
the king of Spain was very upset with all the situation, and wrote a letter to this guy saying, "Look, like, you messed up because you killed a monarch, and under you know our law, we do not kill monarchs, right? That is not something that is done, right? Uh, you can capture a monarch or whatever, but you don't kill them. And not only you don't kill a monarch, but you don't really kind of like take their family and force them to join your family. That's not like a thing, right? So all in all, these Pizarro guys were pretty, you know, uh, uh, yeah, they were very unethical people. Just
So
say
they
it gracefully.
my question was just were they conquered or did they just but if they were conquered and conquistadors come and they open these warehouses and all I was asking for Can you imagine the labor that went in to putting a warehouse stuffed with 10 years of supplies? And this was the one thing they couldn't possibly have predicted. All that work for nothing.
Well,
10 years
uh,
worth. 10 years worth. That's how much work. I mean, and there it sits, and these guys show up, and that's it.
the thing is that, like, the way the Spanish approached the Inca was basically like, okay, so these guys have a hierarchy today, right? They have a hierarchy, and what we need to do is to replace the top layer of that hierarchy and put ourselves into it, right? Uh, so they had this puppet monarch in Italy who was a Manco Inca. Uh, he was this puppet monarch that they installed in order to have like the perception of like a legitimate government. And then the Inca nobility allied the Spanish and collaborated with them, right? So it wasn't too much of like initially like how to say, like a conquest by force, right?
Mhm.
Uh, in one recurring theme in the history of the Americas is that when history is taught to like kids, they say like, oh, like the Spanish came and they physically went and beat up all the Indians. No, that wasn't the case, right? What actually happened, for example, in Mexico in the fall of Tenochtitlan, uh, was that
Tenochtitlan?
Tenochtitlan, yeah, was that they took uh, a local nation, right? Who were the what was their name? The Tlaxtecas, right?
Yeah, yeah,
The
yeah.
Tlaxcala, they allied with Tlaxcala, who were 200,000 people, and they amplified their own military power, which was very reduced with the Tlaxcala. They organized Tlaxcala militarily, and
Uh-huh.
then they attacked the Mexica, who
Mhm,
people call Aztec, but the true name are the Mexica, right?
mhm.
And that's how they won. I mean, a big part of the campaign was they using the Tlaxcalans against the Mexicans, right? Without the Tlaxcalans, that would never have happened, right? Uh, and the same happened in the case of the Inca. There were many what they call auxiliary Indians that were nations that helped the Spanish con- conquer other nations, right? Uh, that was like a thing, right? So basically, it's like divide and conquer. You know the old motto. It was like that. Like form alliances and gain the support of a group, buy them out somehow, promise them stuff. But in the end, uh, yeah, it was all out war.
A treaty,
Right.
they did not write treaties with sovereign nations. That's not what they did at all. Every time they showed up, the leader died horribly.
Right.
You know.
Yes.
So, what do you mean we don't kill kings? That's all those fuckers did.
I mean,
I
that is
mean,
what the King of Spain claimed in that letter. Perhaps that was some way of just releasing his own
well,
fault by trying to kind of leave some precedent that he did not do it. He did not do that. It was someone below him. We will never know.
wait, the law says mention smallpox killing more than their populations.
Yeah, a lot
What?
of the world.
Smallpox killed more people than it's killing more than half their population. Oh, much more than half. Yeah, 90%.
Yes,
Yeah, isn't
yes,
that awful? Yeah,
yes.
but it's the same. It's kind of the same story. Although I gotta admit, Spain is was the man they sent with Christopher Columbus, his governor, and he had the priest with him, and then this governor. That guy was so heinous and notorious that they were like, we're just gonna let him go to get rid of him, and they called him back. I think they were gonna arrest him or whatever, and he got out of it. But I mean, that guy, Jesus, he was a pirate, you know. So it's kind of hard to tell which one of them was worse, Christopher Columbus or him. But I think him, because
Uh,
Christopher Columbus was more or less infatuated with indigenous people until this guy was like, no, you can't love them. You have to chop their hands off, shit like that. But the grotesque brutality of the conquistador, and
yeah,
there's no explanation or rationale for why they did that.
they,
None, none, none. Yeah, Portuguese and Spanish. Yeah. What the hell made them so ugly?
there is this book by Bartolomé de las Casas. The title is I have it next to me, but it's kind of dark in this room. Eh, Relación de la destrucción de las Indias. It's in Spanish. It's like basically like it's a brief recount of the destruction of the Indies. That's what kind of the name pretty much translates
Yeah, I
to.
know Bartolomeo Las Casas is very well cited. He's in my research.
Yes, and
All of it.
he talks
Yeah.
about all the crap that takes place. That the
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The dog
murders,
fed the woman.
manipulations.
Listen, they stopped the woman in the coming up the road. I forget what it is. Did she? I don't know why. But they killed this. They killed this. They took her baby, bashed it to death, killed the woman, and fed her to the dog.
Yeah, and they bashed babies against rocks like that. Uh,
Yeah, which was an
because
old Roman thing. That was what the
And we're
Romans
the
used to do.
and we're the savages.
Bartolomeo Las Casas. Sorry, Spanish says I speak it with a lisp.
You're okay.
yeah, but
There's
Yeah,
there's
so-
the yeah. But the thing is what I'm hearing is it is true. Especially in the Tainos, we had the same problem with the gold side of things, that we only had enough gold that would just fill one bar, and that's it. And what I mean by one bar, I mean not the bar that is in you know the Fort Knox and stuff. No, I'm meaning a small bar. And you know, we we even had
Mhm.
to we even had to and the thing is that um by us having a small little bar, um it 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 shows that there was not a lot of gold in the area, and that it was all this colonization shit going on.
Yeah.
And
I guess the wooden ships tipped you off, huh? Yeah. Um, Cartier of Cartier. Cartier, 1400s, sailed over here to Quebec. There's two things in this account that confuse me. Champlain and Cartier both came. Um, and when we look back at the old French accounts of this, Mata o Anao, from, I'm sorry, I can't read your name. I don't know what that means.
But who?
Yeah, that sounds like Portuguese.
Yeah. Oh. Oh. It's because I can't see. I'm actually, you know what? I'm visually impaired. And I took my glasses off and now I can't see anything. Okay. Yeah, it must be on Noi because the tilde the Enya's over the A. um. Anyway, so Montagnier, I mean, Champlain and Cartier both come over, and the thing about this account, I always kind of thought this was strange because, it was the whole. Do you remember? They couldn't find Hudson Bay. They were trying to find. They were trying to find Hudson Bay. Do you
Yeah,
remember?
that
And they
was.
couldn't because they went down They came up St. Lawrence River and hit James Bay,
Yeah,
and then they were like,
they.
uh and I went, well, why didn't you just sail up, kill the dwarf? Um.
They're chasing their tail. They were chasing their tail like a rat. They were chasing their
Well, no,
tail.
that's what they said, and I go, well, wait a minute, because Champlain and Cartier, of course, was looking for diamonds. Somehow or another, he was told that there was diamonds in these sort of mountains, and I don't know how they even found out there was a Hudson Bay, but they kept asking people, and they go, oh yeah, the bigger one, that's up further north, la la la, and they wanted to get a sea route directly into Hudson Bay. Well, there is one. All right, so the stories of Cartier and Champlain both come here in the St. Lawrence, and then they eventually these larger rivers, East Main, they're sailing up and down these rivers. Okay, and I'm like, well, wait a minute. Cartier tried to land, tried to beach up, and the Montagnier, our cousins, chased them off before they could even get off the boats and set their ships on fire. They live at the southern banks of the Hudson Bay. They live up where they're Huron. So, if they didn't, I mean, what do you mean they didn't know where the Hudson Bay was? They knew exactly where. And he came back again. And the only way he was able to land was. So, there are some things in that historical account that I always, I just thought was like glaringly wrong. Obviously wrong. And of course, yeah, no, there were no diamonds, right? So the accounts of these first contacts here, from like where my people are, except for the day we met the French guy that wanted women's underwear, like virtually everything that was recorded before then is completely, I think, fabricated 100%.
Yes.
Because their
Yeah.
contact with us was by and large amicable, you know?
There are a lot of like fabricated stories And there have been even fabricated stories
Mm-hmm.
where there have been settlers that make up these kind of erotic fantasies in their books and say like that they came to Americas and somehow they were really attractive to local women, and then they had a lot of like, fantasies and stuff going on, and then they sold those books in Europe, and I think Pocahontas is part of that thing. Yeah, uh, there is a lot of fabrication when it comes to the Americas, like some of the accounts. Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I don't know. I think they want to twist history around to make it sound. In this case, they couldn't come up with anything. So it just uh, it's kind of baffling. You know, I think it honestly that Cartier's whole mission was just a total failure. In fact, uh, the problem was there really wasn't anything that Europe at that time wanted. We didn't have anything. And it wasn't until this guy saw all the beaver and realized that that was, uh, you can make felt out of it. And massive shortage of felt. And so he capitalized on it, you know? Because there were
right.
no other, we had timber to spare and beaver to spare. And so that's what kept the colonists in Quebec because there wasn't anything else otherwise. Just a huge chunk of land and this invisible bay nobody could find. Um, so it's funny because when they came over, they built trading houses, but um, and that's where we would bring their food for them because they couldn't hunt for nothing. I mean, they evidently couldn't take care. You know, so they established these trading posts, and I think they were setting up for business basically. Because they were expanding. They knew they were going to claim a lot of territory when they came over here. You know, but like Champlain was not the one who was freaked out. Oh, there's a bunch of Indians here. Oh, we didn't discover this place. He didn't have a problem. He never said shit like that. He didn't have a problem with that. Neither did Cartier. Somebody told him about the area. Well, who was here that told him? Because you're talking about 1400s, early 1500s. You know? So who was up in Quebec, in Hudson Bay, talking to people in France about diamonds? Like, where were they getting their news from? They brought
Yeah,
them over. So somebody
at
was
least
already here poking around. That's bizarre to me. This must have been the Dutch or the Norwegians because they were already here. I think that,
in
that those
in
trade
the
routes were well established. I know our people have stories about going to an island that's kind of in between. Uh, it's like where Greenland is, tip of Greenland, like where Thule is. There's an island there. There's a bunch of islands, and we have a story about going up there where the Scandinavians were. And meeting them, and we met them. It's once a year. You know, so it's kind of interesting. You know, I think our stories are proving to be true, and bunches of them to be true, and our perspective is now proving itself to be valid. And our perception as well overall. You know,
yeah, I think
but we're like,
the Vikings called like America, they called it Vinland. That was their name for it, and they even had like some presence, but they could not really settle because they could
Columbus
not really
has to die.
uh,
After
deal with the
500
local
years,
presence. Uh, yeah, they could not successfully settle here, and in great part was because they did not yet have uh, smallpox and other diseases. You know,
Which is
uh,
funny because it's the Norwegian rat that carries it.
right?
It's kind of ironic because Vikings were from, like Norway and Iceland. I was like, hmm. But, I mean, their ships were different too. They didn't have those big empty hulls. So if you had a rat in one of those ships, you'd know it, you know, pretty quick. I don't guess they tolerated rats on their long ships, you know?
Yes, because they
Yeah.
first reached Greenland and then they reached what they call Vinland, which is I guess Canada. Yeah.
Yeah, what they call Martha's Vineyard, that's Finland. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. Nova Scotia, basically. That's where they're at.
Yeah.
Really, where he landed, Eric the Red. Yeah, he went up the St. Lawrence just like Cartier and Champlain did, but like 1,000 years ago.
Columbus has to
Yes,
die.
that was like
Yeah.
around the
After
year
500 years,
1000 AD.
Uh, yep. We have a very very old, very sad story about what turned out to be um, a Viking outpost that was abandoned. And it turned out the king of Sweden and Denmark, they did this colonial expansion thing too, and they would give you a charter map and say, here's the land, and you can claim it. Okay. So they send these people to Greenland and Iceland, you know, claiming it as their own. And Greenland is full of Inuit. Skrælings, they call them, the Picts, you know? And whoop their ass too. Chase them right out. Chase them right off the shore. But so they get these charters, but this king wanted to purge a lot of people. He wanted to reduce the population. So he was giving everybody a map and a charter and go, if you can find it. He was giving these charters to people that had these birth defects, you know? And two of them most notably was gigantism and dwarf. He was trying to get rid of the undesirables, if you will, right? So it turns out our story has to do with an outpost where a group of these men with these birth defects had been sent, you know? And it was just, it was just caves. And so here they had been more or less stranded, kind of on this rock, you know, under orders, right? And it was just a sad story, and it's a very, very old story of ours. And lo and behold, a bunch of archaeologists, the last 2 decades, started to pay attention to these stories because they started to say, we keep finding things based on following stories. Like Troy was found based on following a story. So he said maybe we should start listening to these indigenous stories. So This one they heard, and I don't know. I remember less than 10 years ago. They went poking around those islands, and sure enough, exactly as described, this whole outpost was discovered.
Well,
There were
in,
an indigenous item that
to
was described in the story was left there sitting there, just sitting there, and it had been sitting there for know how long.
not
The
to
whole story
not to
proved true.
not to interrupt the council, but
The panel.
Twitch, the panel, the Twitchin Baloney writes, history is a pack of lies about events that never happened, told by people who weren't there. I I can um I can agree with half of that. I can agree with half of that. I can't agree with all history being a pack of lies. Um, but I can definitely agree with that. That some history, some parts of history, is a pack of lies about events that
Yeah.
never happened. Yeah, and told by people who weren't there. Yeah. And I can believe that some history, not all. Um, and I don't know what this panel agrees on, but that is my thing: is that we cannot exclude even our history as being fake when really ours is the truth, rather than the white people.
Mm-mm.
right. So my parents are history teachers.
Yeah.
Uh, what I understand is history starts with a written record, and everything before that is prehistory. Uh, so basically, you have historians who are the people who are
Hey,
dedicated
Grumpy.
to kind of preserve history by narrating over time. Uh, and as you start going back in time and you go to like ancient history and you have the ancient Greece and ancient Rome and such, there were historians that presented their accounts on certain events, and sometimes different historians don't agree on the same events, right? So clearly, it's uh, clearly there is a human factor there uh, that can be considered, right? However, uh, right now, uh, history is supported by archaeology, and archaeology, yes, they kind of fill in the gaps whenever. I mean, there is okay. So I mean, they do have like uh, tools to objectively analyze uh, like archaeological sites, right? And for example, see, look, like uh, yeah, yeah. Uh, he mentions even recent history has been rewritten. Uh, in reality, what changes are the paradigms, right? The paradigms that are used to understand history. Uh, because, for example, as society tends to be more humanistic and incorporate humanistic values, then the interpretation of same things will change, right? Uh, yeah, the the moral compass uh, is constantly changing over time. What was right now, I mean, what is right now considered moral a few decades ago probably was
Hold on,
immoral.
hold on,
And
excuse me, hey, Neuro,
Yeah,
come and look at baloney over here.
yeah. I'm
I'm gonna
checking.
ask you guys one thing. I need to go on the the bio break. And so Neuro, I want to see, and maybe with Carpe, if you want to deal with the baloney,
Carpe
I'll
is
leave it
there.
up to you to
Yeah,
decide that. Um,
yeah.
because
Carpe, if
somebody
you
drank
wanna,
the Kool-Aid.
yeah.
um, I'm gonna be right back.
Carpe.
All right, so I'm gonna be right back. So in my chat, those of you who are lingering with, I have all the elves here, by the way. Um, if you guys have any other questions, comments, and things, if you get those ready for me when I get back, and we'll try to put it through the marathon 48-hour indigenous stream. We're going quantum. Okay, I'll let you guys continue, and I will be right back with something hot. Okay,
Okay.
and then deal with Loney or have your mods do something about that. Okay,
Uh,
see you in a minute.
yeah.
I mean, it is reasonable to say, like, look, if some people were not there, then how can we verify that these things actually happen in the current interpretation of things? I think that is something that can be valid to say, but all the rest that follows, I guess, we cannot really take that seriously. So, uh, yeah, uh, let's see if there are more comments.
I can Carpe, if he wants to come in and take a listen, or take a position if he wants or not. But that thing that twitching baloney said was baloney. And some, yeah, and that was a lot of Kool-Aid. I mean,
No, I
uh,
mean, then it became clear that it was kind of trolling. So,
yeah, yeah, that was trolling. The thing is that our history from the our native history that is within us. There's been a lot of fascism within harming natives, literally. And there was fascism before Nazis came in and did their thing. There was. I did a presentation about this. That 30,000 neurodivergents, or those with psychological differences, were 30,000 of them were put through a euthanasia program that the United States did.
yes.
And that was an idea that Hitler took up. So that is
Yes.
that
Actually,
is the
that is a thing. And I can probably expand a little bit on that
yeah,
because,
and it also goes to natives, because in the camps it wasn't only those who were the blonde-eyed, blue-eyed people, which they weren't native really to Germany. It was native to Austria. Native to Germany was the brown-eyed, brown-haired individuals. So it was way different. It, yeah. So in our case, as Hispanics and natives, both together, you coming from a different Hispanic tribe, and me coming from a different Hispanic nation, different nations, we the hold on, let me see this.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, yeah, we've gone through stuff ourselves. For instance, there were, in Franco's time, Franco was also in South America. There was you're talking about Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico was still under Franco's rule, before the inevitable of FDR taking it before we signing our own independence thing. And the Franco owned Puerto Rico. And the thing is that not a lot of people know that. And he wasn't only in there; he was probably in some other South America island or nations. And I don't know what he did with Mexico, but there's a lot of things that show that it has harmed natives individually from even existing, and is showing. And I do agree with Carpe Pax on America is where fascists go to learn how to to fast. And yeah, it is exactly. We are just a
so
a a picture for that.
so you mentioned, for example, okay, the Nazis, right? The Nazis are the Nazi people who,
Hmm.
implemented these extermination campaigns against minorities in Europe, right?
Hmm.
Uh, and then you mentioned also some connection with US, right? And actually, that connection exists. So what happened was that before, uh, so before the Nazis became a thing in Germany, there was this entity called the Kaiser
32 people.
Wilhelm
32 people.
Institute of Anthropology and Eugenics, right? It's a long name. Uh, the thing is, these people did not really have a lot of funding to operate. So, and it was the Great Depression. So, if you don't have any money whatsoever, and it's the Great Depression, and there are no resources, will you start spending money in some stupid anthropology like institute full of racists? No. So they depended on uh, some external funding to operate, and that funding came from the Rockefeller Foundation in New York. They funded the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute of Anthropology and Eugenics in Germany so that it could continue to operate through all the years of the Great Depression, right?
Hmm.
Uh, and they gave grants to horrible people that then became prominent Nazis, like Joseph Mengele. I'm not sure how it's said in the actual German pronunciation, but the angel of death uh, received grants by the Rockefeller Foundation in New York. Now, if we go even before that, right, before the funding stuff, or the entire theory of eugenics was developed by people in California.
Yeah,
Okay?
Astro
So,
Storm is saying people with bigoted ideas, and that's
yeah,
exactly what it is.
yeah,
And for instance, on us, we Franco is a great example on what Puerto Rico and the natives there, the people who
Puerto
live,
Rico.
he did a way awful things towards the Puerto Rican people and Taino nations down there.
but
Also,
even after Franco, many horrible things were done to Puerto Rican people by the U.S. government.
excellent.
For example, I understand that there was a large percentage of women in Puerto Rico that were compulsory sterilized by the U.S. government.
Mhm.
Uh, so these women were being told, look, like you can prevent getting pregnant through this surgical procedure, which is just kind of, they describe it as just kind of doing some knots, in the
Spunk pug.
tubes that could eventually be undone later on. And in this way, they were tricked into believing that they were having this kind of like some kind of female vasectomy that could be undone in the future, right? But that wasn't a thing, right? Those people got sterilized forever in Puerto Rico, and that was done by the U.S. government. Yeah,
Mhm. And I really would love uh, for FDR to get off the dime. Of the dime. The point, because really he he doesn't deserve any honor whatsoever. A lot of people love FDR. A lot of people within the left love him,
Who's
and
FDR?
but the thing is that he's stupid,
Hold
and
on.
he
Hold
used
on.
us as
Hold on.
huh?
Hold on. First things first,
Uh-huh.
please don't call people stupid. I get that you don't like him and you don't think his takes are very intelligent,
Uh-huh.
but we don't need to be insulting people. We've endured that ourselves for too long. We
Okay.
don't need to continue that on. Remember, we are not the enemy that they made us out to be. And if, so long
Uh,
as
very
we,
wise.
so long as we continue to allow ourselves to represent that false image of us that they maintained and um, brainwashed the populace into believing, we're not going anywhere.
okay.
Do you know what I mean? So,
Yes.
Uh,
so we need to maintain and constantly show that we are not the enemy that they claim we are. That we are
okay.
better than that. And that we have morals, values, and things, and we respect people.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Did at
Mm-hmm.
some point mention something like that myself? Uh, Perhaps I did. Well, if I did, then I'm sorry about it.
Yeah. So basically, when especially like when we're doing councils like this. Oh, by the way, hi everyone. Good morning. I'm back awake now. Um, if you haven't noticed yet, I'm in full form. Um, So basically, when we're doing councils like this, we don't go into that kind of language where
Okay.
we're belittling someone or making someone feel less than, because we're all equal as human beings. Nobody's better than, no one's less than, and we respect each other.
Yeah,
And we
talking.
might not like what someone might have to say, and that's fine. But we
Yeah,
still don't need to.
I'm not talking about an opinion of somebody on here. I was talking about FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, of him
That's
being
that's fine, but we still don't need to do that while we're here doing it in council.
okay. Okay.
Do you know what I mean? It's just a simple matter of
Yeah.
respects. Like, personally, there are plenty of us in this stream, on both sides of the streams, including non-white or non-indigenous or non-people of color, that have
Mhm.
everything to hate that person, as well as plenty of other names and or so-called idols throughout of history,
Okay.
right?
Mhm.
Yes.
We may
And
not like the decisions that they've made. We may not like some of the moves they've made or things that they've done. But how do we show outside people from ourselves that we are not the enemies that they made us out to be, by being who we truly are, not
Okay.
being what they have already determined or pushed the idea that we are.
Now I'm seeing the agenda that you're saying.
Right.
Now I'm seeing it.
Okay.
Um, but he did some atrocious things towards the
Okay.
natives and to Puerto Ricans.
Yeah.
Both.
yeah, I mean,
Sorry.
it's a sensitive thing in terms of he was a democratically elected leader of the country, and therefore he does enjoy certain uh, place in history. Certain he enjoys certain reverence. It's like, for example, speaking of George Washington, who was a very highly revered. If you criticize George Washington, that causes like highly emotional response on from many people, right? So when it comes to like uh, leaders, especially, I think it's uh, very important to be very careful in the way they are described. Yeah.
And hello, 37 viewer or 33 viewers on this side on my stream. I'm not sure at the present moment how many are on Universal
Seven,
Discourses. Right?
74
74 on UDs.
on UDs. Yeah.
Yes.
Nice. Well, good morning, everyone. I had to take a nap earlier because I was just drained out. But I am back awake, and my sister Yudi has been so graciously helping this holiday Christmas stream that has been running on my end for 18 hours and 18 minutes already. Um, I took a nap too, Dorian. So, if you are unfamiliar on what's going on here, um, well, first and foremost, this marathon stream is to ensure that people are not alone at Christmas. At this time of year, usually can be the most hardest time of the year for everyone. Um, Especially, people committing suicide and things like that, simply because they feel so much alone that their life has become useless, and that's where they get to that kind of sink to that kind of low. We as human beings can sink to that kind of low if no one's there to at least even for them to hear or to know. I know this feeling you're talking about. Yeah, Carpex. Exactly, right? Yeah. So this stream, my stream, and Yudi came in and graciously joined in, and this and co-hosting because there's Yudi's stream and my stream at the same time. I am Lost Sue. Um, we we have been effectively for a long time now um, been doing an indigenous council conversation, or what would be considered in indigenous community as a debate. It is a completely different type of debate than what you're used to. This isn't scoring points or making someone feel less than or not intelligent. This is an honor circle where we respect each other's opinions, we expect each other's beliefs, we respect each other's statements, and we work towards finding a solution to the problem rather than just a fish tank shot that never hits its mark and has nothing but just continuously keeps things running in circles. There are many different ways in which every nation within the indigenous peoples on Turtle Island, which is known nowadays as either North or Central or Southern United States, or America, I mean. This is how we traditionally done things. These kind of strategies with isolation have gotten worse for many people during COVID. You're not alone. Yeah, exactly. Being that we are going through a pandemic and it is Christmas time, this is the main reason why I started it, and to reach out so that no one is alone at Christmas time. You can come here, you can be a part of this. Hey, Yudi, welcome back.
Oh yeah, hey, how you doing?
Good, I woke up. I'm in full form now. I was just explaining to both our chats, our streams, what's going on and what we're doing, as well as the reasoning why I've been doing an 18-hour and 22-minute stream so far, as doing a marathon streaming. So, yeah.
Why are you doing a marathon stream?
You don't know? Didn't I tell you?
Mm-mm.
Oh, I'm
No,
sorry.
you just said, "Hey, come here." Okay.
I just went, hey, come.
No, you said you said you just you just said we have an indigenous panel.
Yeah.
Uh, uh, uh. There's a seat open, basically. Oh, okay, I'll be there. It's like whatever.
Yeah. So the reason why
So
I'm
you
doing
mean lost? Hold on, Mr. Blinky.
Oh, okay.
You mean lost, Sue? He says that you, Sue,
Uh-huh.
remind one of my chat about how I told him to be clear with his word.
Yeah. There was a conversation that you kind of missed a few minutes ago, Yudi.
Yeah, comment, evidently.
Yeah.
Comment.
Where the word idiot was used to define someone.
Oh yeah, they
Um,
don't like stupid,
yeah,
dumb,
well,
or
no,
idiot. Yeah.
it's just more than that. As I was saying, we indigenous people don't use that because we are not the enemy that they have pushed us and portrayed us to be. And by catering to that ideology, we just continue on the bullshit.
Mhm.
We have to
Oh yeah.
show, and as a representative of our people, every time that we're in public in any way, shape, or form, we have to do our best to represent our people, and show that we are not the enemy that they made that we were made out to be. That we have a culture, a heritage, a traditional belief, a spiritual belief that
Yeah, but we're at the same time we're just as modern as everyone. But we have a different
yeah, but
ethnicity. We have a
we
different
don't
cultural
yeah
perspective.
yeah, but
Right.
we don't
That's
have
common.
to yeah we don't necessarily have to belittle someone, regardless of what it is that they've done.
No, we will just like everyone else. But it you have to really, really piss one of us off to get us to do that.
Yeah, like
You
literally,
do.
like really piss us off.
Yeah, you got to make a special effort. You have to be. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
And if
Hmm.
you
but
earn that, well, then it's on.
yeah,
Well, today I have, the opportunity to not spend, the holidays alone. But in the past, I have been in this vibe where you're alone, away from your family. It can get pretty sad.
Hmm.
So yeah,
Yeah,
I
see
appreciate,
that's
the effort that you
see
have kind of
that's
organized.
yeah, see
Yeah.
this is what I started 18 almost 18 and a half hours ago. And for the past few days, I have been talking about and planning to doing a marathon stream because there are too many people that sit alone during this time of year and end up either feeling unwanted, unloved, or unworthy, and end up committing suicide, and
yeah,
or
Yeah,
whatever
or
may be
not
the case.
necessarily suicide. Uh, they can, how to say, use different coping mechanisms. Some people cope with their feelings.
Yeah,
For example, I don't know, going on a shopping spree or something like that, right? Or
yeah,
drinking a bottle of wine, for example, something unhealthy, right? Uh,
yes.
Ideally, yes. And
Where us indigenous people, we have always been, a more readily thought point and pattern in what we do about looking after our relatives. This has always been a traditional part of our livelihood, looking
yeah.
after our relatives.
I
Uh,
I want to say again that I'm sorry for going off like that. It sometimes can I have a short fuse when certain names, triggering names come out. You know.
yeah, well, I
Well, what
get
did
that, I
you? Oh
understand
yeah,
that.
wait. I opened my stream for the same reason, so nobody would be alone on the holidays. So, case in
Me and Yudi
point,
have the
as
same
he's
idea.
saying, case in point, that's that's an indigenous way of looking at things. We don't think about what do we get. We think about those people who have nothing, and we worry. That's how we are.
Hmm.
Hmm.
And we'll open something up. I was opening up and doing song requests and singing Twitch karaoke for hours, just to sit with people, and there were plenty of people to just wanted to keep company. Uh, who really that just felt good to them. That's the way we are. So we
yeah,
often don't think of ourselves first. You know.
Yeah.
And
That
Sue,
happens a
you're in
lot.
my chat shouting yourself out.
Yeah.
Why are you shouting yourself out in my
Uh,
chat? You're on my window.
I know, but
They're
people
already
may
there.
not know where I am at, so.
No, they know where you're at. They're sitting over there. Yeah, no, they already know where you're at. So but yeah, that's how we are.
Yes.
We think of other people first. But I miss the malding and what happened with the baloney guy.
Oh, oh,
Oh, he was moderated.
he got
Yeah, that's what I suspected. High spectral
Ahmad,
melodies. Yeah.
yeah, Ahmad got rid of him, uh, and my thing was like, why the hell are you putting that up on the page? Like, what the hell? And
Uh huh.
disrespecting us. I just laugh at it because it just shows a disrespect for this circles and our
Sure.
own circles. And I as I did, I I took a bow and said no, that I shouldn't have talked the way I did. But the thing is that that right there was totally out of line and totally
Yeah.
unsacred to our way of doing things,
Yeah,
of
Yeah,
you're gonna.
that's what
what
I had to go to
what
the I had to go to
Twitch
the
baloney
do the
did.
bio thing, and I was like, I think you better have your moderators handle. So I assume they did, right?
Yeah, they did.
There
And
you go. All right.
we were talking about we were talking about how, for instance, uh
Yes, Cuba.
fascist oppression towards natives.
Yeah,
Uh,
and
Yeah.
yeah, specifically, we were talking about how Franco's regime was in Puerto Rico at the time, and how when FDR took over Puerto Rico, which really I have an extreme dislike uh, for uh, for FDR.
yeah. Cuba says Mitakuasin, even the ones we don't agree with. Mitakuasin in the Sioux language means all my relations, even the ones we don't agree with. They are still our relatives. Because we're all
Yeah.
related in some way, shape, or form as human beings.
Hmm.
In in recent history, in the 90s, I think, there was this dictator, Efraín Ríos Montt, I think from Guatemala. Uh, he not only he was against natives, but he actually conducted a campaign of extermination against the Maya people. Right, that was fairly recent.
Hmm.
I think it happened in the 90s, or probably a little bit before that. And in Peru, the president Alberto Fujimori, he also went as far as sterilizing women, forcefully, native women. Right. So what you mentioned, neuro, it's a thing. Uh, there have been other authoritarian governments that have somehow either directly abused native people, or they have enabled the abuse of native people. I think right now, 2020, one of the good examples of that would be the the government of Brazil, with uh, Bolsonaro, the President Bolsonaro of Brazil. He
Oh,
wants to
bruh.
open the Amazon rainforest for exploitation, economic exploitation, for mining, for farming, for doing all those stuff. And uh, yeah, I mean, there are these people, they call them the grileiros, who are land grabbers, uh, that are armed land grabbers that extort native people into selling their land.
Yeah.
So there are native people suffering right now if you really kind of pay attention. uh, yeah, right now there are people that are suffering uh, in the Americas.
Well, I mean, at any time you can go on to YouTube and put in the little search bar Pine Ridge Reservation, South Dakota, and you can see the suffering firsthand that indigenous people still to this day live with and are enduring.
Yes, and the First Nations in Canada, I think
Yes.
they've had like some uneasy experiences with the government. Government
Uneasy is a polite word, but yes.
uneasy. Yeah, I mean, like apparently the government is pretending to be very friendly towards First Nations, but behind, behind the scenes, there are deals happening that are not necessarily in the best interest of First Nations.
No, and they're
Uh,
still stealing our children, putting them into foster homes, non-indigenous foster homes, where they receive horrendous forms of abuse, and the poorest province in Canada receives $46,000 per year per child, and most foster homes have anywhere from 4 to 6 kids in their home at any given time.
oh wow.
So indigenous children up here in Canada have become their cash cow, and it has replaced the residential school.
Yeah, at some moment I was interested in becoming a foster myself in the US, and uh, the requirements were actually very strict. Like you had to have a dedicated room for the kid, and the house had to comply with certain requirements. Uh, the furniture, everything had to be kind of secure. Uh, it had to be like an apt home. Uh, Kind of be like just taking 30 kids and cramming them into like a small room. At least in the US, that is not allowed, but I don't know what the situation is in other countries. Yeah.
Well, in Canada, I have a friend of mine who ran an emergency foster home shelter for teenage kids. As he claimed to me and explained to me that all he needs to do is provide them with a bed, a dresser, um, have have a couch or an area that they can congregate in other than their bedroom, and food in the cupboard and fridge. He didn't even need to supply them with a TV, but he to watch TV, but he still did because he also lived there too. Um,
Right.
Other than that, that's all he needed to do was to supply them that and to make sure that they had food and and a roof over their head, a bed, an dresser, and social services would do the rest. And he had 5 kids in his home. He received $7 grand per child each month, and then another check of what was it, $27,000 per month for opening up his home for this emergency shelter. And he didn't have to spend a penny of that money on these kids because child welfare apparently supplied them and looked after them in that aspect. He had a Ford credit card that allowed him to be able to walk into any Ford dealership and walk out that same day with a brand new vehicle.
Wow. Uh, yeah, I mean, uh, laws that are not enforced, that are not audited, are just useless, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
You see, but this is the thing though. Like up here in Canada, you will never find any government official that'll ever speak out against child welfare or the foster care system because it's doing what they told them to do. They're all implicit in the factor of the act of genocide towards indigenous people in Canada.
It, they would have to reveal the where the sausage is being made,
Mm-hmm.
and they and and why would they reveal that if it's benefiting them to do that?
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly.
I've heard some horrible stories about Canada and First Nations. I read an article recently about uh, some women in, and perhaps excuse me if I'm saying this incorrectly. I'm not from Canada, so it's really challenging for me to say it. Saskatchewan. So
Saskatchewan.
Saskatchewan.
Saskatchewan. Okay,
Hmm.
okay. There was a hospital in Saskatoon. I guess
Yep.
it's in
Yeah,
in
it's
Saskatoon.
Canada.
it's
That's it.
Saskatoon. Yeah.
Saskatoon, and there was a doctor that was literally just like, for example, there was a woman that went to this hospital to give birth, uh, and this guy just came up and sterilized her.
Yep.
Yeah,
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 that
that's
happens.
Saskatoon for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
happens. Sadly, on a regular basis up here in Canada. Whether it's sterilization, forced sterilization, or sterilization done without your knowledge or consent. All kinds of acts, genocide acts, are still being committed in Canada towards Indigenous people. Even though it's been a few years since Trudeau sat up in front of the UN and his nice speech about truth and reconciliation.
yeah, yeah, and they have. Yeah, I mean, clearly there is some strong PR campaign, to clean the image of this guy. But,
Hey,
uh,
we have a
yeah,
saying up here amongst Indigenous communities. Canada is identical to the devil because he did the greatest con artist job possible. He convinced the world that the devil didn't exist. Well, Canada convinced the world that they weren't such a horrible country that were found guilty of all of the five categories with what the UN has when it comes to
Genocide.
genocide.
yeah, it's occupation and basically genocide, man. I mean, if you go to the extent of sterilizing women that go to
Oh, they just
have
didn't stop
birth,
at women, my friend. They
yeah,
did that to young
but
boys as well. It wasn't just to the women; they did it to the boys too, and as well as men. It was like literally, if you go when if you go into the hospital for an operation, and you're lucky if your actual normal doctor shows up to have a conversation with you, you literally have to tell your doctor, your private doctor, or your personal doctor, to ensure that the surgeon does not sterilize you in the process. You have to literally beg him to ensure that that does not happen.
Right. I mean that's pretty serious. I mean,
Yeah,
and I think, yeah, it's so upsetting to read these stories. Because that is a a a that is like an entire new level of being a coward.
yeah,
Not You're not getting rid of your enemies directly. You're preventing them from being born.
yeah.
So that's like just like,
That's it.
and then you're being enemies towards people that, I mean, have nothing against you in first place. They're just legitimately just trying to live in peace in their ancestral land.
Yeah, yeah,
And yeah, I mean, it's a very coward thing to do, to be honest.
yeah.
Yeah, like, okay, regardless of what, who, what, where you are, or whatever, one always sees when they talk about a doctor as someone that is supposed to be beyond any influence of that matter, of that kind of genocide matter of thinking. They're supposed to be the ones that you trust to ensure that they have your health, and your livelihood, and your best interest at heart all the time. They actually, I think it's part of their Hippocratic oath that they have to take of doing no harm.
Yeah, but that's basically a crime, right?
Yeah.
Once they are once they are uh, once they're found, uh,
Oh, they do not get
they lose.
charged. They
Yeah,
don't face war crimes, my friend. They don't face being charged for genocide. They may lose their job and just get shuffled off to some other hospital, with which really doesn't bother them at all. They still get their severance pay. They still maintain their packages that the hospital has
yeah.
agreed with them to give them.
They they keep their medical license
Yeah,
so they continue to operate as medics.
yeah. They still keep their doctor's license. They do not lose it, even though one would think that after committing such a horrific act of genocide, that you would immediately would never have a license to practice medicine in a country ever again. But no.
The problem is that most people do not know this is happening. Right? Uh,
Oh no, there are people there. When it comes out, there are people that know and just don't say anything. Because here's how it goes. We have a colonialist system, a capitalist system, that brainwashes the populace into not speaking up. That if
yeah,
some act of genocide happens within the country, not to speak up, not to say anything. It's for your benefit that this act of genocide is being committed.
yeah,
You gain in some way, shape, or form by this act of genocide being committed. So, shh.
yeah. I mean, uh, sorry to touch on this topic, but
Mm,
I mean, I would like to make a comparison based on things that some people discuss, however controversial. Uh, there is this kind of far right conspiracy theory of the supposedly the white genocide, where they claim that abortion is being used as a way to kind of keep the white population down. The I well, first of all, I don't really believe theory, and for the most part, abortion is truly like, uh, let's say, it's abortion is a very explicit thing that is done as a direct decision of whoever is pregnant, right? In
Yeah.
this case, what is being done in Saskatoon and perhaps other hospitals in Canada, there is a doctor that basically there is a person that is in the hospital giving birth. It means that the purpose of the visit is giving birth, and they repurpose that visit into sterilizing a person in without their
Yeah,
knowledge and against their consent. I mean, that is actual genocide, right? That is like
yeah,
that is actual genocide. Uh, yeah. I mean, the other thing is not. I think uh, it 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 does not sound to me like like genocide. Yes, there are, of course, fewer people being born, but those are direct decisions of the parents, right? Not like a forced decision by a third party, right?
Yeah. But see, in other cultures or other nationalities, that is something that is discussed with the parents and the family, or whatever, or loved ones, or spouse. Um, if such a thing needs to be done, whether, however it is, all operations, whether minor or small or big, all are discussed and everything else with all parties, um, that have a say or an interest in it, unless it's indigenous people. We get things done that no one cares about. They just don't tell us. They just do it. Um, and yet we're still here, and we're still growing. Our population keeps growing. It's not like I know the agenda was to eliminate us all, but our population is still growing.
mhm,
I mean, yes, but the thing is, by tweaking the rates, the birth rates of different ethnic groups,
Yeah.
you're pretty much controlling uh, what is the breakdown of what is the composition of the population.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Yeah, what is manageable for you to still maintain your power and control over
right,
a nationality or race, in order to safely still manage to conduct that, but to present this fallacy of an idea and image that this is not what's going on.
right. I mean, if your goal is to be 70%, you know, uh, an ethnic majority, and there is a group that is rapidly growing, then there is a threat to that goal, right? So,
Hey man, I made sure I have 5 kids. So I have 5 generations of my bloodline that are on this planet. And I now have 3 grandkids. So that's 2 generations of my bloodline that is still on this planet that have not been gotten rid of.
Uh,
Mm-hmm.
uh, that's a good
Mm-hmm.
one. Yeah, but I had been on a panel. Sue, I don't know if you remember. I call you Sue. I call you Los Nicola. But
Nicola.
anyway, I don't know if you were on that panel. We might have met there.
Who?
Huh. Prime's panel.
No, I don't think
It
we
was
actually met on Prime's panel. I do believe. No, it was either. Oh, it was Bad Bunny that sent me your way.
yeah. Um, yeah, because like Bad Bunny will raid me every now.
Yeah.
People are like scuff scuff mauled Bad Bunny bad. But I go in there and I don't know. I talk with her and she's like she's always been really really cool to me. I'm like, Twitch drama, okay. Um, just FYI for everyone in chat, I'm sure you've dealt with a lot of it, but I think the rule of thumb for Twitch drama is just you have to go find out for yourself. Don't believe anything you hear until you can see the receipts on that. Anyway, because I've been you know what I mean, sucked into somebody's whirlwind, and then I went to go see what was. There's nothing. Why are you upset? Anyway,
Yeah, like myself.
yeah. So I'm on a panel, and I can't remember the topic exactly. I don't know why I thought I had something to offer. It was that typical all white male thing going on, except for well, no. He had no, it wasn't all white male. He had two transgendered women and one, I forgot what asexual, right? Agender. AGAS. ASAG. Asexual agender. And then the rest was all like the white man or whatever. I think that the white guys were trying to minimize and dismiss the threat that they pose to women, So going out into a bar, why don't they kept saying, well, why can't they just have an open mind? I mean, we're not all bad. And I'm like, that is the lamest thing I've ever heard in my life. You're not willing to address the source of that fear. For instance, in my community, where, murdered and missing indigenous women and girls, I brought that up, but at the time, I had brought the actual statistics.
Yeah.
And I said, I've got them with me if you want to see.
Don't do that, Yudi.
How many, these women have gone missing in the last even 5 years, and Prime absolutely posted. And the white man on the panel became incredibly offended, like you wouldn't believe. They ended up getting suspended out of the server for 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Because they kept saying, oh, it's just a few men doing that. It doesn't make any difference. It doesn't make any difference at all. And I went, yeah, let me show you these numbers. Chat looked at them. Prime looked at them. And I went, look at these numbers. Statistically, a few men have disappeared. Enough women that this is genocide. So don't tell me it's just a few of us.
Yeah.
That a few bad apples, one bad apple wiped 12 million people in 6 months, okay? Because he was holding the flag.
Yep.
So, given that, maybe maybe you can understand why you're out there cruising around in a bar. Because this is a reality women have to deal with every day. Their sisters, their aunts, their daughters, right?
Hmm.
This happens to us. Okay, maybe now you could understand why they're not really, quote, open minded the next time you're trolling, trying to get laid. Get a clue. They were trying to claim that women were just, feminism had made them close minded and biased. And I went, no, bitch, murder, rape
Yep.
has
Yeah.
made them not want your damn digits, okay? They have no idea who you are. Are you kidding me?
Yep.
And I
Well,
wouldn't back down, which is unusual to persist, in something like that. But I was like, no, I'm not letting this, because it is genocide. There have been several bands, small nations, that had to dissolve because they had lost
A major chunk of
all of their women
population.
and no longer had the ability to create citizenry, to create enough people to justify their registration. So they had to dissolve
Yeah.
them out of the courthouse. White citizens were up around cheering as they left.
Yep.
So that tells me that, the attacks on their women was deliberate. That
Yeah.
is a coordinated effort. The neo-Nazis that were, um, set free after, um, killing a woman, and I think, anyway, and it was gross. That their manifesto was, no, 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 we have to kill all the indigenous people because we deserve the white race, and we're just going to continue to, you know, uh, diminish their numbers until we're the only ones left. And they said that in court. The jury let them go.
Yep.
That's Canada. They
Yep.
did that.
Yep. And
So, it is, statistically, it is genocide, but in reality, it is because you killed the person that will give birth to the future generation. So it's a coordinated effort to like breeding stock. I mean, they treat us like cattle.
yep.
These white supremacists think they have the ability to, yeah, and they don't
Or
ever
the
talk
ability.
about it. It's not like they wear swastikas. In this case, the couple that did that murder in Canada had all of that on them, but most of the time you wouldn't know that guy from the neighbor.
Yeah.
You wouldn't know it. But yeah, that's that issue right there. Is there's a coordinated effort, and at the rate they're getting away with this, and the fact that nobody has ever been able to one of these guys, one of these man camp dudes,
Yeah.
ever, not one.
Yeah.
And your RCMP is so phenomenal, huh?
Yeah. Exactly.
Uh-huh.
The
Yeah, but then when you
law
wrote a bad
enforcement,
check,
law enforcement, and government is implicit, and the law system is
yep.
implicit in the continuation of the genocide of indigenous people.
Well, and
Um,
then you think a doctor doing these hysterectomies, for instance,
yeah.
I said the entire nursing staff is to blame because they stood there and watched him do it, and they knew damn well
Yeah, and they
that
didn't
what he was
file.
doing was illegal.
Yeah.
They didn't do a damn thing.
Yeah, and instead of filing a client care report to the administration office to express that this doctor had gone out of their way to do an illegal act, an illegal operation,
Hmm.
um, they just let it happen.
Yeah, so they're to blame if you ask me. They could have physically stopped that guy.
Hmm.
Physically.
But they didn't, because
No, they just sit there.
it's an ongoing process, because like we say before, if they can remove or get rid of indigenous people off Turtle Island, wipe us out, however means that they possibly can, then there's no one there to stand up and say you don't have the right to this. You don't have the right to do that
Well, no, they
legally.
just want the they just want the land. They don't. That's
Yeah,
it. That's the. That's
yeah,
it.
they want the land. They
That's
want
all.
to
They just want
be,
the land.
yeah, and
Yeah. They have never cared about anything else.
mm-mm. The land and the resources is all they're interested in,
Yeah.
that they can get rich off of. And now on top of that, also comes in our children. 95% of children in care in Canada are indigenous children. Majority of them don't need to be there.
Yeah. So their government's just paying their citizens to get these kids out of the way more.
Yeah,
Um.
to brainwash them into being anything else but indigenous.
Well, I think they're just depleting the population.
Yeah, and then in the same time, they the child welfare program will go and sell the child's status back to the government to make a profit off of it as well, without the consent of the parents, family, or child. There we go. We just eliminated another Indian off the stats.
Canada acts like South Africa.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah,
Exactly like.
yeah.
Exactly the fuck like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, America does not act that way.
No, they have a
You don't
different
have.
MO.
You rarely see indigenous children. Rarely see them adopted out at all.
Yeah,
Okay. Um, and we don't have foster care systems like that. We don't. It's not socialized like that. You know.
yeah.
The foster care system over here is just a concentration camp. That's all it is.
Oh yeah, sure.
So,
I'm sure it is. Sure it is.
And I
but
think the
the thing
United States
is,
have something similar to that too.
yeah, the over here in the United States is really not that best. The best um it's not. Let me just say it nicely. It's not the best uh Coke out there. It's not the best. It's not a TV. You know what I mean? A brand new TV. Let's put it that way.
Yeah,
It's not the best nickel in the can. And uh, but the thing is that they know how to do genocide in a different way. You know what I mean? They know how to internally try to shrink down populations.
yeah,
And it's not only shrinking them through just, forceful things. They go through, um, like the tap water in certain reservations in over here. It's just disgusting, and it's just indirect. Oh, let's go from the indirect and mm, let's push our indirectness, that it's not like a bullet out of a gun, but it is going to be direct, as in we're going to
Yeah, yeah,
poison you. We're going to
yeah.
yeah,
poison
And
you.
yeah,
I'm going to poison you off.
hit the
That is
target.
the
yeah,
that is the grand difference, is that they don't want to show, they don't want to show that they are killing people
yeah,
off because it's bad for business.
bad for political business. But they want to uh, uh, control it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So and that's the grand difference. And for instance, um, you guys living in Canada, I don't know if any of you are living in Canada, but
I
in
am.
Canada, okay, in Canada, I live not too far from Canada. I live in Western New York, Buffalo,
Yeah.
Niagara area.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
you
So
live near Ontario area. Yeah.
yeah, as I said, Seneca Nation.
Yeah.
I live on
Uh-huh.
Seneca Nation area,
Mhm. Mhm.
and the the uh, Trudeau is just the nastiest individual I could ever put my eyes on reading about him. You know,
Well, he's a frat boy. Frat boy. He's a silver spooned frat boy.
Oh,
That's what Trudeau is. His father was a prime minister of Canada for a while. Trudeau
yeah,
Senior,
yeah.
um, who basically fucked Canada over, even
Yeah,
his
he
own
was
people.
something. That dude was a piece of work, man.
Yeah,
He was forever in the news. He was the one that actually was disturbing Americans,
yeah,
where Americans usually don't give two f's about Canada, but this one, he was as popular or well known in America. You know what I mean? As any American politician, to the point where people didn't realize that oh, that guy's in Canada. They thought he was here.
yeah,
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 you know. Oh, and I
and
guess he had that kind of influence. That's
yeah,
ridiculous, man.
and that's what we look at, right? Like, so
He
as
was,
Carpac says, name recognition.
yeah, well, I don't know. I guess so because when what's his name, Justin
Justin Trudeau, yeah,
Trudeau, when he took over, I did I did not at all associate him with his father
yeah.
at
Well, he
all.
he came at a different approach. He promised to legalize marijuana, and that he was going to do right by the indigenous communities.
Oh yeah, he started with that, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Yeah. He started with that. He
Yeah,
straight up did,
yeah.
and it was like
He,
good, finally, but nope,
but
that's
no,
all
yeah.
bullshit. Yeah. I think at the time he thought that would that was a good idea.
Well,
Um,
you know what it is, right? Is that he realized that the indigenous population is in such a mass amount of numbers in Canada that it literally decides the vote.
you have 2.6 million
Oh, we have more than that, sister.
indigenous no indigenous people in Canada that
Those are
are
the ones that
registered
are, yeah,
anyway,
registered and counted on the
sitting on
on
those little reserves.
yeah.
You know what irritates me though? People say, oh, indigenous people, like, everybody thinks we're the same. We are so not the same. And when I was up there in Canada,
Yeah.
like the difference even like even
Oh well, yeah. It's like
from
he literally sat there
from
in one of the other things that he promoted, and claimed himself to be a feminist.
yeah.
And then as soon as he got in, all of a sudden we found him sitting in um, 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 churches or place of worships that were openly active in segregation between men and women, and not saying anything. Um, He was
Yeah.
openly violent and verbally abusive towards women who asked him any question or had any critique towards him at all. Not to mention um, the murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls in Canada is still going on. He has done nothing.
Yeah, he hasn't done a thing.
Children are still being stolen, and he hasn't done anything.
Yeah.
Indigenous
So
children
he
are still,
sucks.
yeah,
So
and
you're
they're,
screwed.
yeah.
So
It's
that
it's just
explains how
it's
it got that.
just
It's like the bushes here.
yeah.
It
Just awful.
sounds like the 1920s is calling because it sounds
Yeah.
like what they did in the 1920s.
Oh, it's just and that's everything with politics, my friend.
He
It's just a
probably knows who's.
regurgitation. It's just a regurgitation of the
Oh yeah,
same shit.
Amira says that the people stealing those children are probably those elite pedophiles
Yes, they are.
that are up in power. All those PMs and MPs and all those university presidents and all that shit. Yeah,
Well,
because the sex trafficking is highest from Canada. I don't know if you knew that.
yeah, I knew that.
Yeah, you didn't know the big pedophile rings are in Canada? You didn't know that?
I knew that.
Yep. Yep. No. They are. So,
Um, we have up here in Canada, the pedophile rings consist of doctors, lawyers, judges, politicians, child care
priests
workers,
always been. Oh yeah,
um,
it's always been priests.
Well,
priests,
Oh, you
law
had that
enforcement
big.
officers.
Remember that big one in Quebec?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that literally went back and connected to the child and family services in Quebec. People who
Oh
were
no, this
child
one
care
was.
workers.
They had those orphanages.
Yeah, yeah,
Those
and
Catholic
part of that
orphanages.
part of the connection that they had found was that it literally also went from the social worker who placed those children in that orphanage knowing full well what was going to happen, but did it anyways.
Was the Catholic Church? I think was
Yeah.
one of the many times where they were exposed and never made any difference.
well,
Huh?
the pedophiles are also over here in the United States. We should not only forget that we have the same problem, but
Um,
in a different way. It's
what
lower.
is this resourceful something? I don't understand that question. So they are doing the work of continuing colonization through
Oh
sexual
yeah,
abuse program. Hold on, programming. What do you mean sexual abuse programming?
I think what they're talking about, Yudi, is
No, I'm
through.
asking them
Oh, okay,
what they mean.
pedo
Pedo
rings.
rings, continuing colonization through sex through pedo rings. They're that's not they're continuing genocide,
Yeah.
the genocidal program. Yeah, that whole assimilation thing was an epic fail. So now they're just going straight to genocide.
Yeah.
Straight to genocide. Yeah. Yeah, but what I was saying when I was up there in Canada, what I hated most was how different everyone is, even if you're like uh East Cree and West Cree.
Yeah.
Used to irritate me because the attitudes are extremely different, even you know within the same nation. But when what they would ask us like, well, trying to compare all the time, which is it's funny because like those of us who were coming from U.S. universities to go there, like this isn't something we ever even thought about. We never tried to compare to them. You know, it's strange. We always just thought, no, we're all here together, right? And they were constantly comparing. And I remember I'd been there up a week when I finally said, "Why do you Canadian? Why do you reserve Indians? Why are you asking so many questions?" And they said, Native Americans in the U.S. are very different from First Nations people in Canada. And they were trying to figure out how it is that we lived independently and could kind of challenge the government. Because they just did not have the right to do that. And even the citizens it's the system, you just go along with the system. You don't question the system. And
So, Yudi,
I was like, oh, so that's socialism, huh? I said, you know what? You can fucking okay, because yeah, we can challenge the government. What the hell is wrong? And that was just odd.
so
I didn't know it was like that for them.
yeah. So, sister, I am going to post my Discord invite link in your chat. If anyone wishes to come in and partake in this,
Well, no, Lost, if you don't mind, this
Yeah.
is my stream.
oh, okay, I'm
Don't
sorry.
post it in my stream. Yeah, that's very bad Twitch etiquette.
My bad.
But yeah, but you've had almost 100 watchers
Have I?
additional in 4 hours.
Nice.
Yeah, so they've been there. They've been over there with you. You were sleeping. Huh?
I was
Um,
past so cold.
Yeah. So, but all they have to do is follow the link if they want to get in there.
Yeah. And we are opening, more than welcome to come join.
You see the Discord there? Also go to his site where his website, it's on one of his panels right there. That's how you do that. These folks came in from Amy. They know. I think actually most of them know you anyway. If I'm
They
not
know
mistaken.
me. They know me from the argument I had with one of their mods.
Well, Amy came in, so
Yeah.
Amy. You know Amy really well. Yeah.
Columbus
Yeah.
So yeah.
After 500 years,
Yeah. So that's in his. Okay. I was just gonna ask them if any of those who are still with us. That's like 6 hours actually. They've been sitting here for 4 hours.
Yeah, I'm like already on 19 and a half hours almost.
Well, yeah, but the chat, after raids and whatnot, they don't usually hang around, but they hung around. They've been hanging around 4 hours.
Yeah, which is awesome.
Okay, so yeah, so if any of my chat, they've been chatting away over here. If anyone in my chat also has additional questions or comments,
As well as in mine,
now
if you have additional
the
comments
link
or
is
questions.
the link is up in the hi Briank84. The link is right there. You can see it in the window. If you have any, I was gonna say if we have any other indigenous people that want to sit on, or people with, that want to talk about that, he is basically inviting you. You'd go over there to his stream and then click his Discord link.
And let me know if you can't see it if you come over and need me to repost it. Just let me know, and I will be more than happy to repost that link.
You have the Discord command?
Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah, okay.
I set it to be a permanent link, and then it decided that it was going to not become a permanent link. So I like literally had to.
You had to write it back.
Yeah, I had to go and
There's
get and keep doing
resourcefulness.
it.
I want to let everyone know here that I'm gonna take
There you go.
a short nap, but I'll be right back. Okay.
Hey, no problem, man. I
Yeah,
had to take a
go
short
ahead.
nap too.
Yeah, we kept
So
the
I'll
both chats were going strong the whole time.
so I'll be on pause. Okay.
Yeah. Have yourself a good rest, and we'll see you when you wake up.
Hey, Bianc, what are you up to? Yeah, resourceful came over there from mine.
Yeah, I see them, and they did join my
See how that
Discord.
works? Like we're streaming you, so everything you do shows up in the window,
Okay.
right? You don't,
Yeah.
yeah, you don't bounce to someone else's chat. You stay over there,
Alrighty.
and then I have to yell at them to make them do things, and that's how that works.
Because
Except
like,
with my chat, I never have to yell. They're so sweet. Oh my god, my chat is my chat. It's like a box of sweet. It's like a box of chocolates, but you always know what you're gonna get because they're always sweet. My chat. It's like I own people or something. It's ridiculous, but I guess I'm fond of them. I call them. I'm like my chat. That's my chat. That's chat team. Chat team.
Hands because it was Christmas time too.
Oh,
So her
I
birthday.
do. I have like the Swedish people,
I feel for her.
and they mod a lot. So I guess they're moderators. A lot of them.
Birthday, but we're not
Yeah,
gonna
which is
celebrate
cool.
it until Maddie's birthday.
Yeah. Off-topic question for whoever it was. It said they live Buffalo. Oh, he went for a.
All right, I will shuffle forever.
Yeah, it snowed up there. I know it snowed up there.
All right, what's our card today to reflect on?
'Cause my buddy in Albany got it.
7 of Cups. Wow, interesting. 7 of Cups. Okay, this is what 7 of Cups looks like instead. It's really shiny. So you can see there's a lady there.
Oh yeah, and this was hosted by 2 different people too.
She's kind of dancing, and she's got all these cups in her.
So you're actually this is being streamed on 4 separate channels.
who's hosting our channels?
I have people that come in and host my stream,
Okay.
but since I'm co-hosting you, they're hosting us.
Okay. Well, who's hosting us?
Choices.
I don't know. That was hours ago. They came in and
Okay.
hosted.
Akuba says, quick off-topic question for whoever it was that said that they live in Buffalo. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think that was
Amira,
one of the-
Amira hosted. Amira Shifra, and somebody else before you, Amira, came in.
Cool.
So yeah, that's
Yeah, it snowed there.
It's interesting she's at a masquerade party. Let's read the Oh, Mama. Thanks, Grom. Thank you for shouting out Mama M. Mama M is so awesome, and she's a new streamer, and I love her so much.
Is there a mic on?
Yeah, I think that's the one that went to go take a nap. Akuba.
Yeah.
Cups in the Austera Tarot. Illusions, shallowness, truth-seeking, affairs. A masked woman carries a tray of spilling cups. She is the central figure in the cloud of masked animals. The Seven of Cups is a card
So
that warns about the power of illusion. Life is presenting seemingly
once
fabulous
again,
options for you
I
to choose
will
from.
reiterate
But you must look for the
again
dreams
the
that
offer.
Reiterate.
lead straight by
Reiterate, yeah.
shallow
Again,
fantasies.
the offer to
Remember
come
that if
join us
something
in the
seems
voice
too good to
chat
be true, it probably
um,
is. This card offers
and
intuitive
partake in this
navigation to
event.
romance or even
Um,
criminal affairs. Very interesting.
feel free.
Yeah, usually
I
someone
set it to
is,
the open general
you'll see
voice
like
chat so
someone
that you can just come
going
in
to
to the
choose
voice
a
chat.
cup and there's
You don't
like
have
all
to
these
like go to
different
another one and I pull you in.
choices
You can just come and walk
in
right in.
them.
Bounce right
And
in.
some of them, most
Yeah.
of them,
I
they
thought
look
Carpe
really
would have gone up
curious,
and talked because
Yeah.
he's a streamer. He's a very well established
yeah, look at
streamer.
the little masquerade.
I like
Exactly.
Carpe.
Carpe, you want to come in, my friend? You're more than welcome to come join in.
Yeah, he can hold his own on anything. Carpe can handle the debate bros.
But
Yeah.
that's so interesting.
Yep.
It's kind of similar to the Five of Swords.
We really don't have
Like,
a lot of
Five of
indigenous
Swords is
people.
about deception, deceit.
Um,
Where are you
We're the
deceiving
least
yourself?
represented population,
Seven
as
of
far as I know,
Cups
and
is
least
like,
represented
well,
demographic
watch out,
across the
make
board.
choices
It's
wisely,
seriously
but
low.
this seems good
You're talking about
anyway.
like PhDs is 0.012% of the population or something like that,
Oh, we were
and
talking about
et cetera, et
society
cetera.
yesterday too, which is really
So
interesting.
to
Yeah,
even
cool. Let
see,
me read the chat
I
now.
mean, most of my contact with other
Oh, good
indigenous
morning,
people has
Leslie.
always been in person, and I've
19 and a
always been
half
around
hour stream.
communities that were all people of color, and then I
You were
was on
streaming
powwow.
for really long.
They're
That's
nothing
that's
but
awesome. Are you going
natives.
for 24
We
hours?
don't even deal with non-native. That was for years,
Our
you know.
two biggest holidays are Midsummer
Um,
and Christmas. And
and
with
online though,
Christmas,
when I look on
really
Twitter, Facebook, I'm like, holy shit, where did all you come from?
yeah, thank you for
But
shouting out Ross too as well.
so social media is bringing us together. It's having
The best thing
an
about
effect
Twitter
on us that I
is
think
you
is
can
much
really
greater
treat
than it
people your
is
own
for
card.
other people because we've never before been able to
Yeah,
connect
I love that.
readily. Like we could never find each other, you know.
Good morning, Mama.
Exactly.
Yeah, awesome
And
people in the chat. Awesome people in the chat.
that's what we look at. Like, there literally is such a small footprint, yet there is a lot of indigenous people on Twitch, but just a small footprint in streamers.
Millennial.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, I guess it's unusual for us to do that. What really is, but
Wow.
Twitter now, the Twitter communities.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Brahms listening.
My whole official feed
I know
is
it's got,
nothing but
fancy
indigenous
names
people,
over it.
but from all over the world too.
It's okay. I hear it's like,
You know.
a classic. A tradition.
But it's funny because we don't really.
A movie that everyone
We get online, social media. We get there. We chit chat. Blah 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 blah.
But that is a pretty nerdy movie.
You know. We don't. Although it does kind of bring us together in one way, but it's just not our nature to go chasing people down.
Yeah.
So we don't use social media to connect in the way other people use it.
So I'm gonna have subtitles on.
We always stay independent no matter
I
what.
want to watch Raiders of the Lost Ark and The Last Crusader are the only two we're talking. I watched a super good Christmas.
I noticed that it's unusual in a way, but it's like yeah, that's typical of it, you know.
Yeah. I mean, there are other streamers, but a lot of those other indigenous streamers are basically just gamer streamers, and that's all they
Silver
do.
L and Silver Spook
I like
are
story
both. They get up and they'll mauled, you know,
Yeah.
and they very political. Yeah. I can't think of the other one. We had Crutch Boy Mike who dropped off for a bit. He was a student. There's Yana
Let's go for it. I can't hear the video, so I will just
left early.
reading. But I know the voice, so that'll be fun.
Who's the other one that comes on?
I'm so sad about this audio problem. Please,
Sunspot.
awfully nasty. What was Eugene?
Um,
Ew.
can't think of the other ones.
While Starkey beats up Nazis? That's cool. That is cool. Oh, hey, Dorian St. Hey.
Um,
Okay. Yeah, let's watch this
Magoki.
video and then
Cosmic Lotus.
because of this audio issue, I'm not
Yeah.
sure how long I'll go for. I don't really have any
Um,
books, so.
Was it a Hot Cha Cha?
You know, we're almost getting to the point where we're going to start to need to petition Twitch for an indigenous or native tag.
What's up, everybody? Merry
Yeah, we should have our own
Christmas
tag.
Eve.
Well, nobody else has
We're
a
here.
tag like
We're
that.
finally here.
Well,
Tomorrow's
sure, they have like
Christmas.
gamers, LGBTQ, blah, blah, blah.
I want to read you
Yeah, but they won't give you an ethnic tag.
Christmas story.
Yeah.
Because you're being racist, that's what they say.
This year. Last
Oh,
year
God.
was Matthew's
Well,
Christmas. So
sorry,
this
I'm
year
kind of
was
falling
mine.
asleep. Thank you for accepting me in your chat and your panel section. Have a very good year, and yeah, thank you for doing this.
Not a problem. Welcome back anytime. You have yourself a good rest. I do plan on trying to keep streaming until later on tonight. I might close up my stream anyways later on tonight. But yeah, and then I'll go back to relatively streaming every day in the mornings. Maybe New Year's I might do a extravagant. Maybe Yudi will join in, and maybe we can get some other people as well. But yeah, feel free to come back anytime.
Thank you again. Have a very good night.
Have a good rest.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Feliz Navidad.
You know what would have been really cool? To get Amy C3 on here, in here. I like her content in pushing for housing for all. I really like that. That falls in line to a lot of the things that we look at as indigenous people, of ensuring that we have housing for all.
She's sweet.
Yes.
Well, I usually stream afternoons and evenings. My streams are usually 9 to 12 hours long. So there'll be a stream, an indigenous stream open for the all the way through Christmas.
Yeah, I'm still gonna be streaming too. Like my normal routine, which is usually about depending, can be anywhere from a 3 to 7 hour stream. I don't know how I'm gonna upload this to YouTube, being that it's already 19 and a half hour stream I'm on right now.
You're not gonna be able to.
No, I'm gonna have to put it like in so it's like done in like bits and pieces. Although I don't know. I would like to. I'm gonna see whether or not I'm able to. We'll see how it goes.
Mine go. I can. When I streams, I don't know the way my thing is set up. It's like all I have to do is just boom, and it's live streaming over there on YouTube.
Yeah. See,
I don't really have a YouTube channel. So I'm like, oh, that'd be good, but I don't want to feel like building up a YouTube channel. Those things are impossible, you know?
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
I don't. I'm still stuck with my shitty computer that doesn't allow me all those different options. Otherwise, I would be streaming to YouTube at the same time that I'm streaming on Twitch.
well, we
Um,
do a lot of interviews, so,
yeah.
you know, but, yeah, but we have the council model proper, and the debates have started.
Yes.
So, and to get an indigenous panel, we're gonna do the one,
Ooh,
should non-indigenous people,
Dr.
indigenous
Baldwin.
children.
Dr. Baldwin, if you would like to jump into the Discord and join us in chat, we would be honored to have you, my friend.
Winibwin?
Yeah.
Or is there another Doc Baldwin?
No, it's. I think it's Buenabuen.
Yeah. So we're gonna do that topic on debate.
I'm just looking over the list of people that are that it's showing me that are in my chat, not necessarily that are actually there.
Is the actual, yeah.
You know, Carpex, like
I
I
have
said, once again, you know, you're welcome to come in, buddy.
Carpax.
Carp, Carpe, Carpe Pax.
Carpe Pax. The way he's like,
Yeah.
Carpax. I'm like, yeah, I know him.
As well, Tale of Two Rabbits, if you are still here, even though it's showing that you're here, but if you're not, okay, Cola, but if you're still here, yeah, jump into the voice chat, bro. Come hang out with us. As well as anyone else who wishes to jump in and partake in this adventure.
I am Miana. Yeah, like this chat like captures names and it's like doesn't update.
Yeah, which is really weird.
It's like I know because Carpe's name is still stuck on my chat and he's not here.
Yeah.
But he must have came in earlier. Devil's here and is not here. And holy Friezo, who was not in my chat, he was in your chat.
As
And
well
then,
as Thalen
oh
Twilight.
wow,
Or
this
Tori
is
said.
for the first time since I started streaming.
Yes.
In my chat, I have enough people that every single letter of the alphabet is represented. Oh, Carpe, you're in both chats. Okay. Sorry, Carpe, I didn't mean to draw you up.
Come on, Carpe,
Yeah,
come
every
join
single
us,
letter
bro.
of the alphabet is sitting in my chat right now. Like, fantastic.
Yeah, I know, right?
That is kind of cool. That is very cool. Boarbrain. Talked to Boarbrain in a while. I don't know how to pronounce this one. Sieb. So blind, and I'm looking. I'm going blind. Look at.
Yeah.
Like.
I just want to reiterate. It basically same thing applies between both me and Universal Discourse. The viewers or the people watching the stream are just as much a part of the stream and its content as we, the streamers, are.
Mr. Piece of Work.
Hmm?
The chat, my chat is the content.
Yeah, exactly.
They
I
just,
know.
they don't know it yet.
They
No,
don't
they do,
know
they
it.
do.
So I know sometimes, you know, I'll do videos and stuff like that because I'm trying to ease my community into actually starting to be a part of the whole entire content and are the content.
Mm.
But feel free, jump in, hop in, hang out with us, shoot the shit. We don't necessarily have to talk about complete indigenous issues. We can talk about many different things, and we can also give you an indigenous perspective on it.
Well, that's what my stream was for, is to bring that exact thing
Yeah.
to uh, try to
Yeah, exactly, Carfax.
analyze things through an indigenous perspective, but at like all levels,
Yeah.
because they think that we don't really have a perspective, right?
Yeah, and then when they find out we do, they're like, oh, wow. Oh,
Very different. Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, Carpe says if not for chat, we streamers would be sitting there alone yapping at cameras.
Yeah, exactly.
I know, just talking to ourselves, going. Yeah. Like, why do you do this? Oh, God knows. Yeah, crickets. Yeah, for those people that stream, don't you just hate that time where you stream and you have this great like wave and then all of a sudden dead silence, crickets.
Yeah.
And it'd be like that. You'd just be sitting there listening to the cricket. Oh, the first couple of weeks of streaming were brutal for you, Carpe? What happened? I guess he doesn't like to go on voice chat.
Oh no, he likes to do voice chat. It's just
Yeah, Carpe's not shy. It's not
he's
like
not
he's shy.
Yeah. So Carpe, once again, I want to extend the offer to jump into the voice chat and come be a part of it. And as well, anyone else that would love to.
How do you sit in two chats at the same time?
They have that where they can do a dual stream view. So
Oh,
they
yeah,
can-
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why I've got that line. Okay, I see it. Your first couple of weeks were brutal? What happened? It was just talking, listening to yourself talk, or is that what happened?
Cuba says 2 devices, also phone and computer. They're watching all over the place on all different things. There's also a way to watch multiple channels at the same time through Twitch.
Yeah. Yeah, and you're in all the chats at the same time.
Yeah.
Oh, there is ice that has grown all over the windows.
Welcome to winter.
So the house is, I guess, officially frozen. Oh no. Oh, it was just lonely. Once I had a couple of regular viewers, it was like, aw. I was surprised. I was gonna not stream. I decided no, I didn't want to. And forget what it was, but something set me off. Probably land back. And I went, oh, hey Johnny. I was
Morning,
like, oh,
Johnny.
let me get this thing. Let me get this slob set up. Tweet. It took me like an hour. I set it up, boom, got on the mic, and before I could even get the camera fixed, there was 38 people sitting in my room. That we'd been all talking together. I'd been making friends. I
That
sat
reminds
around
me.
on Twitch. Yeah,
Johnny.
and so it was like we had this great launch. It's
Yeah.
fantastic.
Johnny, would you like to come join us in the voice chat in my Discord? This
Hey,
is me,
would you
your relative
would you
boss
quit
too.
yelling at my chat?
Well, Well, I'm watching my chat and your chat.
Here, let me just say this is Twitch etiquette. All right. This right. The streamer can yell at their own chat. um. Yeah. So. So yeah, Johnny, you popped in. Very chill Festivus to the rest of us. Well, Merry Christmas. We've been up streaming for hours. We had an all indigenous panel of people.
I'm on almost 20 hours myself of streaming. Yudi's on 13 and a bit.
Uh, I think so. No, not quite that long. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, about 14. So I turned mine on just to make sure nobody had to be alone, and then Lost turned his on to sit with people. I guess same thing. And
Yeah.
we've been literally up the whole day.
I'm back.
Hey, welcome back.
There you go.
So. These things
That's not
can go
my
on.
disc. Yeah, you just go over. You see where his Discord is?
Hi. Yes.
Yeah.
Hey,
See,
Johnny.
no problem. They got it. See?
Yay.
Yay, welcome in. How you doing, sweetie?
Doing pretty good. How are y'all?
What tribe are you from?
Johnny's
I'm,
Acadian.
yeah, I'm Acadian. I'm not from a particular anything. But I was invited, so I feel honored to be able to be here on this lovely Christmas day. My dad always said the Festivus thing. He would always say the Festivus thing, and he'd always have on the most irreverent show ever for Christmas, which is, of course, A Christmas Story. Shoot your eye out. He would have the 24-hour a day like broadcast on for all.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I
Always
started
got-
mine with nothing but song requests all day. We went on with that for hours.
Oh damn.
Yeah.
We went through the whole suite of like rock and roll Christmas songs. It was
You and me both, Yudi. That's how I started off mine with was rock and roll Christmas music.
Rock and roll Christmas. We were talking about Christmas on Amazon Lily on Tuesday, and me and Samantha were just going like, screw Christmas. I'm just like, I don't really hate it or anything. It's just not my particular cup of tea. I guess if you're asking me holidays, I'm more of a Halloween person or a
Oh,
New
yeah.
Year's person or something.
every day is Halloween.
Every day is Halloween, of course.
Mhm.
Every day is an opportunity to do whatever you think you're gonna do on your normal ass holiday, on your special holiday for your particular religion. Every day is an opportunity. That's how I feel about it. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Well,
Sorry if I'm a little loopy. I just got up.
I turned mine on just because I thought there needs to be a nice warm place open, just in case somebody's sitting there alone during the holidays. Because that sucks.
It sure does.
Yeah. We had like, oh gosh, I don't even know how many people came in. Went around and gave my little greetings to everybody.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Yeah, they were sitting here with us, playing music and singing and wrapping gifts. I was like, oh, this is so cute. That was just really nice. A lot of people get super depressed right now.
Yeah.
So,
Not a hella depressed year. I am not sure what my dad's side is doing, but my mom's side is trying to get me to come over if I don't have the literal actual coronavirus because I
uh,
might.
Oh,
Uh,
jeez.
but if I have it, they have it. So it's because I they told me last night one of my little sister's friends tested positive, and I've hung out with him since the last time they hung out with her. So
mhm.
we all might have it basically, and I'm like, well, maybe I'll just stay home. 'Cause-
Yeah, that might be. Well, you could always just go find out.
yeah, I scheduled a drive-through test for tomorrow morning.
Oh, right.
hmm We got people
Yeah, I
waiting.
know. Louisiana got drive-through testing, I think, first. All of a sudden, God, you got drive-through corona.
Look, if you can figure out how to give people literal alcohol in the form
Yep.
of a slushy through a drive-through, you can figure out how to do just about anything.
I know, really. What are you gonna have at the Dairy Queen or Hurricane? Oh no, I'm a zombie. Yeah. Just spike the damn blizzard. All right, I'll tip you good. People dumping their whiskey in their vanilla ice cream. I bet
Literally,
that tastes good.
literally
But they'd
me.
be like, "It's Irish coffee. What are you talking about?" Oh my god.
Man, there's some coffee vodka at the local general store right now. Like,
Hmm.
oh my goodness, I'm really thinking about it. Although I just don't know. Like, if it has caffeine in it, that's basically buck fat. Isn't that
Yeah.
what it's called? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I don't drink that much. But and anything cold right now is like, nope.
Oh yeah.
All I want. I could get a what do you call it? What's that Russian drink called? Milk. White
Oh,
Russian. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe I could mix a White Russian and a hot toddy and make. You know, it's freezing. The windows have frozen over already.
I just noticed that you got your jacket on and everything.
Oh, I got 7 layers, and it's still freezing. Cause I mean, there's literally ice has grown on the windows since I sat down. I'm like, oh, I need to get it off the windows before it breaks the glass.
Heard my neighbor open the door this morning and say, "God damn, it's chilly," but it's probably only like 30 or 40 degrees.
Oh, Rumple mints and hot chocolate. Rumple
Ooh,
mints and hot chocolate. It tastes like a thin mint.
that does sound pretty good.
I'd be happy with eggnog.
I don't think I've ever had like a proper eggnog.
Ooh. Oh, my mom used to make it. It was so good.
What are some? Do you guys have any Christmas things that y'all do? My granny puts up a bunch of nutcrackers every year. Tea
Nutcrackers?
cakes. Yeah, nutcrackers.
No, I don't do anything for Christmas really. Uh, the it's gifts and normally gifts and visiting that
Yeah.
kind of thing. Cooking usually,
Yeah.
you know.
Oh yeah, nothing like a good feed.
Oh yeah, yeah. And the Christmas food is so good. It starts on Christmas Eve and it lasts for a while.
Mhm.
You know, turkey, I love to roast turkey. You know.
Oh
But we,
yeah.
yeah, we don't really have anything. Christmas has always been. We have a tea dance traditionally. We can't do that. No, you know. But it's always been a visiting time. You
Yep.
know,
Mm.
because like all the stores close anyway, so it's not like you're gonna go out and do something.
There's nothing like sitting there one day on Christmas and you have absolutely fuck all in the house to eat, and all of a sudden your relatives show up with a shit ton of food.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know that's the best. I know, and they do, and they stay too. You're like,
Yeah.
yeah, it's good to be home. They do, and it is nice when they. Yeah, it's all about visiting. You know, sharing things and
Yeah,
eating.
Oh
it's
yeah.
not only nice, sometimes it's not nice, and you get the relative that you just want to, you
We
know what
Mm.
I
all have
mean?
those relatives.
Or you get that one that you really don't want.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Like not Uncle John. Oh no, you know,
Yeah.
yeah,
No.
cousin Willie. Oh, not so much.
I had
Yeah.
to hop around to everybody. It was the true visiting day was Christmas as a kid.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think we
yeah.
we had like I had a stepsister, and sometimes we'd go over to her family's house when I was at my dad's house, and we'd have my dad's house and my grandparents' house, and then we'd go to my mom's house, and mom and
Yeah.
her mom's house. It'd be all day,
Oh yeah,
sometimes
yeah, yeah.
multiple days of just
Yeah.
like,
That's it.
all right,
Ours was Ours was like it was like a week long,
yeah,
Yeah.
and you just kind of. I remember the neighbors just all being home, and they all had their chimneys going, which was nice. And the
Yeah.
kids was out there doing chores. I remember helping shovel and um, running errands, and kids were in on it. And sleds. Everybody was on their skis and sleds. Everybody, all the dogs, were up on the sleds, and it was just big fun. Big fun, big fun, big fun. We would be chopping. We had a lot of chores, though. I tell you, you had a furnace thing going. You had to chop wood,
Yeah.
and then you had to get the flue in the fireplace because all the snow would catch up in there. And you'd open that booger and get that stoked, and you had to sit around the clock more or less to tend that thing because we had one of those huge hearths. You know, it was huge, so you didn't even have to have heat. You just put that booger on, uh, and you
Johnny,
shoveling a lot of snow. Yeah,
mm.
Johnny, feel
yeah.
free to go back to streaming your or showing your video.
Oh yeah, I was just
You don't have to.
stepping. I was stepping over to the side for a second, so I
Oh, okay.
turned it off for a second.
All right.
But
No
yeah,
worries.
we we would get it. It feels like it was so much colder when I was a kid. We didn't have like a fireplace. We had those heaters, those little metal wall heaters in a few of the
Hmm.
rooms, not every room. So, what my mom would do to keep it really warm is she would close off the dining room and the kitchen with sheets in the doorways, and we would real quick run to the bathroom in the morning, and I'd do all my stuff. I'm freezing cold, my teeth would be chattering, and then I'd like sit. I'd really quick fix myself a bowl of cereal in the cold ass kitchen, and then we'd sit in the living room where the sheets were up and the heater was on. We would just sit in the living room all morning and try to unthaw our fucking feet.
Oh, God, in Louisiana, really?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's why I say it felt so much colder when I was a kid. And we even had snow a couple of times when I was a kid, but now, I'm sitting here and I'm fixing to feel the window really quick. Yeah, the window's not even frosty today. It's probably like 40 degrees outside, maybe 50.
Huh. I don't remember being cold. I remember in the city. Well, I guess we didn't. We wasn't in. We was in the Blue Ridge Mountains, and I remember the snow drifts was 6 foot high. You'd have an actual blizzard, and I don't remember being cold, but I do remember my dad coming in with these kind of like military issue blankets.
Hmm.
And they're wool, and so he came in and wrapped us up in these wool blankets and brought in uh he was shoveling. He had a wheelbarrow, and he was packing us in snow to keep us warm.
Yeah, because
I
it's
remember
like
that.
dry. It's like a dry snow, kind of.
I
That's
guess,
how it's
but it
been.
was that cold. Yeah, it was that cold. The snow wouldn't melt.
Yeah.
But yeah, he packed us down in these wool blankets, and he said that's how you do it. And yeah, sure enough. I mean, we were. I mean, it was thermal, so you just about bake, covered in snow, and you're boiling hot, right? And then he'd give us whiskey, so we wouldn't get pneumonia. That for winter. Um, First blizzard I walked into. Right after they had done finished teaching us what to do, and it seems like to me like how do parents always know? But they knew it was coming, so here comes time. We might as well give them blizzard training. So my dad had us out there in blizzard training. How not to walk away from the house without the rope. You have to have a rope. And I got out there. I don't know what I was doing. I must have been making one of them snow tunnels, trying to crawl in there. How you do? And you know, you have your little snow bunny. You're making animals out of this. You know, I'm sitting up in my little snow cave and noticing that the snow is changing color, and it was turning blue. And I'm like, huh. So I come out and all the time I was playing, the cold snap had hit and the blizzard was coming. So all the snow had literally, how you say, the snow had frozen into giant plates of ice,
Yeah.
blue ice. It had covered everything. And I crawled out of there and I'm looking and I'm like, oh my god. Like everything.
Yeah.
It's like, what in the hell is this? Because they didn't tell me about no ice. And I'm looking and this blizzard kicks up and it comes howling in. Just and I'm over here going, oh my god, I'm pulling my parka down and I'm stuck because I can't move. And the wind's hitting me and this ice pellets are hitting me. So I'm standing there going, oh, it's gonna have to pass. No, it don't pass. It just gets. And I wasn't, but I must have been 30 feet from the house, right? 30 feet, right?
Yeah.
I pulled my parka down and I'm standing there and I'm little and the snow is like my legs are stuck in this frozen ass snow. And I'm like, shit, and I go to turn around and like, oh, I can't see. And I had no idea what to. and I couldn't tell. That was it. And when it hits you that fast, you're like, oh my god! And it was so cold. I just remember, like my whole body went into shock because it was already by negative, and it went negative 40, and it just sucked the air out of my lungs. I said, I'm gonna die on my feet, buried in snow in the front yard. Like I'm not gonna make it to 30 feet. And so when I finally pulled my legs out, the wind knocked me over. Now I'm face down in this shit, right? And this crap, it wouldn't melt. I was just like, oh my god! So I'm clawing my way, you know. I was just like, I was hoping to hit something I recognized, and finally, I remember I got up to where it was like punk, you know. My knee hit the porch.
Yeah.
I was like, thank you, Jesus, punk. I went, okay, I'm on the porch. And I got up, and the wind went whack. I mean, just like a bug, just flattened my ass against the front door. Whack. I was stuck. I was like, trying to find a doorbell, you know. Oh man, come get me! Ding, 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 fucker! Ah! And
Shit.
it's like,
The
my
crazy
parents
situation.
looked out the window. Who in the hell is ringing the? Oh, the door is cold. The doorbell's going on. I'm banging. Oh, song. No, bitch, please get me. You know, fuck. You know, it's me. I'm trying to. Ah! And when they open the door, that crap had stuck me to the door. Like my parka was like stuck to the door because it was all
Oh.
frozen over. And so they opened the door, and I came with the door. I'm like, ah! Like, that was like, holy shit, you know? Because, you know, here came the blizzard, and it just howled, you know? Quick! It was funny as shit. It wasn't funny. People fucking die. But it was traumatizing. But there I was stuck to the door. I was holding on for dear life, you know? Ah. my, my dad had to kind of peel me off. Like a thing. Like I couldn't believe this shit. And then I learned, okay, that's what a blizzard is. But literally peeled me off. And I was like, I don't know, paralyzed. I was like, I couldn't move. My arms were stuck up like a snowman, you know? I was like, what's going on? Oh no! It's serious. Like my body temperature had dropped to some like 86 degrees. Basically, I guess I was going into hypo.
Yeah.
I could not. And my dad just kept shaking me. Oh. He'd pick me up by the parka hood, you know, and jump me up and down.
Trying to get your blood flowing.
Yeah.
That's kind of shit I remember. I remember my friend trying to ski to school.
Trying to ski.
He was
To
trying
school.
to ski. He was trying to ski. And somehow or another, he caught the toe of the ski, you know? And he went whoop, boom, head first. Snowdrift. There was nothing left but his calves and the skis sticking up. Shit, I remember a winter growing up. Ah! Holy shit. I don't know if you've ever tried to pull someone out of snow, okay? that it's like going ice fishing. That shit is not easy. And it was like, how the hell did you get in there in the first place? Um, and we had the lakes that you could skate on. Did you ice skate on the lakes?
I don't think
We
I.
had, we had cool stuff like that. We had deer. We had winter hunts.
Oh
Damn.
yeah, we had all
Mm.
kinds of fun.
Mm.
But
Yeah.
isn't that the whole
Well.
point of family is to like actually like like to actually do these things?
Mhm. Yeah. Together.
Yeah.
Mhm.
We went hunting. It was cold, wet, but it
You
was
went
fun.
hunting when it was wet.
Yeah, well, it would be 3 o'clock in the morning, and so
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's always kind of wet. It's Louisiana, like the our hunting area was like uh forested and had a quarry over to the side. Uh, it was just clay, um, a few layers deep. So uh, even just a little bit of dew and it was like outside. But he'd get us up. My dad would get us up. We'd probably start at the camp or we'd start at his house. It kind of just depended. If you
Mm.
started at the camp, you'd be sleeping already in your onesie. Um,
Your
but if we
onesie.
started, yeah, we had these big old camouflage like one zip up thing that was like really
Yeah.
warm. We would put our
Ooh.
boots on, put our hoods on, put our hats on,
I
and
have
then
no um, correlation to any of that. For me, it was long johns. You know,
Oh yeah, the
yeah,
long johns
yeah.
and we had the parkas. Did y'all have the parkas with
Oh yeah,
the
yeah,
huge big furry knee
yeah.
boots? Y'all know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They were like the
furry.
kind you put in the snowshoe.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had the whole parka. We looked like little Russian dolls with a big just a with a big mittens and a parka and the whole thing.
You know,
Yeah.
when I was growing up as a kid, through all the different gloves that I had for winter, none of them equaled up to when I after I became an adult, and I got into my early 20s, and I actually bought myself a pair of elk gloves that were handmade elk
Ooh.
gloves,
Hmm.
Ooh.
and there
Ooh.
is nothing that keeps you warmer. Like in minus
Mm.
40 and having those gloves on, your hands were nice and toasty.
Oh,
There
and
was no
dry.
and dry.
Totally dry.
Oh
Same
yeah,
moose. Oh yeah. Oh
yeah,
man,
oh
elk.
yeah.
Wow. Yeah, elk. We had moose hide, and seemed to me like it wasn't rabbit. We had like otter skin, you know, like seal skin, otter skin,
Yeah.
and we had the collars that were like that. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
So like it was waterproof. So where your wrist cuff were and your collar around the top of your boots or whatever, could nothing get in there.
Oh, Yudi.
Yeah.
In my early 20s, I happened to luck out, and I bought myself from the Leather Ranch up here in Canada um, a buffalo hide leather.
Yeah, I have my regalia's white buffalo hide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Hot. It's hot as hell.
oh,
Yeah.
but I mean, that's when I used to ride motorcycles a lot. Um, and even in when I spilled, I don't have how do I put it, road rash or road scarring because of that.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Like literally, um, there are things that we always knew and understood, and it was like I would literally soak my leather down with bear or my buffalo hide down with bear grease. Um, so when I lived in British Columbia and Vancouver for quite a long time, we would have our rain seasons, um, and I could wear that buffalo hide after soaking it in bear grease out in the rain and no issues.
Mm.
Like the water didn't seep through, it didn't damage the leather, it didn't damage the hide at all. Like just
Yeah, you can
amazing.
stand right in the rain in that and drop, not a drop. Maybe
Mm-hmm.
bone dry.
Mm-hmm.
It won't penetrate the skin no matter what.
Yep.
But then we used to have, my mom used to do that where she would take the fur and turn it on the inside.
Mm-hmm.
It was funny, it was a long time later that, learned all about fur trade. And I thought that's funny because that's how my mom used to make our leggings. We had little over
Yep.
leggings, like little
Yeah.
trousers.
Yeah. Which
And that's how she
was
would do it. She would turn it on the inside like that, make it like it into garters, you know?
yeah. Yeah.
And
And the amount of
you'd
warmth
wear it
and
like that
protect.
till you wore the fur off, and there it was
Yeah.
felt, which was flannel, right? So you're,
Mm-hmm.
you stayed warm.
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of fur that was, though.
That may have been beaver, because beaver was
Well, she
quite
she
famous
she
for
couldn't
that.
get a hold of beaver though. I don't know where she got it, but it was fur. But I don't
Mm.
know. I don't know.
Sometimes I think they use, depending, like there's beaver, otter, um, other smaller type animal pelts that they use to make those with. But
Yeah.
majority of the time, it was basically mostly beaver felt, beaver fur, beaver pelts.
Well,
Um,
no, I mean, things will beaver fur traditionally, but I don't know
yeah.
what my mom was using.
Well, she
I
probably
don't know where she
intermixed a
got
lot
it
of it.
from.
Hey, 16
I don't
tones.
know. Actually, you know what? We had a whole lot of bear rug thing,
Mm-hmm.
and we had a lot of wolf hide and
Yeah.
bear rugs.
Yeah.
You know, like a lot. Like
Yeah.
they would just like pop open the steamer, and here comes a big old fat bear rug.
Yep.
They had a lot of them, and it was God. It was warm, and you could lay down and like put your face through the bear face. It was cute,
Oh yeah. Some of the
bit
most
heavy.
greatest moments.
Yeah, way
Bear
heavy.
bear hide is the most warmest thing you could ever
Mm.
have. With the fur on it, it's just the most warmest thing.
Um, I would
Yeah.
also throw into that plate in the ring, buffalo hide.
Well, yeah, I couldn't carry a buffalo hide though.
I know.
I remember
I
going there.
could,
They'd bury
but
me under a buffalo hide. No, my grandma had this big old
mm,
bear hide thing. Um, that she kept on her. She had a big feather bed going
yeah,
on. And for the kids, that's it. You get up in that and you'd be like, where's the blankets? Where's the whatever? And she'd be like, no, you don't need that. Here you go. And you'd be, it was just trapped under it. It was so heavy. It was so soft, though.
oh, um,
Just like, oh, I miss all that.
my second oldest daughter, when she was a baby, she was like maybe like 1 or 2 years old. Um, when she was with me for about a year, um, every morning, I mean, like she couldn't go to sleep without daddy being beside her. Literally, like even when grandma would come pick her up from where I was volunteering my time on a clean and at a clean and sober dance club, um, grandma would come pick her up at like 9 o'clock, take her back because I wouldn't get done till like about 2 from it, and then I'd get back home. I'd go over to my mom's place, or my mom's apartment, and my daughter was still awake and still giving grandma a hard time. Um, I loved watching that. That was so cute. And then, literally, my mom's like, granddaughter won't fall asleep until dad's here. And then as soon as I got home, my daughter would not fall asleep unless I was like right beside her on the bed. Um, and then she would like wake up and think that she could sneak off the bed without me knowing. And of course, instantly she moved and instantly I was awake. Um, but a lot of times, as a parent, you see what your child's up to, so you just pretend like you're still sleeping. You want to see where your child's at, right? And give them the freedom and the autonomy to be able to make their own decisions, while still keeping an ever watchful eye over them, right? So in the living room in my apartment, I had my altar set up on top of a buffalo robe, so all my sacred items were out on top of the buffalo robe. And every morning, my daughter would sneak out of bed, and if I had gotten to the point where she couldn't sneak out of the bed, she would literally cry till I moved out of the way to allow her to get off the bed. It was so cute. Then she would go and sit down in front of my altar and be talking to the grandfathers and grandmothers. She wasn't touching anything. She wasn't, you know what I mean? She was like literally sitting there talking with my grandfathers and grandmothers. It was like, wow, that's my baby girl.
Sitting up visiting.
Yeah. I'm just like, damn.
Shoot. Oh my
Like,
god.
I know that might seem weird to people who aren't indigenous or don't understand indigenous spiritual way of life. I understand that. That might seem weird and confusing and so forth. But to us indigenous people that understand our culture and spiritual way of life, we are most proud of that. It literally makes the parents beam in proud, right? Especially looking at all the genocide and the factor that our culture and our spiritual way of life was almost put into extinction. And then to see your child sitting there freely without anyone teaching her or showing her doing these things is tremendous. It's a tremendous joy, and you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, joy.
yeah.
People, kids will figure shit out, though, man. They'll find anything. They're like cats. They'll get into anything,
Yeah.
Because you're small when you're a child. You can see things. You can see small things that the big people overlook. So you get up in everything. But, oh my god. I don't know. My parents probably thought, God, man, my kids are stupid. This is shit we would be. You'd be like, how in the hell did you get into that? You know,
Yup.
how did this
Yeah.
happen? Well, what had happened was,
And we always
you
had
know,
some silly, crazy, outrageous story of how we got into these stupid situations.
no, my sister tried that shit. I was too autistic for that. I'd be spilling the beans. I'd be lit tail. No, no. Actually, what happened was it. So they believed me all the time because I was too stupid to know how to lie. I didn't know I was supposed to. See,
Yeah.
they should have told me that. It should have come with the autism handbook. Okay, learn that. Oh, and it wouldn't do no good. I couldn't get her. After a while, what did she do? Tell me what she did. And you'd be like, you figure out you don't want to rat on your sister.
Oh yeah, it took me a while to figure that out too.
Yeah.
My
And when I
my
finally
big stepsister, she was not happy with that. Ooh.
figured that out, and I tried to, I don't know. And
Ooh.
by that time, parents were like, "Yeah, you do." Oh, I
Yeah.
do. Yeah. Oh, well, tell me what it is. I don't know. And they'd be like, "No, you can't get away with that. What is it?
Yeah.
What? What?" Interrogate. And then they'd separate us and interrogate us separately. Oh God. So you couldn't get your story matched up.
Yeah.
Oh. And I tried to pull the autism thing. I'd be like, oh, flap my hands and turn in a circle. Maybe y'all will go away. Never worked. My mom's like, stop that. Okay. And my sister be looking at me like, bitch, I'm gonna beat you to death after that. I'm like, right? Because she was actually, girl was a paranoid schizophrenic at the age of 9.
Ouch.
Right? So,
Oh, God.
yeah. So, yeah, I grew up with, The Exorcist. And I don't know how she shot me. She stabbed me. She
Oh, geez.
suffocated me. She broke my rib, twisted my arm. Uh, Pretty much had beat me up black and blue. What else did she do? What else did she do?
Was she your little sister, or
No, that was my
how-
big sister.
Oh,
She. I can't even remember some of the shit, but anyway. So. Anyway, so. Yeah, that's it. When I figured out, oh, you're not supposed to snitch on people, I thought, yeah, maybe if I uh stick up for her, you know what I mean? She'll be my friend, some shit.
like
And my parents
me-
wouldn't let me. They were like, "No, you're lying." No, I'm not. I'm not even talking. How can I be lying? I'm not talking. Yeah, but because you're not talking, that's how you. What? Give me the autism handbook again. Let me read that chapter.
Yeah,
Shit.
exactly.
Hey, I'll be right
Parents
back.
are really good. Yeah, no
Okay.
problem, Johnny.
So yeah, I remember that shit, and it was like, and so I finally had to. I said, "Damn, I gotta get creative," and I would make something up, because she was always forever in trouble, and I would try to make something up. And I was trying to make it plausible, and my
Yeah.
parents finally figured out that okay, it didn't matter. I was gonna defend her. I was gonna protect her. So it was no point in questioning me anymore. And that's what finally did it. Was when they gave
Has to die.
and it did no, it did not
500
make her
years.
suddenly sane overnight at all by any means. So then I was like, damn, I'm gonna snitch right on your ass next time. Fuck it, And oh god, it was horrible. Oh, horrible.
Yeah, but see that's the thing, right? Parents knew that as long as they kept the sibling rivalry going, they could always find out the truth.
Well, we didn't have no sibling rivalry at all
Well,
whatsoever.
but you know what I mean, right?
No, they would never do that. Mm-mm.
There are parents that literally do that. Um,
And maybe they do, but that's rotten.
yeah,
My parents were like, tell the truth.
yeah,
Just tell the truth, and we'll figure out what to do about it. So we could, we could just sit there and tell them, "No, this happened," because they didn't judge you.
yeah. I think
You know.
with me, I grew up um, away from my culture, being stolen as a baby.
Oh,
So the home I grew up in as a child, very much sibling rivalry, even though we weren't siblings.
you didn't have no res life growing up. You didn't grow up on a res.
No, no, I didn't get the
Oh,
blessing of that. Unfortunately, I was
oh,
stolen at 3 months old, so um, I didn't get the blessing of that. Which is probably why
mm,
when I became an adult and found out that I was indigenous, native, and Dakota, that I dived into my culture and spiritual way of life like there was no tomorrow.
oh. I mean, I gotta say this. I mean, somebody asked, "What are the complications if for Native kids who are adopted?" And I said they don't have any connection to their culture,
Nothing.
and when they go
Connection to
back,
culture, family.
often they're not accepted,
Yeah.
right? So it's extremely difficult for them because like they're not really fully accepted anywhere. It's boarding school syndrome,
Yeah, and
and
like
there's
I
so
have a
much that you miss out on. You have no idea. No
yeah,
idea.
yeah, like I have a cousin that will be sitting back, literally talking about how uh, you know I came back to the family one day and all of a sudden I know more about Indian culture and spirituality than they do that grew up on the res with it their whole entire life. And then I would be doing the rhetorical of teasing them back, saying, well, yeah, that's because we didn't sit on our ass and just think that it's going to come handed or be handed to us on a silver spoon. We searched it out and fought hard for it. Like we would literally
The
get into all different kinds of
the
subjects in that matter.
the the thing is that people it's not only the boarding school syndrome of that you're also talking about other natives who their whole entire indigenous structure is gone, like for instance the Tainos, and we aren't even really accepted, quote unquote, in the native world, by certain people and certain groups, and it's
Yeah,
this ideology that uh, we know more than you do, and or this we are more native than you,
Yeah,
and
that's what they
and
pull. That's what they pull. Yeah.
yeah,
and and
Yeah.
and that's the thing, is that there's no one more native than anyone else. If you're native, you're native, and be proud of that. Don't It's not to be a dick about it. There's being a dick, and then there's being proud. There's two different things.
yeah.
Mm.
Don't confuse the two.
Well, when I grew up, not you did not announce to anyone that you were indigenous at all. You were not going to get down the street if you did
Yeah,
that. So we didn't talk about pride, okay? And nobody
yeah,
ever talked about no pride, all right? We just, we just, we just like kept all of our shit to ourselves until powwow time came, right? And it would go
Mhm.
off to the private land.
yeah. Well, that's
And the
because
rest
at
of the
that.
world would just disappeared like it never even happened,
Yeah,
and we just lived in those pockets.
Uh, yeah,
Great.
the thing is that n- now in this day and age, we're talking about native pride, we're talking about these terms, you know
Yeah.
that
Yeah, well, what's
and
behind it though?
See, like my grandma, my
now I
birth
see where
grandma.
you're going with it.
Yeah. See, my birth grandma, she pretended for a very long time to be a white woman. Is this one of the? This is one of the slowest conversations. Well, you're more than welcome to leave and find some place that's more appealing to you. You don't necessarily have to be here. You have the screen.
Someone riding on a train? What does that mean?
I don't know. I think they're talking like the way in which they're talking, which or whatever. Um, there are plenty of
Even
people in
you
here
let
that are
you,
doing.
I accord you the freedom to return to stream.
Yeah, I accord you the freedom to leave the stream and go to whatever stream you wish to go to on Twitch. Best of luck to you.
It's gonna get slower too, because we've been up for 15 hours
Whoa, yeah.
straight. So we're just gonna like stream until we sound like this.
Yeah, this has been I started streaming like almost 21
That's
hours
why.
ago. And this is a marathon stream. So basically, because during Christmas time is one of the hardest and loneliest times of the year, and we in the indigenous community, health, mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual well-being and health. That's the marathon. Many people are stuck alone at this time of year. Many people sometimes lead towards committing suicide or other things because they're all alone. And especially during this COVID world pandemic that we're in, even more so than normal. So this is what we would call a health and wellness stream.
Oh, Akuba says in the message, quick off-topic question for whoever said that they live in Buffalo area and Niagara Falls area. Is it snowing there yet? Yeah, it just dumped a ton of snow our direction. But really, it's not that bad. You know, we get snow and then snow dissipates real quickly.
I was saying, there's a lot of people in your community have substance abuse. Is that true?
I think some
That's
In
what
my
you lost.
substance.
community,
Yeah,
in
they have
in
substance abuse.
in native communities,
He lost his community.
In my
huh?
community, there are some that do have substance abuse issues. But then again, substance abuse doesn't have per se a race specific. Um, at least that's what I learned in my psychology class years ago. Oh God,
I
no. Um, Substance abuse affects any race, creed, or color or religion. It does not specifically target one race of people. It can substance abuse is everywhere.
Uh,
Um,
uh, lost.
and yes,
What he's saying is that he took a sociology class years ago, and we're all a bunch. That's basically what he's saying.
oh okay. And welcome
That's
back,
what they
Johnny.
taught in sociology books years ago.
Yeah, when it comes to the substance abuse in indigenous country, a lot of that has to do with residential schools, and child theft and other things that transpired, that are parts of genocide within the indigenous community done by the government. Oh, okay, okay, okay. I get you. All right, I'm getting. I'm getting you. I'm getting you. All right, all right.
My
Um, hi.
hi.
Yeah.
My roommate let my cat out, so I had to go check it now.
Uh-huh.
It was funny. I was talking about being so cold I couldn't feel my feet earlier, and I walked outside barefoot. So for a minute there, I was so cold I couldn't feel my feet.
There you go. Now you know
There we
what
go.
that blizzard felt like.
Exactly.
Was your cat stuck to the door? I'll never forget that.
I am
Oh
gonna
my
have to
god!
hop out like for the rest of the day though, because I am
Because
gonna
it's
go
Christmas.
see exactly. I'm gonna go see the
Columbus
fan,
has to
possibly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
after
I'm gonna see
500
how my
years.
mom feels about it. But
Yeah.
I'll call them either way. So.
All right.
Okay.
Thank
All
you for
right,
popping in,
thanks.
Johnny. Love you very much. You have yourself a great, beautiful day. And you know you're always welcome back here, Johnny. Anytime.
Yeah. Merry Christmas. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Merry Christmas.
Bye-bye, baby. Bye-bye. Carpe's,
Um.
yep. Carpe's the confirmation guy. He's confirmed
Yeah.
that they thought that the indigenous are especially susceptible to alcohol. Okay.
Well, that's because we're not really.
Susceptible to alcohol abuse.
Yeah. We're not our
we
biological.
don't mhm.
How do I put that in?
We don't process it the same way you do. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I I
It's.
could I could expand on we come from low income areas because the government our governments, because there's more than one government, there's Canada in here.
Yeah.
Our governments, our first world governments, oppress us and suppress us and try to do genocide on us, and either directly or indirectly. So yeah, it's a kind of a depressing aspect, and it leads for us to
Mm,
do
mm.
some out of uh, uh, out on the other side of the
Hey, Don.
other field. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
I don't
there's
know
also
if.
other things doing with that too, because what they used to do, was they would give us what we called back then fire water, before any of the conferences or meetings or councils, that we would have with the English, to make us more, susceptible, or the people that they chose to be so-called the speakers and leaders and signers, um, more easier and susceptible to signing treaties, and not realizing, or you know what I mean?
Hmm.
Yeah, hereditary. Yeah, it's, we indigenous people have, a very specific dietary need,
Yeah.
in order to live healthily, and alcohol, is not one of them.
Yeah, I
That
was
makes
gonna
sense.
say it is not one of them. No, shit was not meant for us. Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Too much sugar in it.
Um,
Yeah, it turns
16.
out that genetics exclusion and marginalization also lead to increased escapism and substance abuse in people as well. It's like they blame the effect for the cause.
Yep.
Then just seeing personality patterns.
The 16 Stones is says part native and part Irish. I don't drink
Don't
anymore,
drink anymore, right?
Yeah.
but I imagine my issues were more particularly in my hereditary rather than those of my troops. Which,
Tropes.
if you, yeah, if 16 Stones wants to come in, it would be lovely to get more native people on this panel.
Yeah, 16 Stones. Feel free, or anyone else that wishes to jump in and join. Sorry, Yudi, I gotta do this. Not on
16
your
tone.
stream, but
Yeah,
on my
no.
stream.
Don't be like yelling through the window at my chat. They like, what? 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 No. That's okay. No, they can hear everything you're saying, so and see everything you're doing. So
I like having your
But
stream popped up
but
on mine as
I
well.
I
Mhm.
can
And
I
we're
can
being hosted.
yeah I can agree with Carpe Max on what
Carpe
he's
Max,
saying. Carpe Max.
Carpe Pax.
Pax. Right. Right. Right.
First it was Car Pax, now it's Carpe Max. We're getting there.
I'm so sorry. So sorry. Oh God. God forgive
I
me.
don't think I can,
I'm
but I'll
sorry.
go ahead and. Oh, they're gonna. 16 will join your Discord, but Carmax, that's what we're aiming at. Actually, his name is Carmax. Yeah. I was waiting for it. It's Carpe to the max. Carpe, that's you. You're Carmax now. I was waiting for somebody to say that, but never. I like his name, Carpe Max, man. Seize the peace. Seize the. To me, that means seize the state. So, you know.
I am so red right now. Like I'm so embarrassed. Oh, I'm getting blushy.
I can't even see the names. I'm just gonna guess at what you think your name is, because I have goddamn no idea. My real name is hard enough to pronounce, so stuck with this old broadcast label because it's on all of the trailers and stuff. Universal Discourse. Wow, the grin on my face right now. Yeah. Carmax, what you laughing at? What you laughing at? Carmax.
Carmax.
What you think is so funny?
We're gonna change your name. Your now new nickname on the side is
He's laughing
Carmax.
at his own name. Yeah. Oi, John. Carmax. I knew that was somebody was gonna say it eventually.
You know,
Daggone, y'all! I have this throat spray. I want to tell you how cold it is. You know, chloroseptic, right?
Yeah.
It is so cold here that I set it down on the table. I picked it up. It is a frozen popsicle,
Oh God.
completely frozen.
Damn.
Like, so your heat in your house is totally off.
I don't have any utilities in my home at all.
Oh.
There's no water, no electric, and no heat. at all. They don't
So,
even exist. The appliances don't even exist.
so how are you living?
I'm not. I'm sitting here in 7 layers of clothes. Um,
Okay. That to me doesn't seem like living. That seems to me
yeah,
like
no, it's pretty
surviving.
bad. Well, that's why I'm doing my donation thing or dono
Mm-hmm.
goal. But
Mm-hmm.
So,
um,
for everyone watching, Universal Discourse is a sister who is actually putting into practice the decolonization,
mhm.
and what is it called again? I forget. Sorry, my bad.
um, what is what called again?
What you're doing, like the communal living program, right?
But intentional community is what they call it.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
um, um, if anyone, if you are capable and able to help, maybe help Yuri with, um, some of these achieving some of these goals or whatever, or even
Yeah.
maybe donating, talking with her and donating um, some materials that she could use to help out. If you have skills in like electricity, plumbing, etc., and maybe possibly might live close within her area, and are more
Oh
than
yeah.
willing to
All
help
the
out,
help. Yeah.
would help out tremendously. Feel free to help her. You know what? I laugh at myself because literally I am easier shilling for other people than I am for myself.
Yeah. You notice.
I know it's just like, damn, I can shill for
My
others like there's
career
no
has
tomorrow.
always been making money for other people. I don't run around raising money routinely. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly, right?
I've always just made money for other people.
I
But
mean, it's not
yeah, me.
mandatory, but I mean, every little bit helps if you can. We help each other in these hard times. It's a good thing.
Yeah, it would be definitely needed because the property I got inherited or whatever got up here and neighbors stripped it. So they took out the power, they took out the propane, they took out the furnace, cut the power to the house, and then the water main cracked. So there's literally no utilities here whatsoever. So I'm like,
Yeah.
So
uh-huh.
that's why you're asking for $2,000 to get that.
Oh, no, that's half of what that's gonna cost. I thought that was reasonable because, um
Just to start out with, and then go with the second, like,
yeah, because
chunk
people
it
don't
up.
have money.
Uh, Not me. I'm a broke college student who just
Right,
got fired from my job twice during COVID.
right.
So I
Yeah,
went to one job and then I went to another job, and the other job fired me because they said, "Oh, COVID is basically done." They had the quote unquote done. Oh, here's a job, and we're just gonna allow you for a few weeks and of work. That's basically their mentality, and then we're gonna get rid of you because we know that this is gonna happen,
Columbus
that things are gonna
has to
increase,
die.
and we don't give a
After
damn about
500
you.
years,
That's basically what happened. You know.
yeah. No, that's something not that bad, but my program had been written and accepted. 2 days later, everything shut down because of COVID. Here, everybody involved with the program was just sitting there waiting for, you're sort of on standby. And so they
Mm-hmm.
let 6 months go by and say, okay, well, you know, we're not going to be able to launch this. Oh, well, since we didn't officially hire you, you can't collect the unemployment either. Oh, okay. You know, so I'm like,
That was
you
a
gotta
dick
be kidding
move.
me.
That was
Yeah,
a
well,
dick
they did
move.
it to everybody. So, I mean,
Oh
everybody.
god.
So 18 people, you know,
It's
you know,
all about them profits.
God.
yeah, yeah. I said, okay, I have my program, so I'll bring it online. So basically, I opened my Twitch stream really to actually present that because people kept saying they were so interested in decolonization. And I said, well, there you go. You got a university person that can stand up here and teach it to you. You know?
That's a excellent way to do things.
Yeah,
Very
well, if you
excellent.
don't practice it in your community, it's not real. So I have this property, and
I hear that.
there's a place to practice that. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
You know?
I
Columbus has to
I
die.
had a
After
thesis for
500 years,
college. It's actually on autism, and since I'm a leftist, it's the social political philosophy of autism, a Marxist perspective. And I went and had an anarcho-communist professor, and so me being a part of like the political work of it, I went into you know putting it through the actual political party, the CP in here, the CPUSA, and it's currently right now in becoming a party policy. Right now, uh, it was brought up to the state. Now we have a state committee, which we are adding and adjusting some things, which is going to be okay for the organization, but really it also has my philosophy of application. And amazingly, I'm also a part of like a peace and solidarity commission with them, and we're doing some Cuba solidarity project, which is involving disability rights. And we um, are doing that disability solidarity work within that. So it's actually applying it to an actual socialist state right there. And it's an amazing thing that I'm seeing my philosophy actually come to action, from philosophy to politics to actual law. You know what I mean? Because resolution is law. So it's just amazing to see the processes of these things, that it can actually work, that things can actually work in if you try to see to it to work. You know what I mean? So that's the thing. I don't know what your comments are, but that's what I've been doing.
Well, myself, I would say, um, I've been helping my people to heal, including healing myself along the way for over 20 plus years. Um, my whole thing here is educating people, including our own, on indigenous way of life. Um, and that we're not the enemy that they state we are, or proclaim that we are, or have put into this existence of belief system through Hollywood and colonial imperial schools.
Hey, Mr.
Um,
Piece of Work.
so um, I guess I have somewhat of some sort of a unique um, way or thing of doing things. Um, but I mean, so far in my community, I've started to, whenever you're teaching things, you start off slow and you start working your way up as your community
Mm-hmm.
starts to understand more and more. Um, Eventually, the goal is that I don't even have to say anything, or that my community um, will have enough knowledge and understanding to be able to effectively um, bring back into reality, I guess you could say, even though it already is a reality, but uh, basically more of a holistic self healing and community
Mhm.
healing approach,
Mhm.
um, and understand us indigenous people even more better so that we
Yeah,
can.
I and me, my indigenous background, I still look at us needing healing as well, and looking at
Yeah.
all of our nations needing healing at this time, and
Mm-hmm.
to actually apply that. If I was to apply the policy I wrote into action in the indigenous community, it would be that we deserve to have psychological, rights of, counseling, and actual talking it out, not like some others, not like people who bottle it up forever and ever, saying, "Oh, we shouldn't trust anything." We just need to keep everything on our chests. That's one of the things that I hate. That all we do is just keep our emotions bottled up, instead of us literally extenuating that.
Yeah.
I don't know if any of you have an opinion on the bottle up pa- faction, but anyway.
Well, see, bottling up
Uh,
is a colonial mindset used to harm you. It basically causes many. Um, it is basically a part of a cause for many illnesses that we see today, and that's just not in the indigenous community. That's in all different nations communities. Excuse me. Um, I mean, emotions are a great and wondrous thing to have. It's what we do with them that that matter, right?
yeah, I don't know what you think, universal discourse, but that's, you know we have that bottling up that was, forced down to us
Yeah.
by the colonizers, that you just better shut up, or we're gonna just rip your heart out, either literally or metaphorically out
Well,
of your.
when I grew up with my mom's reservation, KKK ran the town outside the reservation. So um, we knew they were gonna kill us.
Or that they wanted to
And
kill
we
us.
were not gonna hold shit back. Fuck them.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck them. Fuck them. I don't bottle shit. I do not bottle up shit. Period. Mm-mm. No. No. Because until they finally come for you, you're breathing, you alive, and you don't worry about it because you
Columbus
they come.
has to die.
But fuck them.
After 500 years,
And I would wager to
So
say,
we were
if
loud
you're
about
good,
shit, but we didn't walk around saying we were indigenous to
yeah,
anybody. But we weren't gonna hold our tongue when it came down to anything. Stand up to anybody. And
Mm.
we're not gonna bottle shit up. Mm. Nope. My dad had no tolerance for that whatsoever either.
yeah.
None. So I
But
never
there's
really was
those.
on a campaign to go educate non-indigenous people. I was always more it's just us because I was a
Mm,
militant activist.
yeah.
But
Um,
there's
so yeah.
those in the community, that in our community, that they are bottling things up, and
Yeah.
they need to let go of the bottle. The bottle doesn't exist. What it does exist is you letting it out, and all of us helping you through it. You see, and us needs
Hey.
to do that, to help
Oh,
us.
we got 150 emotes cheered and an unbelievable 5,000 bits from
Wow.
an anonymous.
Nice. Good
Thank
job,
you so
anonymous
much.
cheer.
Merry Christmas.
Merry
Yeah.
Christmas. Right on.
Holidays to you too.
Nice.
50 emotes shared. I love emotes and 5,000 bits. Who get 5,000 bits?
I think it's 10,000 bits that
Yeah.
equals $100, and 5,000 bits I think equals $50.
No. I mean, yeah, but you gotta pay for those, or do you earn
Yeah.
those?
No, you gotta pay for them. You have to buy the biddies.
Oh God,
And
I don't
each
know who.
biddy that
They
goes
must
towards
have gotten them from some. Thank you
and
so much. Happy
each
holidays
biddy,
to you too. Oh, you can watch ads. You can watch ads and get the bits. Hey, really?
yeah, you can
I
do
was
that
gonna
too.
say,
Um,
shoot, I don't think I've ever owned a 5,000 biddies.
each bit that goes to the streamer is worth a penny. So for one bit equals one penny.
Oh well, but they shared 150 emotes.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome. I gotta get a bunch of bits and do that and pay that forward to somebody. That's really cool.
It is cool.
Get a great screen alert and it makes a cool sound and then the little and it cheers. You know. Oh, thank you. What a nice gesture.
That is. That's an awesome, awesome gesture.
It is. The name is an anonymous cheerer. So I guess this person goes around spreading cheer, literally. So if anybody else sees an anonymous cheerer, which I cannot pronounce, cheerer, cheer with an ER, that they made it anonymous. Oh, Amira said they made it anonymous.
Yeah, you have the choice or the ability to make your tiers or even your gift subs anonymous rather than showing who it is or people seeing who it is.
Well, so one of these anonymous cheerers come in here with 150 emotes that they shared with everybody and 5,000 biddies. It's a very happy Christmas. And I've got hyperscape emotes now. Ooh, I've got hyper cheese. You guys got hyper cheese? Eh! Oh, they be in Santa. Oh, they say, oh, that's the Twitch Santas came by. Oh, yeah, it was Twitch Santa. It's not the actual name, they Santa. Twitch Santa came by. Oh, I want to save up my biddies and go surprise somebody. Oh, look at this. I've got, y'all, I got the glitchy emote. Do y'all have that? It's an emote of it's a scuffed Twitch thing. Like an outlet. Yeah. See, Santa's real, only on Twitch.
So
16 has one too. 16, they have the glitchy 2020 glitchy.
so
See it?
yeah. So I'm coming up to 21 hours and 15 minutes in my stream. If you like this content so far, feel free to follow. I hope you do follow. Following is freely out there. If you would like to support more of this content and have enjoyed it this far, maybe consider subscribing. I also have a donation link a little down on my page there that I am saving up to get myself a new computer so that I can actually improve my streaming quality for all of you. Feel free to, if you can. It's not necessary. It's not demanded. You won't hear, but it's only $5. No, just kidding. You won't hear those things out of my mouth.
Look. Aw. You coming on 21 except for the net. Look at the emo wall. My emo exploded. I love emotes. Oh, I gotta make some more of mine. I think I have more slots open and I just didn't do it.
Get some indigenous emotes.
I have
No,
some
I'm just
indigenous
gonna get
emotes.
the I have the original aim patch that I'm gonna make into an emote.
Mm.
My channel has indigenous
this one.
emotes, but I'm still working
Yeah.
on getting up to where I can actually have more emotes
Oh.
for everyone.
Yeah, what does it do? They give you slots or something?
Yeah, and then you have to the first when you achieve affiliate, they give you like one slot for tier 1, one slot for tier 2, and one slot for tier 3, and then you have to meet a certain criteria to open up more slots within that. And then you get like a whack load more for like when you get hit partnership.
Well, what's a tier one or a tier two or tier three?
That's your subscription. So you subscribe at a tier one. You can subscribe for like $5 for a tier one subscription for the month. You can subscribe for a little bit more for a tier two, and then a tier three, and so forth. Like I think there's like, I'm not too sure exactly how many
What
tiers there
is
is, but
what do subscriptions do? Like you're following
subscriptions
a
subscriptions is half of that money
Yeah.
goes to the streamer. Um, the other half goes to Twitch. And then
uh,
when you become, and that's for a affiliate, when you become a partner, you are able to get more of that percentage of money that someone puts down for the subscription.
uh, uh, you know.
And then there's a way to um, then there's also the Prime subscription that you get once a month for your Amazon Prime account that you can use on Twitch as well.
Hmm.
We celebrated that with the Star Wars Cantina. Y'all can't hear my stream. That's what's so funny. It's been the it's been exploding in emo walls for the last 5 minutes because we're going through all of our new 150. Look at it. Ah, there they go. I love emo. I love having a very festive stream with. I mean, some of these little overlays and apps. I mean, they just junk, but I mean, they're so happy. You know, look at it. Here we go, another screen full. It's nice to have just a nice, interactive, lively little stream. You know, Dude, I think they're flooding the emo wall. There it goes. Trans
like to see
rights
it.
and the bunnies and wrecked. They've got some good ones, boy. Somebody came in the other day and they hit the $27. They hit the hype train.
Nice.
They hit a hype train. I don't know what triggers it, but they went to level 4.
There's a certain amount that can be either donated or gift subs.
I guess
and
so.
it'll hit or bits. Well, mostly bits and gift subs, and that'll hit a hype train at a certain
Yeah.
point.
They hit level 4. They went all the way to level
Nice.
4. There's the Santa
actually
Alex Jones emo.
there's
There he
actually
is.
a part and section in your creator content
Oh. Yeah.
to do with hype trains.
Oh yeah, I know I said it, but I forgot the settings. John!
John
thank
coming in
you.
with the Prime subscription.
No simpin' hype. Yeah, they got the best emotes in here. Look at this. These are brand new. I've never seen any of these before.
Hey,
Oh, I love
Knock,
the one
happy holidays.
that means we'll
And
be stepping up. They've got one that says it's red, yellow, and blue. It says big.
and I
And
also
then they
wanna
got the other ones. Look at the dude, the face that they're sitting on. What the hell? Looks like Ren and Stimpy. Gosh, look at all these.
Yeah, they're cool.
Hi, 16.
So, I want to take
Oh,
this
look,
moment.
look. 16 has the Alex Jones Santa emote. Come on.
I would like to take this moment to welcome in and thanks for the follow to Newton Tong, Samo, known on Sense, Sludge Dock, and Castle. Thank you for the follow. Welcome into the community.
Aeronox there. Thank you, John. Oh, I'm gonna turn around and subscribe to John. John started streaming.
Yeah, I'm already subscribed to John. I beat
I
you to
haven't
it.
got a chance
Ha
to yet. I'm
ha
going
ha
over there though.
ha ha. I beat you to it, sister. Ha ha. I'm just kidding. I'm just being silly. It's early in the morning. It is getting close to 8 o'clock here. Sometime within very soon, I expect my home care people to coming in. So I will have to mute myself during that time period. Um,
Hey, Jane.
just
Mm-hmm.
so giving you all a heads up.
Good morning. Merry Christmas. Yeah, I love the emotes on the emote while I'm talking about chat. Oh, look at piece of work. See, I have a blanket too. Look at that. Looks just like me. Yeah, they
Yeah,
showing off their best emotes.
I had it set up at one time to like to do that whole entire. Hey, John Doe, thank you, my little nephew, for subscribing at tier 1. Thank you.
See? Thanks, John. John is just my best mod. That's my favorite mod.
John is awesome. John is really
Yeah,
cool and awesome
John is
people.
awesome. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yep.
So if you haven't followed John yet, I don't know why you haven't. Um,
Yo, look at the blankets. Merry Christmas. Peace on earth and glitchy twitch and
um,
hype. What?
I gave
Cool.
our dear friend John a shout out. So for those people in my chat right now, feel free to follow John. Help a brother out, help a fellow brother out, help a fellow human being. We're all about helping each other out here.
There they go. Well, I've been up as far as I'm gonna go up. I gotta go back on stream. We're doing the debates and things this week.
Nice. Why are you gonna leave us now?
Yeah, yeah, I'm going to sleep. I've been
Aw.
up as long as I can be up, and I gotta get back up. So,
All right, sister.
oh man,
You have
I'm
yourself
gonna do
a
that.
good sleep.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to sleep. It's also freezing. I gotta get in there and take care of things. Things are starting to crack and pop in the RV.
Yeah,
So
I feel you.
I'm gonna get something hot and just kind of pass out there for a bit. But I'll be back up because I'm usually the afternoon, all night streamer. Hey Jane, thanks for coming by. Sweet Jane,
I'm gonna
sweet
I'm gonna
Jane.
still stay on if you are mine.
No, it's all good. I'm still gonna be here. I'm still streaming, so
Merry Christmas. Be back on today doing song requests and karaoke. So Jane can come by and get in my Discord and rap. Jane, the message is a rapper.
It would be nice to get a council going because that would be lovely. I mean, having 50,
I am the one who hosts the council.
huh?
You've been talking to the person who hosts the council the whole time.
I know. I would love
If you want to be on the council, all you have to do is go to my Discord and DM me.
Okay.
There you
Because
go.
I would love to be 15 days talking about things. I'm that type of a person.
Well, it's the council is for solving real life problems. So,
Yeah.
if that's what you want to do, you have to go through some training, and
Mhm.
Yay, karaoke rap. You have to go through some training and just go into my Discord and send me a friend request and DM me,
Mm, I
and
will.
you'll be notified.
Okay.
So that's all
So
you gotta
my
do.
home care has just arrived. So if y'all would give
Okay,
me a
okay,
few
okay.
minutes, I have to go on mute for a few minutes while they're doing what they need to do. Um, so, but by all means, my stream is not ending. So I'm gonna be here for a long time still.
Okay, guys. And Neuro, I'm gonna beep
Okay.
off,
Okay, not a problem.
and
Okay.
I'm gonna be back on probably around 6 p.m. But yeah, if you're interested in the training, any
And
of the debates,
see
you
that
just
packet right
DM
there?
me
That's for you.
in the
Okay.
Discord,
Okay.
and we put you up on the list if you want to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love
I've been
talking like this
streaming
and
and I've been
having
streaming
these
for
types of forms
21 and a half
of
hours.
debates. You know, you gave a
Well,
flavor
you
of
know,
it,
this
and I'm
time of
like,
year,
yeah, this
it's
is not really
it's really
a
hard on
bad
people.
debate.
Yeah.
It's just
And
a
especially
civil agreement.
Yeah, well, this is just
when you're alone,
the
and
way we
even more so
talk
now with
together.
COVID making that even
Now,
more
the
difficult.
council is formal. The debates are debates,
So
but it's Cree rules.
it's a part of
It was like Yona
knowing
was
that I've been
saying.
through that
But anyway, DM me about it,
too
and
many times in my life.
I'll sit down and
Um,
we'll
Basically
sit you
turning
through
around
some
and going,
training,
here, guess what?
and
I'm here.
there you go.
You're not alone.
Okay.
Okay, I'll be back on later today though, so hope you see you around. Okay, happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, many.
Decided to
Take
work
care.
last night
Yeah.
into this morning, and then he's gonna work until 6 today, so he's gonna pull a double, right?
So he doesn't feel so alone on
I
today.
guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
And
no,
I-
it's
I
still
never-
warm. They're still good.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's still good.
Oh, I didn't put anything in it. It's all in here.
Okay.
Your cream and
Okay. Cool.
stuff.
So, does anyone in the audience have questions?
Yay, snacks.
I bought way too many cookies. I cleaned the dollar store out.
That's okay. I'm cool. I love cookies.
Me too.
I can't help it. And I figure, well, you know, I know you ladies. Oh, even cigarettes. Oh, thank you.
I didn't forget.
Aw. I know you ladies. You know, it's always hard, especially when you know, being out in this kind of weather,
Yeah.
and your hands and stuff always seem to get cold
Oh yeah, I have
as I
the
feel it.
They're
So
not too bad right now.
not too bad, but yeah. So I should, you know, I got given these a while back.
Oh yeah.
So I have no actual use as I don't because I don't go out in wintertime
Right.
anymore.
Yeah.
So to me, it's just sitting there taking up space.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where you ladies, young ladies, can quite very well enjoy that, right?
Oh yeah, I always have cold hands. Always. Warm heart, cold hands.
Yeah.
That's my excuse. Sticking to it. I can't find my stupid ID that I wear. It must be at home. I couldn't find it. I was just in the truck looking for it.
Thank you for the card.
Oh, you're very welcome.
That's awesome.
I try.
I tried to offer one of those to my other lady that comes in the morning. and she just looked at me funny. She's like, "You're not. I'm not supposed to. You're not supposed to get me gifts. I'm supposed to get you gifts."
Yeah.
And I looked at her going,
It's
Like-
true, but if it's a senior
Yeah.
that has dementia or whatever, then I let the office know that they got me something or I got them something. Otherwise, I don't tell them nothing, right?
Yeah.
Like, people give at Christmas, that's all there
"It's
is
just how
to
it is." That's called being a human being.
Yeah. That's right.
Get used to it.
That's right. Yeah, my daughter got up with me this morning, and I said, "Your stocking's under the tree. You want it?" 'Cause she's 39, but in her head she's 11 or 12. So
Yeah.
we do Christmas for her.
We're still, we're coming to a time period, especially since this COVID,
Yeah,
that being a human being to each other is going to become back more in play.
as it should.
Yes. I know the government and big corporates and the rich were pushing for that not to exist anymore.
Right.
Um,
Jerks.
yeah.
But there's a lot of people that are going to be alone today. You know, this next, not after this next guy, I got this girl that she was a foster child. And she has no family.
Yeah.
So, so it's important that we help her. Not
See, that's
everybody
the
is
thing, like-
cold in this world.
People don't understand, like, there's kids like that. And then there's also moments in time where literally some of those kids are literally stolen from their families and don't need to be in a
Yeah.
foster home.
That's right.
And unfortunately, there's a disproportionate majority amount of numbers that's the case for.
Yeah, it's too sad. Her family gave her away, so she
Well-
has no family.
You know what the funny part is? I have to honestly say the funny part in that. They said the same thing about my family.
Oh,
My family just gave me away. My mom didn't want me.
oh yeah.
And it's like, what? And then finding out years later when I actually, finding out when I did get to meet my mom and actually talk with her,
Yeah,
that wasn't the case at all.
of course. That's the way it works.
Yeah. And then watching and seeing and getting the information and watching and seeing it and reading on it, where literally the court, they changed my name for the courts
Oh,
so that my family could not find me on the court docket
oh, that's terrible.
to come in and argue and dispute it in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
Because the name was different, so therefore it's not me.
Yeah. Jerks, eh?
Yeah. And you're going like, damn. Damn. Like, y'all serious?
Yeah.
Like, you committed fraud and child theft.
Yeah, well, she got passed through the foster system, was abused and everything, right? Like, just,
Literally, in Canada,
Yeah.
majority of the foster care system, that's exactly what it's all about.
I know, and that's so sad.
And it's like they say and they yelp about how child services or child protection services and the foster care system is supposed to be there to protect the children,
That's right.
ensure that they have a decent life, a better life than
Yeah.
the apparently supposedly atrocious home that they were growing up in.
That's right.
Yet it is in many cases far worse than the home that they were living in.
Yeah.
And all it is a simple factor. In the poorest province in Canada,
Yeah.
50% of the population is Indigenous. 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 50 The foster care system and child welfare, okay, gets 46,000
Yeah.
per child per year.
And a lot of them just do it for the money. That's
Exactly.
yeah.
And a lot of them have like, anywhere from 4 to 6 children in their home at any given time.
Yeah.
So the price range for that, and that's in the poorest province.
Right.
So the price range, depending upon how much more richer your province is,
Yeah.
goes up. That they
Yeah.
receive for these children.
Yeah.
It's literally a money-making scam.
I believe it. You bet.
And I've heard it's been called uh, uh, a self-protecting ecosystem,
Ain't that the truth?
meaning it cannot survive without our kids,
Yeah.
which means they over proportionately.
Yeah, it's too bad, It's probably 1 in 100 foster
Alright.
homes that there's a good one,
Yeah. Well, actually, I think the number is a lot more
Hello?
wider scale than
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
1 in 1,000.
What's
Oh,
up?
yeah.
Like literally.
So you're
when you look at,
neurodivergent as well?
Yeah, I'm
some of the
neurodivergent,
60
yeah.
school,
Autistic.
autistic,
have ADHD, depression, potentially oppositional defiance disorder. Didn't get diagnosed on that, and I'm not sure I want to, considering how that would look.
5% of the
And stuff like that.
of the survivors of the 60s.
And also, I'm just introduce myself. I'm a Canadian Democratic Socialist.
A relatively decent home.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah.
95%
You're a
are
Marxist-Leninist?
in the worst.
I'm
Look
part
at
of
all the hockey
CPUSA,
bullshit.
so we're on both
Yeah,
opposite
my
spectrums,
boys
but
were in
It's
soccer.
fine. I have no problem with people who disagree with me, as long as people
Yeah.
aren't arguing for fascism or for corporatocracy, then I'm fine.
It happens a lot.
Like I'm a radical reformist essentially.
It
I
happens
do not
a
believe
lot,
that,
and
that
it's
violent
really
revolution
sad.
is the best solution. But I'm not going to morally judge people for it. I'm simply going to argue
one wants it to
for
happen.
a safer solution.
I mean, when we grew up, when I grew up,
Like I'm not morally opposed to
Yeah.
Marxist-Leninists essentially.
yeah.
you could ride your bike and take off, and
Yeah.
you were allowed to say hello.
Safe
to
solution to me
strangers,
is like
You know?
See, this is what I'm talking
really
about.
hard
This is
in
an
this day
overhead.
and age. Really.
So
I understand
between
that, yeah.
child welfare and the foster care
When Theo
system
gets
and
back,
law
I'm
enforcement
fine with
and the
discussing whatever you guys were
government
talking about. I'm not trying to take over or
we
anything like that.
were talking about
yeah.
indigenous stuff.
To
Are
where-
you?
Yeah,
It would be, keep your
not
kids
indigenous.
inside.
Okay.
but I do know a good bit about
Every
the.
stranger
Like I've been on the stream
lurking-
before. I've
there's a
talked about this kind of
stranger
stuff.
lurking around the corner.
I actually
some
sent in a
sycophant,
video
sicko
by. You ever heard of
thing.
Gord Downey?
Yeah. Do you know my son was 8 years old? And we
Okay, he's a Canadian musician, leader of the band leader of the tragically died of brain cancer
and my husband
a few years ago, and ended up making a major album called The Secret Path about a guy named Shawnee Wenjack. And essentially Shawnee Wenjack was like a kid in a residential school who escaped, and who essentially ended up going through a forest with just a few matches, and ended up dying in that forest, trying to get home.
There was an old guy that lived here. He was like an elderly old guy.
One second.
Yeah.
Before he passed away. One day we were sitting on the 5th floor watching TV.
Yeah.
Couldn't
Sorry, I'm
hear the
back.
last
On
one.
the 5th floor, it's like
Couldn't-
a common
Sorry, I had to
area
mute myself.
for us.
Yes, essentially
Although it's been closed since
it's like the
COVID,
kid Shawnee Wenjack. He was called Charlie even in
we were
the
sitting
article
there and all
talking
of
about
a
his
sudden
death,
one
but
of
his
those
name's
Amber
Shawnee.
Alerts came on the TV.
He ended up going
Oh, yeah.
he was in a residential school
only
most of his life, being
description
stolen
that
from
they
his
gave was
from his
that it was
family,
an
which
old
were like
white
almost on the
dude
other
with
side of the
gray hair.
country of Canada.
Oh.
And he ended up escaping with a few other people and
And
had
I
to go on his
looked
own
over
to a
to him and I
forest
said, "You
with
better not go
just a
outside."
box of a few matches. Ended up dying there next to
What?
a train track.
I said,
And
don't go outside until this is
his
over.
story was reported,
Yeah,
but
and then he
with
caught
the
on,
name
he's like-
Charlie Wenjack, and
I'm like,
and eventually just
If
a
it's-
few years
if it's
before
that lame,
Downey died.
Yeah.
Like
Of-
Gord Downey was really
of
famous
a
in Canada,
description,
really well known, probably the
yeah.
best known
that
Canadian
means
musician besides
any
Celine
old
Dion.
elderly gentleman
And
Yeah.
and so he talked to them, and it ended
With
up deciding to
gray
make it
hair
his life's work to be able to promote
is
that,
gonna get picked up and harassed
for like
about
to
it.
tell people about
Or
it, to make it
chased.
well known. So.
Yeah.
And
You know,
even
the
like on my
so-called
last year of high school,
vigilantes
like I'm in
decide to
college
go,
right now,
"Oh,
but my last year of high
it might be
school
him."
was the
Yeah,
first year where
that's
they were
right.
showing this in classes.
Well,
Like
and every day
like
you
essentially
see
part of
that
our school English curriculum, we
Yeah.
were
This
shown
fellow with
the video
dementia,
relating to
we
this and learning about residential schools.
12
So
hours
before he
or
died, he
whatever,
actually
you know?
made a
Yeah.
huge change
And it's like,
to how like
Oh, so
people were being
coffee's free
taught about
today.
residential schools
oh,
and
is
such.
it?
Yeah, at the K stores.
Nice.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Uh,
same with
yeah,
Matt's
my biggest
over
problem
here.
with like
So
that
if you
with
wanted to go
like
walk with
when I
me.
think about that, like I
Yeah,
was
I'll
talking about it
probably
earlier,
pop
is
by later on in the
the
morning.
biggest concern with that kind of situation is that it takes like a white person to be able to, in this current society, to be able to
And
bring
he
attention
goes,
to something
"Oh,
that should be
coffee's free."
completely
And I
taught
go,
to everyone
"Thank
anyway.
God, my bill's at
You know?
$60." Because I grab scratches for my husband.
I
It's the
hear
only thing
you.
he likes on
I
I
Christmas.
hear
feel like
you.
it shouldn't take
Not
a
a
white person to
problem.
be able to bring attention to
They're
issues
so
that we should already
expensive.
care about,
Yeah, it's like,
or
I
not necessarily bring attention to, but to
I
bring
guess
awareness of.
well, it's the holidays, so
I'm
I
just
a
gonna
cup
hear
of
you.
coffee.
smoke with you
Yeah,
on
yeah.
Um,
Friday.
A cup of coffee is chump change to them.
I hear
Oh
you.
yeah, it's
That's nothing.
The thing that I would like to
And
share
that's okay.
is that in our in our society, we
And
have
that's what I mean. Like,
a
literally, like, I'm sitting there looking at him, going like,
we
that's
should
such a
not
vague description.
have
Don't go outside.
yeah.
and the only way
Don't
that
go
we
out to
get
get your
rid of
daily paper. Don't
that
go out to
We
get
should,
your
we should not have
daily
what? Sorry.
coffee,
thing,
cigarettes, whatever
the
you're
only
doing.
way we get
Don't.
rid of that type
Yeah.
of thing that you're talking
I
about,
don't
which
want to all of
really
a sudden find out on the news
Yeah, like the
that
white savior syndrome, where only
you
a
were
white
the
person is
elderly man
actually
yeah,
that
given the power to be able to
people
stand
chased
accused.
down
order
and
to
beat
get
up and
rid
then
of
found
that
out had
is
nothing to do with
letting
it.
That's right. Yeah.
the
Or,
community
was
go and
slammed up
do
against
what
the
they got
cop
to
car
do
because
and
people were on their phone
publicizing
calling
it,
in that there's
Yeah,
this
I have no
elderly
by
problem with
gentleman that matches the
protests or
description.
even riots, as long as they're
And
not
it's such a
intentionally
vague
violent.
descriptions that
Like
they give.
essentially, I have no problem with
And it's like,
rioting and with
really? In
protests.
today's day and
I'm in full
age?
support of Antifa.
It's a vague
Um,
description?
and
Yeah,
I
exactly.
believe that anyone who says that Antifa is inherently violent is wrong. What I'm against is
Oh, give
intentional
me a second.
violence. Essentially, if you are protesting and your goal is violence, then I'm against that. If your goal is not violence and you are roped and police attack you, then I have no problem with self-defense.
One second, guys. My home care is still here.
Sorry.
All good, all good,
Okay.
all good. Welcome in. Thank you for joining in, Elite, to the voice chat.
Yeah.
Good morning, Dirtbag. Hey, bro, if you want to jump
Hey,
into the
Brenton.
Discord voice channel here, in my Discord, come on in. Come shoot the shit. Come hang out with us. And I will be back not too long from
10
now.
minutes.
My home care is just here, so, it is what it is. Welcome to life.
And by the way, Dirtbag, me and like neurodivergent, were they hearing me on stream, or like or were you like deafened too?
he was muted.
Okay, so stream could hear us. I was just wondering.
It's so
But,
nice on Christmas Day to drive down here.
Oh, I know, right?
And the parking, I mean, you park anywhere.
Dirt bag. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
What?
see,
Um,
vehicles.
the what is your take
Well, that's
on
the great thing
neurodiversity
sometimes about that. But it's also, in the same token, it's also
I'm like,
a shitty
well,
thing.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of
That's
places
actually
that
a good
are literally
question.
closed on Christmas.
My take essentially is that that just as residential
And
schools
it's
need to be
like,
taught to people, but maybe not as important, maybe not as like
Okay.
widely. But
Unless you're like
we do definitely
Walmart
we need
that is open,
we need
you know.
organized education
24/7 to come
within
spend money
within
to
like
buy
English
Christmas
classes,
presents.
within potential we need awareness classes that are taught to people.
usually are.
No,
And we need on like in terms of online, I'm a big proponent of getting
Yeah,
rid of
it would usually
algorithms. Like
be
I'm a
like-
big proponent of
Yeah, the
completely
convenience stores that
essentially
are open,
eliminating
gas
YouTube
stations
algorithm
are
to some
open,
extent.
of them.
Yeah.
And I believe that the same thing needs to be done on Facebook. That there needs to
Other
be much
basic
like
things
people
like
seem to
that
think
are
that
open.
the growth of conspiracy theories like vaccines causing autism, people like to think that that's a natural growth. The fact is it's not. It's a growth promoted by the way that by the way that Facebook is designed. It's a growth promoted by the way that the internet allows misinformation. And therefore, I don't consider it to be fighting free. I don't consider it to be an attack on free speech to deal with the consequences
that
of
makes me shake my
failures
head.
in design
Okay.
of the internet.
There are plenty of ways
So therefore,
that
we do
they
need
can
to
promote
properly
making sure that everyone's
essentially prevent
safe
these groups from spreading.
and that COVID is
And
not
additionally,
spread.
in terms of
But that's
representation,
Jason Kennedy.
I believe that
And his whole
I believe that we
entire
really
thing
need to
was,
focus on
if
allowing
I can
autistic
keep them all
creators to be
separate,
creating these
they
movies.
cannot gather up
Like you know,
to
The
go
Good
against me.
Doctor, really horrible.
Yeah.
The Big Bang Theory basically just
$1,000
portrayed
fine for
autistic people as
scattering.
assholes,
Yeah.
misogynists
Yeah, I
too.
would
I won't
just,
get into the misogyny of that show right now.
Also,
And
baking.
and
It
overall, really,
sounds
like
like
I like to focus on this.
if you
I'm
walk
focusing a bit on the social
outside
side of things,
without
but
a
in terms of
mask,
like actual
they can
protections,
nail you.
I think that
But I
police
thought the
officers, if we're
mask
even going
was
to have
just
police, I'm
inside.
a big proponent of
Oh no!
defunding the police
Everywhere,
and putting
right?
it
You
towards social
outside,
services,
inside.
but and also
And so as soon
demilitarization
as I
and
walk out,
proper
I take
diplomatic
my
training.
mask off,
Um,
and I walk
Yeah.
to my
and
truck,
community
right?
policing is not necessarily. I'm not against
Anywhere
it.
in public, and the
I'm just not
only
sure
people
how we're
that
going to
get
get to
away
that from
with it
here.
are people like myself
But when it comes to like
who have
training for police
severe
officers or
lung
for basically
Right,
anyone
respiratory
my
who's going to
husband
be
too. Yeah,
dealing with
yeah.
autistic
and
people,
we
we
don't
need to
have
have
to wear
proper
masks.
training. We need to
But we
essentially
do
like
always have
I've
to
been
carry one of our
I have
inhalers
been what's the
and
word?
our H
Sorry,
stub
I've been gaslighted by people due
to
to my
prove that
autism.
we are on
People who were in authority
disability and to
figures,
prove that we have
like
this
back near the end of my high
condition.
school
So
career,
if
I
the
had
cops
3 months
come
of
by,
heavy bullying, and I was told that I was simply getting all this bullying from a book that I'd read. Autistic
you
people
know,
aren't
and
delusional, and
How's it
we need to make a very
going?
like we need to
Who
have
the
very
hell's that?
clear grounds for
we don't,
discrimination
and we're
against
not
autistic
getting
people
that
and know what
stimulus
it is.
to
And
support
know
that.
that
That's right.
gaslighting someone who's autistic
You know what I found?
or treating them as treating them in a way
I got a
that
hold
is
of,
going to put them on
finally
non-equal
got a
footing needs to
little
be
bit
dealt
of
with properly.
somewhere, and actually got to a
Yeah,
talk to a
that kind
real
of stuff.
human being when it came to the
That's just off the top of my head, though.
Canadian disability
Yeah.
federal tax credit
I
benefit.
I think that
The lady finally sat back and tried to say, well, you know, you need to add someone. I'm saying,
what I
well,
call
I'm pretty sure in the law,
surface level
when they
stuff,
made that bill up
I
for
understand
it,
that.
that they also
it's
included
much
people like
deeper.
myself that don't
The
have anyone to put on.
depression
Yeah,
is
yeah.
I cannot foresee
much
that. And she's like,
deeper
and for like a good
I'm
20
aware of
minutes,
that, like having like as an autistic person who
and then
has
finally
looked
said,
into.
no,
I'm
you're right,
aware
okay,
of that.
we'll just put that in.
I was
And
just
then
thinking of things
sat
that I
back
could
and
immediately think
said,
of.
after that, sat back
what-
and said,
what I think,
well, Canada Revenue would like you to have been working
needs to be
within the
done.
last 10
For
years.
instance, I live in the
And I looked at her and
United
said,
States,
well, fuck you.
which
Thanks for
is
fucking me
just
over.
Nazi
Like, really, the
property
word game?
101.
Would like, meaning
I would
it's
entirely
not
disagree.
necessary,
Huh?
but they're trying to
I
push
won't
it.
entirely disagree with the Nazi property thing. I will certainly agree that there is a bias where far right wing people are represented and far left wing people aren't at all.
Right? Oh, you received this from
If you-
I wouldn't call it Nazi
if you-
property, but I would say that there is a massive bias in which limits the freedom of speech of left wing people.
If you come over to our area and live here for a while, you would understand that there is fascist tendencies and it's just fascist, 100%.
Well, it's not a matter of me not living there. I probably know more about American politics than I know about Canadian politics.
Because, for instance, Hitler got the idea of euthanasia program from the United States.
No, I know that.
So
I'm massively anti-eugenics. Like
that is one strike to that. Another thing is we had Nazi doctors come from the
NASA.
through NASA. So, and take a look at the leadership. We had hyper capitalistic, what I call accelerationist capitalists, who are
I wouldn't
basically
necessarily see.
practice.
I don't think there are many accelerationists in power in America. It's interesting.
Hi guys, I'm back now on my home.
Hey, sorry.
Analysis
Hey, see you.
or politics.
Hey, I'm back now. My home care lady has gone. Howdy, everybody. Dirtbag says, ha ha ha, thanks. Getting ready to start smoking some ribs, though. Oh man, come on, bro. Hang out with a brother.
Yeah, dude.
Nah, good, bro. It's all good, man. You know, if you gotta do things for celebrating Christmas Day with the family, it's all good, bro. I don't want to pressure you or anything.
You're cutting out a little bit. I'm gonna rejoin chat in 1 second.
Yeah. Hey, Odie. Does that work?
Yeah,
Hello?
you're good.
Hi. How's it going?
I think I fixed the audio. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, sometimes it gets like robot-y and stuff like that, and then you got to step out and come
Oh, it's
back in, or it
happening
gets
again.
choppy. Oh, can you? Is that better?
Yeah, it's a bit. If something happens, I'll just tell you. Okay, don't worry too much about it. It's probably on my end.
Okay, no
Like
problem.
for instance, living under this guy Trump, which
It's a good way to
I
designate it.
I
Living
know
under.
that
Yeah, you're
you
right.
I know
Honestly.
that you I know that you as Canadians have not lived under this. You're not in this.
Do not for 1 second or a heartbeat think that we don't have our own shitstorm of
I know
prime
you have your
ministers
share.
just the same.
I know you have your share
No, yeah,
of
dude. Yeah.
issues.
Just one thing. Neurodivergent. You're making a big fallacy here. That I hear this from right wingers, left wingers, mostly reactionaries. It's a huge problem when people state that because you live in Canada, you do not have any vested interest in U.S. politics. It's or the ability to understand it. That's a problem. That's a problematic perspective. It's just as likely that an American who is patriotic will have just as much bias in the other direction, or it's just as likely that like they're American. Like seriously, you should see the interviews of Americans. Americans don't seem to know their shit either. And also, as a Canadian, I have a huge vested interest in what happens in America. There was a huge tariff war that started by Trump, and that Trudeau went against, and it cost both Americans and Canadians billions. So don't for 1 second say that don't try and make it so that don't try and use my fact that I'm Canadian against me.
No,
I
I
am
don't think
trying
that
to
that was his
hedge.
intention.
I don't think it was
I'm
intentional, but
trying
it's still something
to.
that people fall
I'm
into doing.
I'm trying to hedge the fact that the experientialness in politics is not there. I'm not trying to suggest that you do not know. I'm trying to suggest that the experientialness in of being in the thing is different than just reading about it and looking at it in just papers.
Well, if
Being
you're
in the
speaking,
thing
okay,
where
let me explain. I
policies,
disagree. Okay,
where being in
I
the
think they're
thing where
equating two things here. Sorry, I'm sorry for interrupting. But essentially, if you were talking about, say, being indigenous or being autistic, but I wasn't autistic, but I am autistic. But if you're speaking about autism or being a race or being a gender, then I would agree that experiential involvement is extremely important. But the fact is, you're talking about being underneath basically a pseudo fascist, I like to call him. And the fact is, though, in that circumstance, being in America at that time does not impact positively. Well, it doesn't impact to the greatest extent my ability to understand the situation. First of all, because he's so highly reported because the news wants to make money off of him, and secondly, because people in America tend to be just as biased about it, and the fact is that misinformation about Trump happens more in Canada. I mean, happens more in America than in Canada. Like you should see, Canadians don't watch Fox News. So,
I
again,
I
I understand that I've not
What?
experienced it, but it's not a
What?
valid argument against my beliefs.
What? There are plenty of
I
Canadians that
totally
do watch
disagree.
Fox News, my friend.
Totally 100%
Um,
Okay, not
disagree
as
with
many.
that.
yeah, not as many as say per se like down in the states, but
Yeah, it's
there
kind
is
of,
a
I get you.
percentage. Yeah, like
I I
and
am
remember everybody. I want to reiterate in case anyone may have forgotten. In my stream and in my Discord and in my voice chat, um, we follow a tradition amongst the Sioux people, which is we show each other respect.
I understand that.
And I would appreciate that if everyone respected that.
Yeah, I do intend to be in good faith and respectful. I will get
Yeah.
aggressive in what I believe because that's simply how I am as a person. But I don't plan on lying, on misrepresenting myself, or on attacking someone as a person. I will only attack beliefs. That's what I tend to do.
Okay, well, one of the other things is remembering to respect the person speaking and their time in speaking, i.e., being not jumping in and interrupting right away, but listening to what they're saying, and then going forward from that. And the only person that reserves the right to jump in and interfere is me, since I'm the host.
It's your platform.
Yeah, it's my platform. I
No
reserve
problem with
that
that.
right. No shoes, no shirt, no service.
I have no problem with that, dude.
The
I get you.
the so could I speak? Can I speak? Look,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
not.
sure
I'm
thing.
not saying that you need my permission to speak. I'm
Yeah.
saying to be respectful of each other. It's a. It's a. It's.
my
It's.
thing is under my fascist president, which there's no such thing as pseudo fascism. There's just fascism. Um, Under fascism, uh, the policies that are directly reflected and directly enacted really affects a person, a population. Specifically, specifically, I am in college.
We're at the bottom.
Specifically,
Just so you know,
one of the
you can
things
donate right now.
is
Oh, there.
Non.
that
Previous got it.
Yeah, I got that.
There we go.
you
And we
could
got
get
Redbeard
fired.
dropped the link in the
I
chat.
got
So there
fired
you go. Now you
from
have no excuse.
my job, two jobs under in COVID, during COVID, because of the hike in COVID cases. Um, uh, the the other thing is that the grants that are for my college, for you, for right here in my area college, have been halted or canceled because of federal government canceling grants. Um, it goes more extreme than that, and using COVID as a weapon towards the American people, rather than using it as rather than preventing it when they knew about it, which he knew about it, but they used it as a weapon to assimilate it to that of the AT4 program. Um, uh, eh, and to control society. Another way to look at this is to see more and more individuals needing to get mutual aid in mass fashion by people in Texas getting groceries, tons of groceries. Hearing from a comrade from from Texas talking about this. He thought that he was going to get a good chunk of portion of groceries. All he could get was a box for his one box for his for 5 members in his household. And to
That's horrible.
see the inappropriacy and not the expediency of the vaccine, which he was not expediting at all. You see, it's kind of higher than just normal, quote, whatever pseudo fascism means. It directly shows more of a real fascist undertaking than what is known in the media. The media wants to genuflect and say, "Oh, we're not totally that. We're not totally that." To just save the Americans' asses because of the government getting into national media of our government, the government getting entwined into that to say, you report this, or we'll try to go to your investors and smear you the other way. Even the government, I just learned from a campaigner for the Obama election, because I'm a part of CPUSA, and we had a YCL event with the one of the lead campaigners, and he, which I could give you his name in the chat, because I don't know how to say it. His
That's all
name
right.
is quite weird, but the campaigner said that we live under a corporatized democracy,
Oh, I
which is
completely agree.
basically is democratic fascism.
I would disagree with that
Um,
specifically. Um,
well, disagree all you want. You don't live under this.
Well, hold
yeah,
on
well,
now.
okay.
Hold on. We're not going to get into. We'll disagree all you want, but you don't live under.
Sorry, you're
Um,
cutting out.
we don't want to get into that kind of an ideology that um, we want to respect everyone equally. Um,
The
so
To me,
we
the
get
disagreement is belittling the real suffering of Americans. That's what
Um,
I am
no one's
trying
disagreeing the
to
real sufferings of Americans.
yeah, I'm not
Um,
disputing that at all.
Americans.
Yeah, I'm not
Um,
disputing.
it's just the level is too low to really be material in this day and age. It's really too low. And the thing is that the media is not helping out in showing us in the best of light internet to the international population, because there's a bigger problem at hand here, and that is literal fascism. And I cannot
we have
describe it any further. I cannot
literal
exhaust it any
fascism,
further.
brother. Is happening all around Turtle Island, all over Turtle Island. It is happening.
Yeah,
Um, they're in and the way in which it's being delivered might vary depending on where you are, but nonetheless, it is all equally fascism. Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
do you mind if I defend my points? Like, I do understand. I'm not like attacking like whether I'm just gonna like okay, sorry. Do you mind if I like defend what I'm saying about pseudo fascism, and also defend against the idea that I am like well, okay. Essentially, first of all, I am 100% for dealing with the suffering American people, and my beliefs about the definition of fascism are not representative of my beliefs regarding whether people should be suffering or not. That's a really strange false equivalency. And secondly, when it comes to like again, like you kept on mentioning the media, and that's fine. I do agree the media is problematic in the way that it is representing Trump, not only in that they're doing it for profit, but that they're only representing the stories that make them profit. Like they're not, they well, I'm not going to go too deep into that. Sorry. But again, like the way you were stating all that was conflating me with the media, and I haven't given no indication that I represent that sort of belief or that I represent that sort of group. Um, and lastly, when it comes to the definition of fascism, I state pseudo-fascism not because Trump uses fascist rhetoric, he uses fascist praxis and tactics. The only difference being, the main difference being that Trump is not currently running a dictatorship; he's running a failed democracy. And when I say failed democracy, I mean a democracy that doesn't properly represent any of its citizens. And yet, a failed democracy is still sufficiently different from fascism, even if even if it is nationalist. A nationalist democracy, okay, a nationalist failed democracy is still a couple steps away from fascism, and to equate the two to essentially make fascism into less of what it is. Essentially, you do value the meaning of real fascism when you equate it to a failed nationalist democracy.
Um, I can disagree with that because in the society that we live in, I don't know why you don't you disagree on the corporatized democracy, which is evidentiary that we are just electing corporate leaders into the chambers of
I'm not
United
disagreeing
States
about the
government.
democracy thing. It is a failed corporate. It is a
But
corporate as in failed democracy, but that does not equal fascism.
and it,
And
the failed
and you and don't
failed
and say, ask me. Okay,
democracy
Okay,
failed
hold on.
democracy
Please don't talk
opens.
over each other. Please be respectful to each other and do not talk over each other. Thank you.
Failed democracy opens up dictatorship, and that is the thing that people are missing, that it is opened to dictatorship. Now it's a dictatorship, and we are missing the not only uh, certain Americans, but everyone around the world is missing the idea of that when you have a failed democracy, it can open to real dictatorship. Right now, hearing on the news of Trump with the $2,000 check, which is just a distraction to him uh, pardoning individuals, uh, uh, child rapists and molesters, and individuals who belong to white nationalist organizations, um, shows that we've moved away from the okay, we're not gonna we're from lying on Twitter to now lying straight up into the American's face and saying, "Oh, I'm gonna try to help you," when really I'm not. I'm just distracting you and just going to beat you up the other way. No, that's literal fascism. That's literal brainwashing of the American people, and to see that the the border wall, the people in the South, where they literally encaged a ton of individuals, and the Lincoln Project just sucking money out of that to push it through GOP rather than pushing to the Democratic Party or to any other party on the other side of the aisle, shows a bad take on the idea that we are just living under a surface level of fascism. And the Black Lives Matter riots over here were even more clear, much more clear, that we have more and more police brutality and more policy changes within the bills of that are being passed in the United States, that are showing that it goes towards a police bias, and because of all these intertwining things, I cannot settle towards a a surface level view of fascism. It is literal, the literal term for it, and it is going away from, uh, you know, from saying, okay, we're gonna do this viewpoint of having all the corporations go through a go through the state, having this free market through the state. It's already there through corporatization of democracy, that it's all the corporate's interest in democracy rather than the people's interest, and having this free market uh, uh, side of these things. It is a accelerationist side of fascism that is quite different than the fascism that Hitler had, but yet it is the same thing. It accomplishes the same task, which is to have corporations uh, rule, and having free market skyrocket on the lobbyists that are around. Yeah, we do live under real fascism. It's a revision, because fascism has to change. It is that type of force, as we can see that neo Nazis change their tactics like they change underwear. So yeah, I can totally not agree with the stance of pseudo fascism.
See, you've been really quiet. Like, what do you think of this? Because essentially my response would be basically repeating what I previously said, so I don't feel that like that would be productive.
Well, all I know is that both countries are experiencing the same thing. There might be different. How do I put it? There might be some small differences, being what would be acceptable for a percentage. Whether it's Canada or the United States. Canada and the United States are both almost identical in the way in which it's the same shit. It might be shitted out just a smidgen differently, but nonetheless, it's the same shit. There is no difference between Canada and the United States when it comes to that shit. There is no difference.
I would disagree on that specific front.
I think when you look
Canada's
at it,
fundamentally different in terms of democracy.
But we don't really have a democracy, do we?
We may not, but we have more of a democracy than America, due to the simple fact that we have coalition governments is a massive difference. The fact is, Joe Jorgensen, if we equate, say, NDP with Joe Jorgensen, because they're both, like, the biggest third party, and they're not the same politically, but they are the same in terms of the position they are within the duopoly. While Joe Jorgensen may influence an election, like recently in the recent election, when Trudeau won a minority, the NDP gained an amount of power via coalition, which I would argue is definitely superior to say, Joe Jorgensen not getting anything out of it except for changing some results, and not in a way that benefits them at all.
Well, like I said, it might be coming out in a slightly different manner, but it's still the same shit.
I think that what I've said, I'm not sure how. Like, I can provide many more ways in which they are different. It's not a valid response to say to each of them that they're the same thing after I've said that they're different. And
let me explain it to you this way. The three parties that we have here, including now that they've included, Green Party, you can't even really count them. The People's Party of Canada, you can't really count them. Bloc Québécois is only useful in Quebec. Do you know what I mean?
I do. I live in Quebec. The thing is, though, every single party that you mentioned, it is not only three parties, because each of the parties you mentioned, and Green, Bloc Québécois, even like the parties in Quebec, they each receive more of the total percentage of the vote than the Green Party has ever received. I'm sorry, than the Libertarian Party in America, which would essentially, in my opinion at least, make it very clear that if the Libertarian Party is considered not to be a party, then every single other party that we've mentioned in Canada is more of a party than Libertarian Party in America. So, like, I'd argue that is a major difference that I don't think should be ignored.
But in the same token, though, when we have, because we've experienced both NDP, Liberal, and Conservative Party in government, and all three of them have continued on the same garbage. Some a little more rambunctious than others, some a little more behind the scenes and closed doors than others. Do you know what I mean?
I do. I've often I've made for a year now I've made the analogy that Canada is like dyed America with a bit of British flavor. And the reason I say dye is I drink Diet Pop, and because I'm diabetic, it's a lot easier to drink Diet Pop than to use too much insulin because regular sugar pop's a lot of sugar. But essentially, my point is more or less that they're both pop. They're both just not great. But the thing is that essentially if you put in the idea of a diet, that there is a difference within the substance within them. Even if they appear on the surface level to be the same and might taste similar, but they are both, in terms of ingredients and in terms of their composition and in terms of just how they affect you, they are fundamentally different. I'm not pulling that. I'm not pulling that one out my butt. I've actually used that analogy before.
In some aspects, yes, and in some aspects, no.
Well, your argument is that the aspects that are that way are irrelevant, which I consider to be problematic.
No, I'm not. I'm okay. I'm not saying that we don't have our own unique way of doing things. We do. Okay. But the basic principles or foundations or outcome is the same. The rich, corporate, government, law enforcement, and everybody else is shit.
I have to say that as someone who has had 2 surgeries for free, and who would be dead in America because of multiple reasons, I would argue that the end result is not the same. Surgeries in America, you will lose your job or you will go bankrupt. In Canada, they're quite literally free, at least where I live. So the result is quite different in terms of at least maybe on the top end in terms of the richest people, it is quite similar, but on the bottom end for people who are not rich, for example me, I'm the first person in my family to have graduated high school and gotten to be getting a decent job. So I have survived far better than I would in America. So the whole argument that the end result is the same might be true on the higher end, but not on the lower end.
Well, as an indigenous person who has grown up and lived in Canada for all my life, I would have to argue that what you see is a totally different thing from what I've seen and lived with.
Of course, I understand that.
Valpo, thank you for following.
Years.
Welcome in.
Exactly. I can agree with you, Lasu, because the thing is that for instance, we don't have Medicare for all. We don't have that at all, any healthcare at all. All we have is privatization of healthcare.
Yeah, granted, yes, we have the bare. We also have relatively the bare minimum for healthcare in Canada for everyone in healthcare, or for everyone that lives in Canada or is a resident.
You got what? I couldn't hear.
We have free healthcare for the most part. For every resident in prescriptions. Canada. Yeah, but prescriptions varies. If you're on disability, you only get the generic brands will the government support giving you.
Well, I am on disability, and I would disagree with that. I get a lot more than generic support.
Well, on the west coast of Canada, we get the generic support.
Okay, in that case, I guess it becomes more of a parts of Canada issue, and I would argue that the worst area in Canada, in terms of healthcare, which I believe might be Nunavut, I'm not sure. Regardless, I would argue that at least I do know that the lowest end of Canadian healthcare is still better than the highest end of American healthcare.
This is true. Now, there are some provinces at the present moment that are literally working on trying to remove um, the public health care system, one payer thing that we have in Canada. Um,
Single pair.
yeah, single payer. Um, i.e., being like Alberta with Jason Kenney, who is going out of his way to push Alberta to become identical to the United States, in hopes to separate
Yeah.
from Canada and then sell Alberta to the United States, because his rich buddies and his big corporate buddies want it that way.
Yeah, I'm assuming you're for Alberta staying in Canada.
Well, wouldn't you be?
Yeah, I am completely for that. I was just no, I was sort of being facetious, like in the term like that it was very obvious. It was more of a joke than anything else. I live in
I'm an
Quebec, which is
indigenous
kind of like
person.
what?
I'm an indigenous person, which means
Yes.
if Alberta leaves Canada, the treaty that was made and struck amongst indigenous communities and nations in Alberta is gone.
Jeez. That's not. Oh, wow.
And
I
then we
actually
have
don't know.
to completely redo a deal with the United States, which we all know
And I'm not
United
sure how
States
well you do with
sucks.
that.
Exactly. It's horrific when it comes to its dealing with indigenous people. Not saying that Canada's any better by any means.
Yeah,
Um,
Canada's better on the very surface level in terms of indigenous. Like they do
yeah,
better PR,
they'll
but that's about it. Honestly,
yeah,
I would
just
say
PR. That's it. That's it.
there is some
Otherwise,
level there is some level of actual support, but nothing that I would like. I'm not one of the people that argues that Canada is doing good enough.
yeah, like it's nothing to brag and boast about.
Exactly. I do not brag about Canada's relationship with Indigenous people. I've never have.
Hmm. See
I know people
now,
who do, and I get grossed out by
The
that.
the thing is that in the United States, one, we don't have free healthcare.
yeah,
Two,
You don't have
we
healthcare. That's about it. You just don't have
no,
healthcare.
but no, two. There's the second one. We don't have the same grandiose education that y'all have.
Well, we don't have we don't have like perfectly free education. We don't like there are people in Canada who want to get that, but we don't actually have that. As
No,
like
but
again,
I'm meaning content. I mean, you have one of you're better. You're on the better scale of uh, of education than us. I mean, like
yeah, I agree.
actual teaching.
Um,
Um, the like instruction and actual having people understand material and children understanding material. But the thing is that over here we have trash, and the the thing is that the more and more you're seeing all this, the more and more you're seeing that capitalism is in decay because they can't even you know it's just the market is not wanting it to even help the state. You know what I mean?
yeah,
It's decaying. So that's why I'm saying we are in literal fascism, because the more and more you're seeing it, the more and more in all the indicators, all the negative indicators are lighting up like, since we're in Christmas, a Christmas tree. And it is showing more and more that it's not no longer the passive side of fascism. And even if you have Biden is going to just be a shim in all this, but
yeah.
not
I'm
the
not pro Biden.
solution.
Making that clear,
Basically
I'm not
he's
pro Biden.
just huh hmm?
So I was just making saying very clear, just in case, that I'm not pro Biden.
Yeah.
Well, I don't
But
think very many
the
American people are for Biden. I think they
yeah,
got stuck with a choice of the lesser of two evils. They
we
would have
No,
have
just
been
preferred.
having this problem since uh 2016.
Yeah.
We had the Hillary and
Oh, don't get me started.
and
Don't get me started on the
yeah.
shit show.
Trump
I'm not exactly a big fan
election,
of Hillary either.
and
And to be honest,
we had
my
Joe.
ability to not be a fan or interest in not being a fan of Hillary has nothing to do with the factor that she's a woman. It is more the
I
factor
was the
of her
stupid
actions that
one.
she done.
I was the stupid one that voted Trump in.
Okay.
And from me and my understanding and me being in the Republican Party at that time, yeah, they're fascist. That's why I'm trying to try to show a little bit more, but yet the Republican Party is
Oh my god, wait.
is
You mean I have a
is
Republican in my stream? What? I'm
Oh
just
no,
kidding.
ban him.
I'm just
no.
teasing.
I I
I'm just
I
teasing. I'm
turned
just
I
teasing.
I
turned
know, I
to
know.
the
I was adding to the
Communist
teasing.
Party. I turned
I
to
was
the
making a joke.
Communist Part. Yeah, I turned to the Communist Party.
You just
Uh,
proved who's true theory.
huh?
It's a joke.
I turned to the Communist Party while in college. Actually, I was in a conservative Christian college, and
Oh wow.
I I learned. I actually, when I studied scripture, I found out that it was a socialist society, not a Republican Party type, not a capitalist Jesus, and not
Interesting. You
a
found Marx free by
yeah.
Jesus. That's really cool, honestly.
But
Whatever works.
the that's because of the Christianity that is pushed down my throat.
Yeah.
But the thing is, me, I do voodoo. That's how I preserve my indigenous stuff.
Interesting.
But anyway, the thing is that me being in the Republican Party, yeah, you get to see how they market and how they try to push things over. For instance, 70% of my college agreed to two things, and those two things you're gonna shake your head about, and that was one, they voted for that they would vote for Trump, and the other one is that they agree with the Benedict option. I don't know if you've read about it, but the Benedict option is that they believe that uh, that we should segregate, that those of conservative Christian faith should segregate themselves from society to practice their faith. Basically, reading it
Segregation of
into
theocracy.
that is white
necessary, the
separatism.
duration of a necessary
Yeah, it
So
sounds a
time
lot like
limit,
just
that.
in his
keeping
case,
just keeping that out there.
sensibly deviate
So
from the
yeah,
labor time socially necessary on
by
an average, and
understanding
consequently his labor would
that
not
they
count
are
as
white
average labor, nor his
separatists,
labor power as
and by
average labor power.
understanding their
It would either be not saleable
ultra-nationalist
at all, or
viewpoint
only at something below the
and
average
their
value of labor
total
power. A fixed minimum of efficiency
laissez-faire
in all labor is
capitalism, which
therefore
is just
assumed, and we shall
fascism, and that's what Ann Caps believe in, is laissez-faire capitalism, and to have the hyper nationalize, having to have this this white separatism within the Republican Party, which is
Yeah,
most of the
I
Republican
rated,
Party.
but I wasn't able to check out like much
Yeah,
of your stream.
they're
But
fascist,
I'm planning on. I
100%.
followed you, so I'm planning to watch you on the future.
Just
People in my
because of
chat
me
specifically told me to
understanding
rate
it
you.
from
So,
what
but
I've seen and
I
what I've
appreciate you swinging by
heard
today.
and what I know, what theories they talk about, what news media,
Are
not
you
only
still streaming
Fox,
right now? I thought you were streaming just a second
InfoWars,
ago.
you know,
Did you have a good stream?
learning from them. Yeah, you get to see a real, utter,
This Christmas music
atrocious
is a little too loud for my
fascist
liking.
regime here. And there's
The thing
those
is,
who are open fascists. They say, I'm a fascist. You know, look at Cawthorn.
I am still streaming. A great
just
thing
got
about many
elected,
Windows, LOL.
who is an openly fascist
That's what I do. I have like
individual
3 screens in front of me. I have my
elected
cell
as
phone, I have a giant
representative of
monitor,
North
and I
Carolina.
have my laptop connected to the same monitor. So like, I
We
can watch
live
3 different
under
people's
real
streams at
fascism.
once, and they
So-
honestly have no clue. It's weird.
How could that
But I'm also a
be
mod of like a
allowed
lot
in
of
this
different
society?
channels, so like.
You know,
there is a use value provided to me.
The only difference there is I've never argued against the idea that that Republican Party is a cult personality, which it is. And but the thing is that cults and fascists, while they may not be mutually exclusive, you can be one and not be the other at the same time.
Well,
like essentially,
Felix,
like
hope
I would
you
argue,
have a
I would argue that
good
that is a
rest of
cult-like
your
following.
stream.
Well,
I'll
yes,
probably
yes,
check you out.
I'm not going to debate
Usually
whether
when I'm at
whether there are
work, like,
fascists that support them. There are a whole fucking lot of them, and I've talked to a lot of them.
So like,
My argument essentially is that within the Republican Party itself, that it would more resemble a cult than a fascist dictatorship, at least at this point in history.
that is really reductive. That's
Hey Rant War, how's it going? Happy birthday,
that's
Jesus,
your
as they
prerogative,
say, or something like
and
that.
it's coming from
I don't know why everyone else has to
certain
like celebrate
privileges
Jesus'
because,
birthday, but you know, it's the cultural tradition.
You know, there's
I
we
think it's
don't
also
have
like
a lot of
Hindu
things,
god's birthday
but anyway,
too. I might say that.
I have no doubt that my
but,
opinion is privilege.
yeah, I feel it comes.
It
from
still
a
isn't an
privilege.
argument against my beliefs. It's an argument against my way of thinking.
The
Hey
is,
guys, hold on a second. Six tones. Six tones. Can you hear me? Okay. Apparently, my speaking
Okay,
was-
so before 1000 BC, we have the following gods or demigods born on December 25th: Horus, Osiris, and
How
Attis.
did we get into all of this?
I don't know.
Before 200
I don't know. I think
BC, we have
might have been me. Sorry.
Mithra, Hercules, Dionysus, Tammuz, Adonis.
You guys do want to discuss something else? That's fine with me. Like, I'm not here to be like a debate bro.
Yeah, I'm not
Here to like. I'm not here to be like a debate bro.
of. Yeah, I'm not
here to like. I'm not here to be like a debate bro.
of. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of. Like, I'm not against Christianity and their form of worship, or they choose to worship. I'm just not a big fan of devoting my stream solely to a whole entire conversation on Christianity.
I feel as though the conversation was more about Trump than Christianity.
We're not talking about Christianity. We were.
Yeah, I didn't think we were either.
We were talking about the Trump election.
Yeah, but it started to take a religious turn.
That is fair. Like I'm also like I am an anti-theist, like in the way that I'm against organized religion in any form. I believe that if religion exists, I believe religious organizations themselves actually restrict freedom of religion in their own right.
Yeah.
I'm fine with people practicing Buddha. I'm fine with people practicing Catholicism. I just don't want a fucking pope. I feel as though that's a pretty simple. I don't feel as though that's contradictory at all. I feel as though the existence of people like the Pope or of leaders of massive religions, I feel as though those people restrict freedom of religion far more than any secular law that could ever be in place.
Yeah.
Once again, I am going to redirect the panel talk, being that this is an indigenous stream, and we are going to look more into rather than molding over issues, look towards finding a solution. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you cut out. My internet's going bad
I
right now.
I
I'm gonna try
was
and fix it.
saying that.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear us better?
I'm hearing like scratches. Okay, I'm gonna fix my internet. Give me a second, okay?
Yeah.
1 second.
Yeah.
Hello. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna try and fix this.
Okay.
It's not very good. I think it's because like I live in an area where a lot of people use the internet or something. So yeah, it's Christmas Day.
Yeah. Hopefully they come back. Um,
Yeah, I wasn't getting in religious. I was going to say after we were talking about that on how in our area, yeah, it's more than just personality occultism. There's real regime nonsense in here, and it's showing. It's really showing. And also,
Dag, da. There's people from New Zealand, Australia, uh, Pacific Islanders.
mhm.
Uh, hmm. Data G or data. Uh, yeah, there's a whole whackload of indigenous people, not just those within forementioned either America or Canada.
Mhm.
There's a whole host of indigenous people.
Mhm. Yeah, and I was just talking on that, uh, but the thing is that that is a huge issue that is in the nation and in the international focus, which really needs,
Oh God.
which the international focus needs a better look into this. Like, really. Uh,
Yeah. Dag, apparently, it quite possibly that the Celts may be able to claim some recognition in the form of indigenous in their own lands. That is quite possible. Same along with the Scottish and Irish. Um, maybe a little bit of it, but indigenous usually refers to people of color, specifically brown people. Um, although blacks have also been a part of that as well, being that like in South Africa and stuff like that.
what
Um,
uh, what is your take, Lasso, on what
on
I
what?
would say?
Yeah, like I understand it. I understand where you're coming from. I do. Um, I think we have to remember that I think we can all agree that the English suck, though. Yes, zombie doll, we can all agree English sucks. And even the English people, there are a lot of English people on Twitch that would agree that English sucks too. I know a few of them. I think we have to remember that decolonization um, means that we start moving away from this colonialist. Disagree with the people of color comment, Masu. We were European indigenous people who were Caucasian. Well, yeah, Homelander, like I said, they may be able to jump in there in parts of it. Um, in their own home country, yes. Indigenous to that land. But I think in the wider sense, indigenous people has always been used to describe um, us brown people, us native people.
Can you can you hear me, Lasso?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I don't know what your opinion is on all what I was saying, but I was just sharing my thing. You
Hmm.
know,
Yeah, I was saying that we need to start moving away from this decolonizing yourself. Yes, exactly. Exactly, Homelander. Thank you. Um, I was just saying that we need to focus more on decolonizing. So the way in which we think. Part of this great facade is that one country holds, even though it's not even their country, but and it's a really a joke when you think about it. Um, wow,
joke.
cool too. You've been banned in 14 channels. Wow, dude. Hopefully you don't mess it up and get banned here, right? Um, so what we need to be looking at more is this like American exceptionalism, right? Do you know what I mean?
Hmm.
Um, we need to come from more of a suit that assumes that I'll be the one messing it up, not you, which is very, very rich assumption. Well, first things first, you're already on the borderline right now, assuming that I would be the one messing something up on my very own stream. That would be a very rich assumption of you.
Who, me?
No, this guy, Cool 2 or whatever, that's already been kicked out of like 14 or more channels.
We need to understand each other's pain, but yet, you know,
Morning, Trash.
I I see that we internationally can't see each other's pain. We just and we don't really get to the meat at it because the media is so divisive, and we go on the internet thinking that we know an area more than that certain area, when really it shouldn't be based off of that. It should be based off of that. Let's listen to a person from that area and actually hear from them who lives in that area on how it is affecting them personally. It shouldn't be based off of the nonsense of quote analyzing. You can analyze something uh, until you're blue in the face, but if you
Hang on a second. Hang on a second. I'm sorry to have to interrupt you. First things first. Cool. You know, you could have learned a lot of things and became very intelligent and smart rather than a cheeky ass little prick. Best of luck to you. Trash, he's already gone, bro. He's been bye bye. He just added to another list of his banned channels that he's been added to.
who?
This Cool too that was talking shit and trash in chat.
Okay.
Yeah, John, I'm still going, man. 22 hours, almost going on to 23 hours. Yeah. Um, we have to remember that there are people that'll come in that talk shit and are just idiots
Hmm.
that don't have a brain cell enough to actually learn something or understand something. So, and healthy conversation with each other is always welcome. Um, being a fool is not really that much welcomed.
Who? Yeah. Yeah. That's the. Uh, that's what is hurting me the most is that people aren't really seeing Americans' pains literally. Like I
Oh
feel
no,
like I'm not being heard on
we
these
hear your
issues.
pain, bro, but we share the same pain.
Yeah, but the thing is that
It
by
doesn't.
calling
It's
our thing pseudo fascist, you're not hearing the actual people. You're the people have protested that Trump is an actual fascist and that people from other places saying that you know that we that that is not actually the thing is really a negation to the actual people that are actually analyzing it and studying it, which you know is really a horrible thing. People in our area, not people from anywhere else in the international scope. And that is what I want the world to know is that you know we've analyzed this and we've exhausted this
uh-huh.
and and we've went to town and back. We've kicked and screamed about it. We've and for people to disagree on this is really a harmful, hurtful thing to our democracy as Americans, um, because we've seen it up close. We've really we're there, you know. You see,
Yeah, no, I see. I'm hearing what you're saying. I'm just also realizing that
I can
that's
understand
happening
Trudeau.
from a lot of points in the factor of happening all over the world. Yes, it is always important and good to share what's happening in each of our worlds or where we live. That's a given. We just have to remember that we're not the only ones. We're not the sad and lonely reaching for the top. Do you know what I mean?
Hmm. And that's what I'm trying to extenuate here is that we're not the only, Canada is not the only ones dealing with capital problems. I'm dealing with
Oh,
ultra cap.
capital problems is everywhere on the planet.
Hmm.
Even where capitalism comes from, they have that problem with them too.
And that is my hurtful my heart it aches
Mm-hmm.
when invalidation towards a certain people happens. You know what I mean? And the world, for instance, you guys have free healthcare, which you have basically higher extenuating uh you know stuff. I know you're dealing with uh the oppression of native people, but yet you're still dealing with you still have like benefits that the government gives that we don't have. So, and
Hey,
we
I get it. I get it, man.
you
And
know what
I
I
and
mean,
I
and
have a lot of friends that live in
that's
the
what I'm
United.
trying I'm
I
trying to
have
head
I
that.
have a lot of friends that live in the United States
Yeah.
that are stuck in the most shittiest system of having no health care and all this other stuff. I have friends who literally come from like Vietnam, where literally they have nothing, literally nothing. They literally have to slip money into the doctor's coats and the nurse's coats to get any help at all. And if they don't have that, they don't get shit. They just get to sit there in wherever and die. Or that get thrown in jail, and if their family or no one comes to help that said person, they literally get nothing and pretty much done. They're done. They're over. And then on top of that, they have to pay off the guard to ensure that you get whatever your family is trying to give you. So there are plenty of us that are suffering in this world. It is not the factor of who's suffering the most, because I hate that suffrage card. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look at me! I suffer more than you, so therefore I'm higher up on the this ideological list of authoritarianism. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So we all are suffering here on this planet as human beings, and it's up to all of us to work towards changing that together.
Yeah, and the thing is that we also need to understand where we're coming from, who has what privileges and where. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And that's what I'm trying to get at, is that we don't have all the privileges. We're becoming basically Ethiopia.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? United States is becoming Ethiopia, a
And
third, you know.
yeah, and like a lot of countries are becoming that way. That even like Canada or other ones that have single pay healthcare, um, due to capitalism and its need to push that gap between the people and the 1% more. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So we as the people need to how do I put it? Need to start coming together and working it out, and actually either doing things on our own, in the factor of like one of the ideas that I keep floating around here on my stream is a community fridge. If you don't have it in your neighborhood, why haven't you decided to put one up? Other good things and processes like that. Um, like honestly starting to make that movement in ourselves too, right? Not just sitting around and going, oh, look at me, I suffer more than you.
No, I'm not trying
Do you know
to
what I mean, though?
to
But
to
but
say
you know what
that.
I
I'm
mean, right?
just trying to say is that, it's not the suffer more. It's that there is, you know, you have to take in account the actual studies of the people who have campaigned against this piece of crap that is in my nation.
Yeah.
And the thing is that they've equated it to fascism. They've actually proven it. And um, I cannot strenuate how, we are a corporatized democracy, which You know, we're not under a king or queen. You know, we're not under monarchy, but we are under a corporatized democracy, which is just corporations. We have ultra free capitalism. Really,
Columbus
nothing is
has to
harming
die.
corporations.
After
Small
500
businesses
years,
are popping up everywhere, even in COVID.
Yeah, John, you're more than welcome to come on.
We have.
Oh, you're gonna do your own stream? Oh, okay, John. I mean, if you wanted to join the voice chat, you're more than welcome to, John. And I hear what you're saying, and I get your points, and I understand completely, right? I understand what you're saying, and I hear all your points, and they're valid. I'm not in any way, shape, or form trying to lessen your points. Do you know what I mean?
Hey.
Hey, John.
Okay, so I'm going to come in. I'm going to take the devil's advocate's position about Marxist Leninists.
Oh God! Here we
as
go.
as a someone who leans more towards anarchism, because I feel like neurodivergent ML is really kind of in a corner here, unfortunately, when there's like actual answers to what you're saying, and I don't. It's not necessarily my thing, right? Let me see. If I kill OBS, I should be able to turn on my camera.
Marxist Leninism is actually comes from indigenous people.
Oh yeah,
that's already a proven factor. Although unfortunately, I don't know why people don't understand that more.
Yeah, I would say from what I understand, our anarchism is closer to the type of, many indigenous ways of life.
Hey Brexit, Merry Christmas from London, UK. Thank you. Merry Christmas from Canada.
But the philosophy for Marxist Leninism definitely descends from that work. That's not what I would say. I would say like the concept that it's just going to lead to death and an oppressive state is not necessarily like the case at all. We've definitely seen people take Marxist Leninism that direction, and there's also just a lot of propaganda out there about like countries we don't live in, people we don't have contact with, and these type of things. But where I'm at is kind of halfway in the middle. And like as an ANCOM, I tend to believe that we're going to need a transitionary state. We're going to need to form socialism as our form of government first. And like for me personally, the first thing you do when you take over is land back. Anybody who's still surviving gets all their land back, and then probably more. And then probably land in the form of reparations as well, and then to form a smaller different thing with whatever's left. And then frankly, I'm not afraid of black and brown people being in charge. They're people like everyone else. They make mistakes like everyone else, but particularly like if we're talking about socialists, and then I would rather see a classless, stateless society, which is pretty much the goal of both Marxist-Leninism and anarchism. The difference being that Marxist-Leninists have a very proscribed, even many would describe it as dogmatic way we're supposed to go around this. Like there's like a formula to create the revolution. So like essentially. And when they see people using revolutionary rhetoric, they perk up and they go out of like lurk mode into like, we have an answer for you. And it's not that they're wrong. It's just hard to call it. And like me personally, I think that anarchists and Marxist Leninists have very little indifference. I think that we are like 99.97%. It's just this like 100-year-old, like, these are the directions, like of baking a cake to get your revolution going. And I think that probably we need to synthesize and take the American experience and take what we've learned from various radical traditions, including the Black radical tradition and indigenous resistance. There's a particular reason, as an anarchist, I have been in indigenous and Black places, and that's because they have been surviving, right, through this genocide, through the worst of colonization, through the worst of what we want to fight for hundreds of years. Like, I don't think we're going to just get automated gay space luxury communism. I think we're going to have to, struggle for it at the very least. And I think that, we need to look to indigenous and Black leaders specifically to synthesize a new formula that fits America. And so hopefully that sort of covers the bases that I was hearing trying to be covered.
Yeah, we were talking more on how there is literal fascism in the United States, not
for sure,
not this pseudo piece of crap that I've been hearing.
Oh yeah, that's libs.
The thing is that and the thing is that I as a Marxist Leninist, I feel like I don't need to share the actual reasoning. All I need to do is live the thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the thing is I'm living the thing, and I am expressing real Marxist Leninism in people's face, and that it is not only a philosophical function, which I could go on the philosophical function, which really Marx goes into the poverty of philosophy aspect of things, which he talks about economy this, economy that, and that's what I'm pointing to. I'm pointing to that we are a democratized corporation that is in the chambers of our government.
Yeah,
which is literal fascism.
It's neo-feudalism. It is fascism taking on its own revolution. It is neo-feudalism.
Yeah, and that's fascist.
Extremely.
It's what Hitler did. It's exactly what Hitler did.
Hitler took everything that he did from over
America.
Here, from America and Canada. Like, hello, he even stated that his whole entire idea came with how North America dealt with indigenous people. When the colonizers came here, and what happened, and how and everything that the colonizers did to indigenous people, he even sat back and stated that he could not subscribe to all of it because he thought that there was a lot of it that was literally too brutal even for him.
Yeah, he was more about efficiency.
Yeah, and I don't think it was the too brutal nonsense. He's just
was literally.
He's causing deference just to make him look innocent in front of his public. So
he literally modeled the whole entire Nazi Germany warfare right after what happened the colonizers did here in North America. He literally modeled it. Did
you ever watch that documentary about it's from the 80s. It's entirely in German with subtitles, which might turn you off, but it's about
me off,
the conference where they decided, like, okay, we've been rounding them up and keeping them in ghettos for so long. We're gonna, we can, like, it's gonna cost too much to actually ship them out to these work camps from our centralized locations. We need these trucks to take soldiers to the war front, and so we've discovered this Zyklon B thing, and we're this plan with these showers, and we think we can literally retrofit several of the.
You're talking about the AT4 program, the euthanasia program. Yeah, I've read about it. I actually did a presentation as I'm a part of the Communist Party in the United States, which is disgusting. Yeah, because
I'm not saying that it's disgusting for you to be part of the Communist Party.
No, I'm not gonna say. I was just using that tangent to bring it in. But
I would say, my friend, you are on a leftist side stream where majority of the people in here are either communists or anarchists or indigenous people.
Yeah, I agree. I am a communist.
So you're preaching to the choir, brother.
Yeah, but you know
what I'm
about
saying?
the party. You know about the party issues we have.
Yeah, well, but this is one of the things that us indigenous people and even everyone else in these different sections on the left are all talking about, this constant infighting and how we need to end it and what can we do to end it.
The Communist Party of the CPUSA is not like the PSL. Like he's referring to like specific politics.
Yeah, specific. Yeah, we have civil rights PSTD in national leadership. Let's put it that way. I'm gonna use that as a cover up for what really is going on, but there's a liberalism problem. Let's.
Oh no.
You guys, I'm sorry to interrupt. I need to go use the washroom.
Okay.
I will be right back. Please remember the general rule of thumb of being respectful of each other.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, we're already in agreement on things in this conversation. But anyway, we have a liberalism problem. But anyway, the thing is that.
What do you think of the PSL?
Too secretive, and they're having some shit show happening right now.
Let me ask a question then. If there's what you would call PTSD from your side, and the other side is too secretive, does this link at all to like COINTELPRO, to like literally being scared of being shot by the CIA, or is this just other stuff?
No, the PSL is having just members going at each other just over some dramas that happen that is really high drama. I mean, specifically, the PSL is having sexual assault things that is really happening. It's a big drama in Philadelphia. But anyway,
I mean, if you have an org, there's going to be sexual assault. That's the sad truth of it. This is a thing that happens everywhere.
Yeah, but the thing is that this led into
a cover-up,
party fraction.
Everybody wants to point fingers and be like, I'm not that person, and it's like, no, that's not how predators work.
But it led to party. It led to party fraction. But anyway, for CP, the PTSD aspect is that they don't want to be revolutionary. They want to be just a reformist nonsense thing.
The fuck? So they want to be the DSA?
They are DSA, but in a CP format. Basically, they believe that if you reform it, if you reform all the way up to you having DSA politicians in the thing, then you
And you'll
could
gain a
walk. You
foothold.
could basically walk into revolution. That's basically what they say.
Boy, I need
Um,
some of what they're smoking, because it's
I
like, if they don't, if they, like, that's like ignoring decades and decades of Red Scare that should be the first thing on your
thank,
mind.
thank you, thank you, thank you. You're preaching to a choir right now. But
Columbus,
the thing is that
after 500 years,
the my thing on the issue has got to be on that we need to be revolutionary. There's a lot of people going to Workers' World Party, which is Trotskyite, which I'm not. I agree with only one thing with Trotsky, and that is permanent revolution. And not
hold on, my friend. Permanent revolution. At some point, when do we get to relax and get life to actually being looking after and making sure the children are enjoying playing around?
Violent revolution as opposed to violent revolution.
Well, no, more like, yeah, okay, we need to have a violent revolution nonetheless. Unfortunately, capitalists are not going to go quietly into the night, no matter what we do, no matter what happens.
Oh yeah, that's sort of the problem.
That's part of the problem. And at what point after the war has been won and we are now back to ourselves, do we sit there and go, okay, let's get back to human. Let's get back to, instead of warring and constant revolution, let's get back to living life.
What I mean by permanent revolution is not only us doing the actual thing of revolution. I look at it as more of that we need to have a permanent legacy. And that permanent legacy is basically revolution. That once we do an actual real revolution, it becomes legacy. And that revolution, to me, must stick towards basically eternity, instead of having a falling empire.
What you would rather have, or what you're saying is that you would rather have it so it is a constant ever reminder for all eternity that we revolted and we won the revolution against capitalism, and to ensure and to point out to the factor that do not ever step down this road.
Exactly.
Okay. Now
that's
that we understand
what I'm saying.
Okay. Now that we got that out of the way and we understand each other. See, at some point. Sorry, John. Go ahead, bro.
No. I didn't know you were about to say something.
I was just gonna say, at some point, we have to start looking at getting back to actual life.
Yeah.
Where children can actually go out in the street or in the backyard or whatever and play freely and be children. Do you know what I mean?
So
where us grown adults can sit back and enjoy life and not have all this bullshit that we have right now. Do you know what I'm saying?
See, like what you're describing, like not wanting to break out into open conflict with a specific situation we have going on, is why people like me are subversives. Normally, when I'm not all in leftist Twitch places, I'm in non-leftist Twitch places, kind of sort of dog whistling, like, hey, don't these rich assholes suck, and that type of stuff, and moving from there on radicalization of specific people, or at least opening them up to radical ideas. I am not particularly great in that, and so I don't know, like there's like a concept of permanent revolution as like we can't ever stop evolving and neither can our government because like we have a finite time on this earth. And that's
If
like
we that is to say, even if we choose to continue to have a government
Yeah,
per
yeah.
se.
the evolving side of things, I usually look at that as reform. I look at more, for instance, once we have revolution, what are we doing? We're just reforming and refining and honing it down to a better form, you know?
So yeah, this is what I was getting at, Sue. Is that like if you start talking to an ML, they have answers for these questions. Like somebody sat there and thought out these answers, and then they disseminated them, and then they debated them, and then whatever they synthesized is now their position, and like
Yeah.
they can quote you chapter and verse.
Yeah.
Not only where the person came up with it, but where the origin of it in the theory was, and it's like,
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
like I could go to you with, for instance, where this idea comes from of the honing it down side of things. It goes, for instance, once you see state and revolution in the one of the last few chapters where it's talking about planning out a state. um, First of all, the first year of planning out that state is not going to be the greatest. We're still going to be living under the system of
and
capitalism
factions.
and factions. Yeah, and then
whoa.
you also have the other side where, okay, you have the the honing it down. The honing it down comes from, I think it comes from Luxembourg, if I'm not mistaken, when she talks about the revolution side of that. After revolution, there's going to be these reforms that are needed, and from these things, we come to a point where we have to start understanding where our reforms are, and where is our planning of these reforms. Not
Yeah.
only just putting reforms under an umbrella, but actually, you know, mapping
Yeah,
out the thing.
and
And
this is sorry.
you're good.
This is where like why they always tell you to read theory, because if they just tell you all their plans, like these are not necessarily plans that they want public to everyone, but they will tell you some about them, and b like a lot of it's not going to make sense if you don't have the underlying theory. I have not yet engaged with that. It's on my list, but it's not high on my list of priorities.
I can hang out in a Marxist Leninist clique um, and do relatively well because it actually comes from my people's indigenous people's way of life.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
They reject like a different type of people than you. That's for sure.
yeah. Um, I look at it this way. At some certain point, yes, we will have some form or level of government, but not what we see today by any means. We also,
Exactly.
Yeah, and I don't know. I have feelings about it. Like, obviously, I feel the transitionary state is needed. And so, like,
Yes, yeah,
I
like
feel
we
like it'll actually be bigger in certain ways, like to get people food, to get people medicine, to get people like there are parts where there's privatized today where we would need to do in a state centralized fashion, and it would be bigger, but it wouldn't be bigger like it is now, like overseas bases and drone
controlling
bombings.
dictatorship,
Yeah,
that kind of
exactly.
shit.
Yeah,
It wouldn't be. It wouldn't be
I
the government. The government essentially that we would be looking at, even in a transition state, would not be one that holds power over the people. It would be
Okay,
one
so
more along the lines of its entire job and reasoning for existence is to help ensure that everyone gets what they need.
which sets us up for the next point. We can't just do that,
No, we have to
unfortunately.
slowly start transitioning
No,
to that.
no, and not even that. Like, okay, so say we succeed with that, and it's not a matter of the speed at which we succeed with that. The rest of the empire will come for us. Like, the way that we crush Cuba with sanctions, the Cold War.
Yeah,
Like, if
we are going to have capitalists run back
yeah,
over to European countries, and do everything in their power to sanction us and everything else. We get
and
that.
it's not even going to be sanctions. They're going to get the guns out because it is going to be
Well,
worth enough money.
then we are going to have to make sure, like we did, like my people did, and a few other tribes that were around my people, and
Yeah,
wipe them out like we did to Custard.
precisely. Which is why,
Unfortunately,
like, yeah,
a lot of people may not want or wish to have that kind of warfare, and that's understandable. But we also have to accept the reality of the situation, that it
yeah.
is quite possible that that is something that we may need to look at doing, and
If
defending
we,
our home.
yeah, and
so
if we want to, like, if we want that to stick, like, the best thing that we can do now, from my position, is that I need to go back out amongst the liberals now that they know what socialism is, and the other people, and try to bring people closer to our side of thinking so that they're not the enemy when all this is
Yeah,
happening. They're a friend.
like this
yeah,
is the thing, reaching out and making friendships um, outside of your inner circle is important.
yeah.
How do
I
you think?
don't
How do you
like.
think the indigenous tribes back then, when colonization started to happen and the Indian Wars started? How do you
I
think indigenous people were managed to literally defeat in war the United States government? And that the United States had to literally go after the food supply and give disease-ridden blankets to get us to where we are today.
I don't like uh, the 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 liberals being our friends. Really, they
Well,
betray us a
then
hundred
that is
percent.
something that we would have to look at after the factor.
After
I.e., being
revolution, are you saying?
after being bringing people up to speed, whether that takes some form of non-punishmental re-education, um,
Yeah.
whether
You
that
know,
takes, you know what I mean, like introducing them, helping them to see and understand that this way of living is 100% more beneficial to them and their family.
well, that is what I said about liberals, but to be fair, I don't bother with liberals. I troll the shit out of liberals because it's fun. And you know where I have the biggest success is with libertarians. They've got all these walls about, like, no, this is right, and this is how you're supposed to live life because you're kind of getting to cheat the government. And like, if you can just knock down some of those walls, they'll realize that they just hate the government, like they know it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have more success with libertarians, and people have like the weirdest, like, I don't know how you do it, and it's like because they're closer to us than you want to admit.
Yeah,
There's
like
those for
even someone.
instance,
Sorry.
uh, sorry, uh, but for instance, I don't currently I hate democratic socialists. I am only in that party because the CP wants me in that party
Oh Lord.
because they love right now they're, as I said, they are having this
Yeah.
revisionist moment with I
Yeah,
don't know
I
what
know, like,
I don't know what oddballs going into the thing, but anyway, the you know the thing is that I hate talking to democratic socialists. I hate talking to them because they're liberals. I hate talking to liberals and sock dems, period.
Here's.
Libertarians,
Hey, Loop.
their ideology is failing. You know,
yeah,
we just seen not too long ago in the news that the English London School of Economics has been debunked. So, if that has been debunked, what else is going to be debunked? The Neo Austrians. Once the Neo Austrians are debunked, then what else are they going to? What other economic platform are they going to survive with? It's not going to be Neo Austrians or London School of Economics. It's going to be socialism. You know, I don't know what your takes are on it, but that's mine.
Well, Loop, dude, being that when Lenin started coming up with all of his work, most of it came from us indigenous people that um, 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 literally came from us indigenous people that it had worked perfectly fine for generations. But if you're here to troll, enjoy your troll.
What do you think, John?
okay, I think most of the libertarians I've ever met have never read libertarian theory or economic theory. I think they mostly just don't want to pay taxes to the government and don't want the government telling them what to do, and that's like halfway there.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, but the thing is that their schools of economics are just deteriorating.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's not going to help. I guess this would be the rise of ANCAP uh, meme ideology.
Oh Lord, have mercy.
And that won't even work because a meme ideology just goes into the trash easily. It becomes just a phase. It can't really stick.
Yeah, ANCAPs remind me of a bunch of bad cyberpunk. Like, well, I guess it wasn't bad, but Snow Crash. Like,
I get a
Hand
kick out of it.
caps remind me of hubcaps.
I get a kick out.
It
I have to
sounds
say, I
it
have to say,
huh?
I have to say, I get a kick out of it when I watch people come in and decide that they're gonna troll, yet they don't even know what the fuck we're talking about.
yeah, like,
Um, I get a kick out of it because it just shows how unintelligent some people truly are.
yeah. No, this person was a lurking libertarian who was very upset about some of our comments, and they're like many libertarians, their response was to troll. Like, this is the other area I get along with. It's like I troll I troll bad, but I troll liberals. I don't troll anyone who disagrees with me. You know.
Hey, you know, and that's the case, right? Like, I mean, if you might not exactly like what's being said about what you believe, maybe stop and listen and hear what's being said from your heart.
Yeah, which is why they're conservative libertarians. They think from their gut, and so like their first take on something is always going to be their take forever.
Yeah.
And
rather than actually
you,
trying to understand what we're what's being said.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, most people in no matter whether it's United States or Canada, most people think we're taxed too much. We don't like the government. We think they're lazy. They're liars. They're not in it for our best interest at all.
Yeah. Where's the lie?
Yeah.
Where's
it's not a lie to them. They're being straight up in the fact that they don't give a fuck about us. They just want to keep us as a working slave.
Yeah. Like lower tax rates. What does that really do? Why would you benefit businesses that don't really benefit you? They just give you stuff that you could get that stuff anywhere.
Well, see, this is the thing.
Online.
Yeah, well, see, this is the thing. Corporations, we have a government run by the 1% and corporations. Period. Its sole service and purpose is to serve their masters, which is big corporations and the 1%. It has nothing to do with us.
When in the U.S., when people talk about like the Democrat leadership as doing good, first off, I know that their policy is either non-existent and this is their team and their team is winning, or whatever, or they really don't understand that like the entire leadership for the Democratic Party is filthy rich, like way past their paychecks, mysteriously, and that they have earned this reputation as grifters, and corporate lobbyists are the only thing that matter in their party. This is not just like a thing that Republicans say. This is one of their like a broken clock is right twice a day things. It's like, yeah, no, actually.
Both parties are identical in that factor. They both cater and pander to and grift big corporations and rich people. They do not care about the average Joe Blow.
The thing is this liberals
or John Doe.
And, I don't know. Do you live in Canada, John Doe?
No, unfortunately, I live in Arkansas right now. Please help.
Oh God. Oh God. God help you. Well, so you understand USA politics really well.
Oh yeah, I'm surrounded by it.
Our Democratic Party is really not a Democratic Party.
Yeah, it's got Trudeau at the head. Yeah.
They love Trudeau.
Oh God! Y'all can have them. Y'all can have them. We'll be more than willing to give them to you. Like Gretzky and Justin Bieber.
It's a trade.
No,
it's a trade. You're more than welcome to take them.
God no.
We'll have to give you Bernie. Maybe he'll do some good somewhere.
Yeah.
Bernie Sanders. I don't.
Or give us Mark Charles. Okay, we'll take Mark Charles.
Okay. I myself cannot. The Democratic Party. I just want to
or AOC by all means. Bring us
AOC.
Give
me a hammer. Give me a shovel. Give me something, and I'll do it. I'll bust up shit. But anyway,
in Minecraft. Hammers and shovels in Minecraft.
Yeah, hammers and shovels in Minecraft.
Thank you for the Minecraft portion. Thank you. We need Minecraft. Yeah, Minecraft. This is
Yeah.
all Minecraft thing.
You gotta
Let's
remember, we probably got Buddy Boy hate watching.
Oh, for sure, without a doubt, we got Buddy Boy
so
hate watching.
so
I
but we
bet you
all
he's
know
got a stiffy
we
right
all
now
know we
too.
have we all know we have lists. We all know we have lists.
I guarantee you, right now, they're hate watching and they got a stiffy.
Yeah, we all have our names in files. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Something. Chris Matthews, Central Park. I didn't get the reference, but you know.
my thing is I hate the Democratic Party. You know
You're not alone.
I used to like them while I was in my transitionatory period.
Yeah.
To communism, and I thought that they were just these protesting people, and I found out that they're just doing that for image, and I was really going to just take a hammer and a hatchet with it.
It's extremely the fox and the wolf.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
the thing is that once I understood what true protest and true
Yeah, showing up to the governor's
revolutionary
mansion with AR-15s. Now that's protesting.
true revolution is way different, and much like I'll take that any day, 24/7, 365.
Yeah. Whereas, the Democrats took the Martin Luther King lesson instead of the Malcolm X lesson because they martyred him, except they didn't martyr him. They killed him to shut him up because he was about to give up on nonviolence and about to start speaking out on U.S. foreign policy, which made us all this money.
Yep.
Yeah, and the thing is that if that cat was out of the bag, and if Malcolm X cat was out of the bag, because he was trying to build an organization himself, the Muslim Mosque Incorporated, which failed as fuck.
Yeah.
The thing is that if both of their cats were out of the bag, we would see a different United States right now. We would see a drastically different United States. We would see a more radicalized generation in those from the 50s, who were birthed out of the boomer era. We would see a better boomer era people. I know that we have I love leftist boomers. I mean, they hate their own kind. They hate their own generation of boomers, and I love it. I think that Gen Z and Gen X, we could go on that bandwagon with them.
Yeah,
but
there's definitely some truth to it, but you know what they say, it's generational politics. It's a poor man's class warfare.
It's
Axel.
Loop
Loop 92. Sorry. Axel. Loop 92 got kicked out again. He keeps getting kicked out of everywhere because of his shit takes.
It's funny because he could sit and listen, and maybe if he disagreed, voice that disagreement civilly. But libertarians don't understand civil; they only understand precious snowflakes, and that's why they don't understand we're not libs.
As well, at this moment, If links, if you're in chat watching, if you wish to come in and join in voice chat, please feel free to. Rabbit as well, if you're in chat and want to come in, please do. Comic Girl as well.
Yeah.
As well as Heart Joe. Irish, if you're in. Let me see here. John Doe, if you're in voice chat, you're more than welcome to come.
Yeah.
As well as Smug Pug. If you are still here watching this stream, buddy, you're more than welcome to come in and join in.
Yeah.
As well as Curio, bro, if you're in here, you're more than welcome.
Oh yeah, Curio.
Yeah.
And I will post up the link to the Discord to get in Discord invite, in case you're not in the Discord at the moment.
My thing going against the liberals, I went to the left, completely, utterly to the left on many different issues, which later on I learned more of my indigenous side, and I went into voodoo, that type of thing. But anyway, the thing is that the me understanding the left actually made me understand, that's the wording, that I need to be a lot of people would hate the moral argument in leftism, but I love the moral argument because it is moral to help someone out on the side of the road. It's moral to help. If that is moral, then it's definitely moral to have a society where it's owned by the public, really owned by the public, not owned by corporate.
Oh, that reminds me, on a caveat in this exact statement, perfect timing, just to allow you all to inform you all, I am holding intellectual property rights and copyright on this whole entire situation. So, yeah, thank you. I'm just kidding.
No, that's fine. So what I was going to say...
I'm just having fun. I'm just having a little fun. Come on, dude. It's like in the morning. My stream's been going for 23, almost 24 hours.
Is that... Oh, are you about to cut out?
No, I'm not leaving. My plan is to end like later on this evening. And as well, anyone in my chat watching the stream right now, you're more than welcome to use that link and to join my Discord. Feel free.
So John,
yeah.
The moral argument is amazingly correct, and the thing is that this ownership by the public really needs to happen, and in a society where now we have information owned by the public, quote unquote. There's also like owned as in like you could research something and read it and for free on the internet. It's like you don't have a payment for that. So by us reading information and without buying it, you could understand the world around you. So if that is public, then more things should become public. The more and more, to me, because Marx sets this out perfectly. The more and more that capital seeks to go towards the future, the more and more they need to up the ante of oppression.
Yeah.
And
So, like, specifically, what we're talking about has a name. And in order to avoid talking around it, there's a book I haven't read, but capitalist realism is a concept that I have fully understand. People cannot understand something being more moral, more correct, or better than the way we have it now, because it's like evolution. We have it the way we have it now for a reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, like, when you come at it with the moral argument, you're going up at that wall at a perpendicular angle, and you might need to chisel away with it at an angle before you can actually hit it with that moral argument, if that makes sense. Which is why, like, I start small with subversive stuff, just talking about corporations sucking, and see who responds in a large group.
Exactly. The thing is that there's also what I call the inner conscious, which really is subconscious. People call it the subconscious, but I love
but that's Freudian, and Freud was bullshit.
I love the inner conscious because it sounds more Skinner. But anyway,
I don't really like Skinner too much anymore. But besides that, I try to.
I like his music. I just don't like his last name.
I think he means the behaviorist Skinner.
Yeah.
And so,
well, in Canada, Skinner means someone that has either is a rapist. Usually, it mostly focuses and targets people that rape women.
Oh no.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, fuck it.
Sorry to break the bubble. Sorry.
You're good.
But I don't like drawing a mental and physical line at any point because of the things I've learned about the brain. But go on in a minute. But I'd like to make a point I've been wanting to make for about 15 or 20 minutes here. We've been discussing how things are and why they're frustrating to you, it seems. Particularly within the CPUSA and as a member of the DSA at their direction. And so what I would say, particularly post-election, is that the labels extremely don't matter anymore. We have to reach a post-label consensus on the radical left and start describing ourselves by what we're against. And it seems like the best way to explain that is that you're an anti-imperialist. You're a Marxist-Leninist. Anti-imperialism pretty much comes with it. And so you understand that things like the United States having a bunch of military bases that it keeps around the world is a thing that's going to have to stop. And, we're going to have to do other things with our time and money instead. That would be anti-imperialism. And yet participating in representative democracy just perpetuates that. Every year when you have to pass the military budget as AOC, she might have amazing feet pics or whatever, but every year it's not like she can, stand up against the military-industrial complex, and these type of things. And so,
that's why.
Hey, you know what? If you think that AOC is going to be that ineffective, send her our way. We're more than happy to trade you Trudeau for AOC.
Oh yeah, no, I think if she had started in a more executive position, it would have suited her better. But now, the U.S. system has gotten its hooks in her, brother. I'm not sure.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not sure that's the poison bait you want.
That's the thing that we have to look at.
You've got a neoliberalized
version.
She went from radical to neoliberal real quickly. And it was that, to me, it was that meeting with Nancy Pelosi that really
Yeah.
flipped her.
Because
And
Nancy Pelosi can say things like, I can make sure you never get elected again. And
yeah,
like Nancy Pelosi is worth a whole lot of money, and she can use a huge chunk of it to make sure there are no socialists in Congress.
yeah, and the thing is that why I hate democratic socialism, why I hate, certain politics within my party. I come to understand and recognize that we need to really do something as the left, which I even hate the word left because it's been hacked by liberals.
Oh yeah.
I hate the word progressive because we all know that they're quoting Bull Moose party stuff.
Yeah.
Just Bull Moose Teddy Roosevelt nonsense.
That's the worst part about liberals is they co-opt everything. You want to say left because it's not socialist. Well, they make left. Democrats too. We're left of center. We're that's how they sit on the party. You want to make yeah. They co-opt everything. You want to have like protests in the street, and then when the cops pop off, you pop off too. Well, no. Now we're going to have non-violent protests endorsed by the Democrats and led by corporations spending money to make sure that and then you show up to the places and they're just selling merch, and then y'all are going to go out and put your hands up.
Thank you. You're talking about protest capitalism. I call it protest
and it's
capitalism.
a form of co-opting, and co-opting takes many forms.
Because the thing is that protest capitalism is where you take, you go and do a quote revolutionary protest, and you see on the side of the road merchandise, in these carts and stuff. And the thing is that people make protesting branding rather than using it for actual change. And that is my issue, is that we as the
They've gotten really good at that, haven't they?
Oh yeah.
As radical revolutionaries,
it's almost like they've been practicing that for over 500 plus years.
Oh yeah. Heat sinks. Co-opting. These are known countermeasures.
You're talking about in the 20s, there were people who were giving out pins and selling certain pins and selling different selling books of their club. For instance, let's take for instance the League of Women Voters in the United States.
Oof.
I do appreciate their legacy. They were radical. They were, revolutionary in their time. Now they're just liberal. But anyway, the League of Women Voters right now, or at the time in the 20s, although that they were quote radical, I'm saying radical as in, with big bunny ear fingers, because really there were members who were real radicals, but yet there were those who were just using it for a progressive star on their caps. The thing is that they were selling literature. Women were selling books written by women. Even Helen Keller went against the League of Women League of Women Voters, and the I
What was it,
and
that one woman who started the whole feminist movement, and then when she started talking about how the feminist movement was changing from what it originated from or what it was meant to be, she was ousted. She was like the head person or whatever, one of the main pillars in it.
are you talking about this woman Republican? She was a Republican.
I don't know. I only seen some of it. Susan B.
Yeah, a lot
Anthony.
of the early
Hey,
feminist
Sean.
and
Jump in, Sean.
whatnot.
Welcome back up. Good morning. Jump on in, Sean. Jump in the voice chat. Come on, join us.
Like, um,
Not saying that I'm against feminism. Like, let me
no,
get
no,
that
no. You're
straight up,
not. You're
clear.
not
No.
against
I'm not.
feminism
Anyway,
at
what's
all.
up,
You're
brother?
you're
I don't know
you're
if you. Okay.
you're doing a great service towards women because there's certain women who weren't really feminist at all. They were really misogynistic. In the beginning, it was women who were misogynistic to other women. That was how feminism started up as.
And so this type of stuff illustrates what I was getting at about the co-opting. And so, like, in that manner, like in the same way that we can't go out and peacefully protest because they know that drill. All they have to do is tear gas us. They have a whole bunch of tactics for it. It worked for a limited amount of the civil rights movement. There was other stuff happening, and so, like, in that way, we've got to know that the word left or leftist is dead and move away from it and come up with something. We got to know that anarchist ML infighting is being exploited against us and move past it, move to a anti-label where we're talking about I'm anti-capitalist, I'm anti-imperialist, and that's a much more specific thing, and not allow them to put us in a corner where they can use the tactics of the past, like heat sinks, like co-opting language, anti-communist rhetoric, and just continue to use and we've got to sort of Wing Chun it a little bit. We gotta be